हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज मैं इसका नेक्स्ट पार्ट लेके आ चुका हूँ। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Alright, Xiao Xian, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, I'll take you to find the treasure trove. This time, Xiao Fan did not let go of Xiao Xian's small hand again. Xiao Fan, I. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Xian said as if having made up her mind, there is poison on my body. You can't touch me. I know. You know. That's right, I saw it in a secret manual. Xiao Xian, you should be the owner of the calamity poison body. Xiao Xian did not doubt the truth of Xiao Fan's words in the slightest, it was just that her small, delicate body was constantly trembling. Then why are you still holding my hand? Aren't you afraid? Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Fan's hand, which had become even more severely purple, wanting to pull it back, yet unable to break free. It's nothing, this bit of poison can't kill me. Xiao Fan took out the antidote pill he had refined long ago and swallowed it in one gulp. Suppressing the calamity poison body at this stage could be described as more than enough. Although Xiao Yixian had doubts, she did not ask any more questions. Fate truly always teased Xiao Yixian. The calamity poison body was a shackle that bound Xiao Yixian's true heart. But it was also a gift. Because of the calamity poison body, fate was destined to lock her and Xiao Fan tightly together. Xiao Fan, isn't it bad for you to drag a girl into the small woods like this? Xiao Yixian smiled gently. Clearly, she had already let it go. Xiao Yixian, who was naturally kind and loved to smile, was teasing Xiao Fan at this moment. Xiao Fan, why is your face red? Xiao Yixian leaned closer by a few inches. Unlike Yafei, Xiao Yixian was too thin. Rather than a sense of flesh, there was more of a sense of bone. Xiao Fan could hear that this was Xiao Yixian taking revenge for him teasing Xiao Yixian yesterday. At this moment, Xiao Fan abruptly pulled Xiao Yixian into the bushes to the side. The posture of the two was somewhat awkward. Since the incident happened suddenly, Xiao Fan had no choice but to press Xiao Yixian beneath him. MMPH, Xiao Fan, you. Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief as she said, here. No. Hush, someone is coming. Xiao Fan made a gesture for silence, remaining motionless in the bushes. But Xiao Yixian could hardly hold herself back. Xiao Fan's strength was too great, and her hands were tightly clamped. If Xiao Fan were to feel carefully, he would discover that Xiao Yixian's heartbeat was so fast it felt as though it was about to jump out. Her smooth, fair legs rubbed back and forth, and her slender waist constantly wriggled. Watching Xiao Yixian struggling constantly, Xiao Fan covered her mouth and lowered his voice to say. Xiao Yixian, bear with it for a moment, there are a bit too many people. If she hadn't seen that Xiao Fan's expression was truly somewhat serious, Xiao Yixian would definitely have thought this fellow was teasing her again. Clearly Xiao Fan is just a brat, how is his strength even greater than mine? Xiao Yixian was somewhat unwilling in her heart. In this lifetime, in order to be able to help Xiao Fan in advance, she even opened the calamity poison body ahead of time. Although the process was somewhat painful, Xiao Yixian did not regret it. Yet she was somewhat surprised to find that Xiao Fan seemed even more formidable than before. And she had never thought that if Xiao Fan were the same as in her past life, their first meeting would have been more than a decade later. And she would have had to endure the erosion of the calamity poison body for over a decade. Soon, rustling sounds came from the path within the woods of the magical beast mountain range. A leading man with a scar on his face rebuked his subordinates, saying, the treasury of our wolf-head mercenary group was stolen by someone. That person took so many things and definitely couldn't have run far. Today, everyone searched within this magical beast mountain range. Yes, boss. Xiao Fan felt a guilty conscience in his heart. After all, this matter was indeed done by him, or to be precise, by a certain purple-haired little dragon girl who was still curling her body up, blowing snot bubbles, opening and closing her little mouth, and sleeping soundly. Only after the people of the wolf-head mercenary group walked far away did Xiao Fan breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of these people, after all, he was in the wrong in this matter. Even if committing murder and arson brought wealth, he still had to act reasonably and in self-defense. Slap. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yixian in disbelief once again. Xiao Yixian, why are you hitting me again? I, Xiao Fan, have lived for 2 lifetimes. A former half-emperor expert, a 9th grade golden pill alchemist grade master, an expert who ruled half of the fighting Qi continent, yet I've been slapped by you twice in the past 2 days. Still not getting off. Xiao Yixian's tone trembled slightly, she felt that she was about to lose control. Of course, because of her emotional fluctuations, the original seal of the calamity poison body had loosened slightly. Looking at Xiao Yixian's fair and slender wrists, which had been pinched somewhat red by him, he realized that the posture of the two of them was indeed not very seemly. Xiao Fan was somewhat embarrassed. You should move already. Xiao Yixian pushed Xiao Fan's shoulders. Speaking of which, Xiao Yixian, how did you know you have the calamity poison body? Xiao Fan was currently hugging Xiao Yixian's willow waist, which could be grasped with a single hand, as they slowly descended along the cliff face. But before Xiao Yixian could reply, Xiao Fan abruptly pulled Xiao Yixian into a tight embrace, using the rope on his body to move quickly. And right on the rock that Xiao Fan had just stepped on, a pair of vertical pupils subsequently appeared. A rock snake, it hid quite well. You couldn't blame Xiao Fan's mortal realm perfection soul for failing to discover this small snake. In truth, this rock snake was completely integrated with the surrounding cliff walls, and furthermore, it had even suspended its heartbeat while hiding within, just waiting for prey to come to its doorstep. Xiao Yixian, are you alright? I'm fine. Xiao Yixian felt that Xiao Fan's body felt prickly and hard. Of course, it was his bones that felt hard. After all, the force of Xiao Fan's move just now was not light, nearly kneading Xiao Yixian into his body. This fellow is not to be trifled with, hold on tighter. Xiao Yixian wrapped her arms around Xiao Fan. This fellow, clearly he could beat it, yet he insists on taking advantage of me. In a place where Xiao Fan couldn't see, Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. A tier 1 rock snake was naturally nothing for Xiao Fan to fear, but moving on the cliff face was inconvenient. Rather than wasting physical strength, it was better to enter the cave first. Xiao Fan abruptly released the rope he was holding, jumping in one go onto a protruding rock on the cliff face. The rock snake behind them still emitted a hissing sound. Xiao Fan, you must take responsibility. At the cave entrance, the two of them paused to catch their breath. Xiao Yixian's face carried a blush as she looked at Xiao Fan with her hands on her hips. This fellow doesn't know how to cherish tender jade at all. Xiao Yixian hadn't even realized that she had become sentimental and prone to overthinking now. After all, only after having regrets, having experienced loss, and having died would one understand the beauty of possessing something. Responsible, Xiao Fan, will definitely take responsibility to the end. HMPH, looking at the grinning Xiao Fan, Xiao Yixian couldn't help but roll her eyes at him once more. It's not just taking responsibility, my Xiao Yixian. And the question Xiao Fan had just asked Xiao Yixian seemed to have been thrown to the back of their minds by both of them. The pitch-black cave was very long, winding and leading to secluded spots. Walking straight for several steps did not reach the end. There were intricate fork roads, and the damp cliff walls emitted the dripping sounds of water. The joy of discovering the treasure trove grew ever higher. We're arriving. Xiao Yixian and Xiao Fan quickly arrived at a stone door. The treasure trove should be right behind this stone door. Xiao Yixian nodded and opened the stone door with familiar ease. Xiao Yixian, you. What's wrong, can't you even find such a simple mechanism? Xiao Fan thought about it and realized it was true, he just hadn't expected that Xiao Yixian would be so exceptionally clever even when she was this young. Xiao Yixian was naturally extremely familiar with this place. This was the turning point of her fate, as well as her first adventure with Xiao Fan. Even after so much time had passed, she still remembered every single thing that happened in this cave. Her eyes secretly sized up Xiao Fan beside her. The difference was that in this life, Xiao Fan had not grown up yet, and she was not mature yet either. Xiao Yixian, stop spacing out. The treasure cave was no different from her previous life, piles of gold coins, countless rare medicinal herbs, 3 treasure chests, and a skeleton. Thinking of something, Xiao Fan took Xiao Yixian's soft hand again, though this time she didn't resist at all. She had already gotten used to Xiao Fan's somewhat domineering personality now. If anything, she actually liked him like this a bit more, rather than the dense fool from her past life. Yeah, a fool. Xiao Yixian, you don't have a storage ring yet, right? Xiao Fan suddenly said. Saying so, Xiao Fan removed a storage ring from his hand. This was given to him by the Grand Elder. Having the storage ring from Yafei, the one from the Grand Elder was somewhat redundant. Xiao Fan naturally prepared to put it on Xiao Yixian, but he hit a snag when deciding which finger to put it on. Xiao Yixian's little hand felt soft and tender to the touch. The ring finger, Xiao Yixian spoke up. Okay. Xiao Fan didn't think much of it and personally put this exquisite storage ring on Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian's expression seemed calm, but her accelerating heartbeat had long betrayed her inner turmoil. Xiao Yixian naturally knew it didn't mean that, but her heart just couldn't stay calm. To have ownership of her ring finger personally claimed by the person she loved, in the past, that was a romantic story that only existed in dreams. Xiao Yixian held the back of her hand in front of her face, gazing foolishly at the ring on her hand. It's a bit big, but thank you. Xiao Fan didn't notice the tremor in Xiao Yixian's voice. It's fine, I'll buy you a new one in the future. Let's stick with this one. Once I grow a bit bigger, it will fit. Xiao Fan walked up to the skeleton and bowed deeply. Senior, forgive my intrusion. The arrangement of this cave was undoubtedly an opportunity prepared by its owner for future generations. Xiao Fan retrieved 3 keys from the skeleton's hand and pulled out the remnant map of the purification lotus demon flame hidden inside the bones. Xiao Fan dug a pit right beside the skeleton on the spot. The soil in the entire cave was softest here. As expected, the spirit-devouring art isn't here. Xiao Fan looked at the completely empty deep pit with an expression that conveyed he had somewhat anticipated this. In his past life, he had found the spirit-devouring art right here. As expected, the spirit-devouring art is definitely not as simple as I thought. Xiao Fan even faintly speculated that the spirit-devouring art might not be a cultivation technique from the Fighting Chi continent at all. For such a domineering cultivation technique, its origins could only come from beyond the heavens. Xiao Fan carefully placed the skeleton into the pit and covered it back up with soil. I'm actually quite curious about the identity of this skeleton's owner. Xiao Fan jingled the 3 sets of keys and walked over to Xiao Yixian, who was attentively gathering medicinal herbs. Yo. Ah. Xiao Yixian, who was completely focused, was startled and shivered all over. She then grabbed Xiao Fan by the ear. I was wrong. Xiao Yixian, quickly let go. Xiao Fan still underestimated a woman's desire for revenge. Speak, do you still dare to scare me? I dare. No, I don't dare. Ow. Xiao Fan immediately begged for mercy. Only then did Xiao Yixian release Xiao Fan. Rubbing his hot ear, Xiao Fan said indignantly, HMPH, enjoy yourself for a bit. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Xiao Fan, you don't seem very convinced. Not at all, my Xiao Yixian. Here, Xiao Yixian handed over a medicinal herb, which happened to be the most expensive one among them. Ice Spirit Flame Grass. You'll definitely need it, right? It's yours, but don't even think about the others. Xiao Fan asked in confusion, how did you know I needed the Ice Spirit Flame Grass? Secret. It was the same answer again, leaving Xiao Fan feeling quite deflated. Not just Xiao Yixian, even Yafei seemed to always guess what he was thinking. However, he indeed needed the Ice Spirit Flame Grass. Absorbing a heavenly flame as a mere do practitioner, even with the assistance of the spirit-devouring art, would make it very difficult to forcibly subdue it. Thus, refining a blood lotus pill was extremely necessary. The blood lotus pill was a tier 5 medicinal pill. It was refined from blood lotus crystal, ice spirit flame grass, and a tier 4 ice attribute monster core. After swallowing the blood lotus pill, a strange energy scab would form on the surface of the human body, capable of withstanding extremely scorching temperatures. Even the high heat of a heavenly flame would be no problem. With the blood lotus pill, although one couldn't say it was 100% guaranteed to subdue a heavenly flame, the success rate would at least increase significantly. Waiting until Xiao Yixian gathered up all the herbs and gold coins, Xiao Fan finally led her to the 3 treasure chests. Xiao Fan handed the keys to Xiao Yixian. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow it all for myself? Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Fan, teasing thoughts arising again. Then I'll just give it all to you. Whatever you want, I will naturally give you, Xiao Fan replied casually. Inside the 3 treasure chests were a 7-colored poison manual, a flying dough technique scroll, and a profound rank cultivation technique, none of which held any real attraction for Xiao Fan. In contrast, Xiao Yixian perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be bad at teasing yet loving to do so. Failing to tease him, her face flushed even redder instead. What do you mean? The things I want, you clearly can't give me yet. It took a good while for Xiao Yixian to calm her mind and open the first treasure chest. Unsurprisingly, inside was the 7-colored poison manual. Holding the 7-colored poison manual, Xiao Yixian felt a bit emotional in her heart. What kind of treasure? Let me see too. Xiao Fan snatched the 7-colored poison manual and flipped directly to the last page, which described the calamity poison body. The calamity poison body would automatically convert the toxic force contained within poisons into an extremely special poison dochi through a bizarre method. The stronger the toxicity, the more beneficial it was for boosting their strength. Reading the description, Xiao Fan thought to himself that the calamity poison body was somewhat similar to the spirit devouring art, both absorb things to gain power. Similar. Xiao Fan seemed to realize something, turning to look at Xiao Yixian with a strange smile in his eyes. Xiao Yixian took a few steps back. The current Xiao Fan was a little scary, while she was like a little white rabbit about to be eaten. Xiao Fan, what are you trying to do? Nothing, Xiao Yixian, I'm just going to run an experiment. No, you can't. Looking at Xiao Fan whose eyes were filled with possessiveness, Xiao Yixian suddenly felt a bit scared. It'll be quick, Jia, cough cough. Xiao Fan originally wanted to imitate the eerie laugh of the Hun clan, but ended up choking himself instead. He wondered if those guys in the Hun clan had undergone special training. A long while later, Xiao Fan stood up, his heart filled with joy. Xiao Yixian sat limply on the ground in disheveled clothes, hugging her legs with both arms and trembling slightly. Her teary, weeping expression seemed to prove how much grievance she had just suffered. Xiao Fan also realized he had gotten overly excited. He scooped Xiao Yixian up into a hug and said, Xiao Yixian, I have a way to completely resolve your calamity poison body. Chapter 27, The Manifestation of True Intent. Completely resolve it? Completely resolve it. Xiao Fan gave an affirmative answer. In his past life, Xiao Fan had also tried to completely resolve the dilemma Xiao Yixian faced with her calamity poison body. The accumulation of toxins, higher grade poisons, and he had even found the netherworld poison flame that had gathered toxins for thousands of years, paired with the poison pill method obtained through trade, and various lost sealing arts to suppress the calamity poison body. It could be said he had tried every method he could think of or knew. But in the end, the upper limit of the calamity poison body still could not be raised. If one day she lacked high quality poison to consume, Xiao Yixian would very likely fall into madness, completely turning into a figure even she wouldn't recognize. Yet the existence of the spirit devouring art might make an imperfect calamity poison body perfect. Xiao Fan slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of this method in my past life? I wonder how the past life's Xiao Yixian fared after my death, once the toxicity of the netherworld poison flame was no longer effective. Xiao Fan didn't want to think about an outcome he didn't want to know anymore. At least he now had a way to help the current Xiao Yixian. Looking at the dazed Xiao Fan, Xiao Yixian in his arms tilted her head up to admire his profile. Xiao Yixian, do you trust me? I do. But the calamity poison body won't be that easy to resolve. How could Xiao Yixian not know? The calamity poison body bore disaster, and its possessor's entire life was destined to be tied to calamity. Xiao Yixian, I just tried it. My cultivation technique is very special, it can devour spirits, and even the calamity poison body is no exception. No matter how naive Xiao Yixian was, she understood Xiao Fan's meaning. The root cause of the calamity poison body's outbreak was its endless instinct to devour poisons. And the spirit devouring art possessed by Xiao Fan could completely erase this instinct. A calamity poison body that lost its spirit was nothing more than a machine in the body meant for refining poisons. That way, Xiao Yixian could not only consume poison on her own to cultivate, but could also cultivate like anyone else by circulating a cultivation technique. The Xiao Yixian of his past life only possessed poison dochi, but perhaps in this life she could undergo an awakening for a different, familiar dochi. As for whether her body could handle so much poison dochi, Xiao Fan wasn't worried in the slightest. One had to know that on the fighting Qi continent, things that could poison a do saint were virtually non-existent. As long as Xiao Yixian didn't exceed her body's maximum limit, the calamity poison body and her cultivation base would only complement each other. So, Xiao Yixian, the calamity poison body isn't that terrifying, is it? Xiao Yixian's bright, gleaming purple eyes rippled with an intoxicating purity and elegance. Her fair, tender cheeks carried a faint rosy blush, her small nose was neatly turned up, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly upwards, looking like a blooming white flower. Her lips were like peach blossoms blooming in April, pink, tender, and full. Even though she was still just a young girl, at this very moment she carried an alluring charm. Reverse pushing down was the main tone. Only 5 years old, Xiao Fan was pushed down by someone once again. Xiao Yixian cupped Xiao Fan's cheeks and tenderly offered her kiss. Unlike the innocent first time, Xiao Yixian was far more possessive now, wantonly invading the high ground. What remained the same was that both times, she simply couldn't help herself. The lost time could never be recovered. Xiao Fan and Xiao Yixian stood back to back, neither daring to look each other in the eye. I was actually kissed by the present Xiao Yixian. Xiao Fan never dreamed that the current Xiao Yixian would be so proactive. This is a death sentence, right? This. Xiao Fan's brain had completely frozen. He couldn't understand the feelings behind Xiao Yixian's actions. Is it affection, gratitude, dependence? Combining both lives, his soul, which had lived for nearly 100 years, had actually been captured by a little girl. Also, are little girls nowadays this open? Xiao Fan closed his eyes and savored the faint, lingering fragrance in his mouth. Sigh, I really got taken down by you. Unlike Xiao Fan's complex feelings, Xiao Yixian was immersed in the recent kiss. Xiao Fan, did he respond to me? Does that count as a response? Hee, in this life, Xiao Fan was claimed by me first. Ji Yu Zuner, you don't understand anything at all. Ya Fei, whatever you say. After a brief silence, Xiao Fan and Xiao Yixian turned around at the same time. Two unexpected voices spoke at once. They glanced at each other and tacitly turned back around. I'm a bit unsure how to face him/her. Xiao Fan realized he couldn't dwell on this topic any longer. Xiao Yixian was far too aggressive. He, Xiao Fan, a half-emperor in cultivation, a 9th-grade golden pill alchemist, a supreme expert standing at the peak of the world ruling half the fighting Qi continent, was reduced to dropping his armor and fleeing in defeat. Let's open the treasure chest first, little Shaner. Xiao Yixian's raised hand froze in midair. She seemed to have heard an incredible form of address. Xiao Fan, call me that again. No, Xiao Fan decisively refused. He had only wanted to test it out. No way, you have to. Xiao Yixian's tone left no room for refusal. Helpless, Xiao Fan had no choice but to call out again. Shaner. Xiao Yixian put away her angry front and smiled softly, her cheeks blushing like a shy young girl's. The flesh on her cheeks made one want to take a bite. Clearly, Xiao Yixian loved this address. Xiao Fan felt like he was going crazy. In just a single day, his young heart felt as though it was about to give out from a sudden heart attack. At this moment, Xiao Yixian exuded an otherworldly ethereal quality, her vivid and alluring look adding a great deal of charm and sweetness. Xiao Yixian also lowered her little head, acting like an ostrich, her hand blindly feeling around in confusion for the location of the treasure chest. Inserting the key into the lock. Just like discovering Xiao Yixian's true intent, Xiao Fan was like a key unlocking her heart, claiming the treasure trove that belonged to him. It was a heart that clearly loved Xiao Fan, yet didn't dare to express it. Shaner, are you sure you don't want this flying dough technique? With your soul power, you can completely resist the lingering remnant, and purple wings really have a special charm. Walking out, Xiao Fan was still trying to persuade Xiao Yixian. A flying dough technique didn't provide much boost to him, at least at his current stage, it was completely unnecessary. Among the dough techniques he possessed, movement techniques were plentiful, making it not worth the massive amount of dough chi required by a flying dough technique. No, I've already taken the items from the other two chests, so this flying dough technique is for you. How could Xiao Yixian believe that nonsense about purple having special charm? She knew very well that besides touching her waist, Xiao Fan liked touching her white hair. So to Xiao Fan, white hair was much more charming. Actually, Xiao Yixian's guess wasn't entirely right, otherwise why would Xiao Fan raise the gluttonous, troublemaking, sleepy, mixed-hair lily who often left food on the floor? Xiao Fan picked up Xiao Yixian and climbed up along the rope, returning to the surface above. The previous rock snake seemed to have hidden somewhere else. Halt. A sharp, angry shout echoed over. Hearing the sound, Xiao Fan's footsteps paused. The newcomer was from the Wolf Head mercenary group, and judging by the look of it, they had probably been crouching up there for a long time. Ha, to think they are two little kids. Afterwards, this mercenary's tone turned fierce as he said. Hand over what you found. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together. Hoo, murder and arson lead to golden belts, we can pull off another job. Everyone saw it, the Wolf Head mercenary group made the first move. At this moment, a lackey from the Wolf Head mercenary group walked over, went to the side of the previously leading person, and whispered something. What? The leader looked at Xiao Yixian, frowned, and quickly put on a smile. Might you be the shopkeeper of Wanyao Pharmacy? Hearing this, Xiao Fan knew that he would probably miss the chance to loot corpses today, and his face instantly drooped. Indeed, why, could it be that your Wolf Head mercenary group wants to make a move? No, shopkeeper, you misunderstood. Our Wolf Head mercenary group is merely searching for the culprit who stole from our treasury. The leader just watched like this as Xiao Yixian pulled the disheartened Xiao Fan away. The newly joined lackey of the Wolf Head mercenary group asked somewhat puzzledly, Boss, are we just letting them go like this? Aren't they just two kids? The leader immediately scolded, what the hell do you know? Don't look at how that shopkeeper looks exquisite and petite like a doll, she's actually an old hag. What? The lackey was somewhat surprised. Isn't that right? There are 4 major factions in Qingchen Town in total. Aside from the 3 mercenary groups, this Wanyao Pharmacy is also one of them. Furthermore, the former shopkeeper of Wanyao Pharmacy was a great dough master, yet even a great dough master was forced by the little girl right before us to abdicate and leave Qingchen Town. Without even making a move, that former shopkeeper knelt on the ground unable to get up and started foaming at the mouth. Isn't that terrifying? Although the leader had never seen Xiao Yixian make a move, the battle with the former shopkeeper of Wanyao Pharmacy had indeed occurred. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated, Xiao Yixian had resolved it amicably. With such strong strength, isn't she obviously an old hag in disguise? That white clothing, white skirt, and white hair are proof of her identity. Looking towards the youth being led by Xiao Yixian, the leader sighed with emotion, to think it's actually an old cow eating tender grass. This little kid is pretty much finished. PFF, ha. The Xiao Fan who had walked far away could no longer hold back his laughter. Looking again at Xiao Yixian, whose expression was incomparably gloomy, he couldn't help teasing, old hag. You're still talking. Xiao Yixian was also full of life chi. She never expected that she would be subjected to such a misunderstanding. Girls hated others saying they were old the most. What's wrong? Have you never seen someone who can defeat a great Do master at 4 years old? A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Xiao Yixian was already thinking about how to let these mercenary group fellows die without a sound. Black-purple doji lingered on Xiao Yixian's fingers, frightening Xiao Fan into immediately withdrawing his joke. Shaner, calm down a bit. Hee, I am very calm, and they will be too. Xiao Fan was already ready to send those fellows off to the afterlife, hoping they would live very peacefully in heaven. ... Sniff sniff sniff, sniff sniff. Humph. Xiao Fan, where did you go? Ziyan wrinkled her small nose, carefully and repeatedly sniffing the scent on Xiao Fan's body. She felt as though she had lost something. Stop sniffing around like a dog. Xiao Fan shoved away Ziyan, who was clinging to his body. The best method to deal with Ziyan was. Wow, purple spirit strange fruit. Xiao Fan, where did you get this from? Ziyan swooped in to take it, stepping on bare, tender white feet while hugging the purple spirit strange fruit and gnawing on it left and right. The purple spirit strange fruit was one of the few delicious and immensely effective medicinal ingredients. It was an irresistible delicacy for a foodie like Ziyan. If one were to hold a fishing rod, it would probably turn into a dragon-teasing stick. How many times have I told you not to put food on the ground? Ziyan stared with round pupils, looking at Xiao Fan in puzzlement. Clearly, she hadn't thrown things around randomly this time. Alright, during this period we will stay in Qingshan town for a few days, and you shouldn't go scavenging people's treasuries either, it's not easy for others. Although Xiao Fan also really wanted to let Ziyan go steal a wave, after all, this matter lacked morality and his conscience would be uneasy. Ziyan's source of income was cut off by Xiao Fan. Originally, she had planned to go feel out the other 2 treasuries. Rest assured, sugar pills won't be lacking. Xiao Fan, you're really good. Looking at the smiling Ziyan, Xiao Fan sighed internally. Sure enough, she was still a child, so easy to coax. Only, the current Ziyan seemed rather obsessed with growing up, wanting to eat all the time. Following this situation. Sister Yafei, your black card might not quite be enough anymore. The process of alchemy was boring, but for an alchemist like Xiao Fan of the 9th grade golden pill, refining tier 2 medicinal pills was just like playing house. Having achieved a breakthrough to a 5-star dough practitioner, Xiao Fan was currently sitting in a scorching hot room. 2 pill furnaces were right by his side. On one side of the ground were various seasonings and medicinal ingredients, while on the other side were medicinal ingredients sealed only in jade bottles. One hand controlled doji to condense tangible fire, burning medicinal ingredient after medicinal ingredient to form delicious sugar pills, while the other hand controlled the golden emperor sky burning flame to refine the tier 3 energy recovery powder medicinal pill. Using one mind for 2 tasks, refining multiple medicinal ingredients simultaneously isn't it a breeze? Xiao Fan, I'm hungry. A purple, roly-poly figure slammed fiercely into Xiao Fan's body. Bang. The pill furnace controlled by the golden emperor sky burning flame let out a muffled grunt, and billows of black smoke diffused outward. Realizing she had caused trouble, Ziyan familiarly retraced the steps of just entering and backed out. Yuru miao oaix. Clang, the room door was closed. Ziyan rolled out roundly without any problem just like that. Fortunately, this furnace of sugar pills didn't explode. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That's not right. Ziyan, those are the medicinal ingredients for a tier 3 medicinal pill. After Ziyan's stunt, the medicinal ingredients for the energy recovery powder in Xiao Fan's hands were already left with very little. Whew, it looks like I have to go find Shaner again. Looking at the pill furnace given by Yafei, cracks had already appeared on it due to multiple rounds of alchemy. It seems I still need to change to a new pill furnace. Sigh, I might as well go take the test for an alchemist certificate. Looking for medicinal ingredients by myself like this is no way to go. Xiao Fan could already see his future life of tightening his belt to get by. Putting away the refined sugar pills and placing them into categorized jade bottles one by one, Xiao Fan picked up the curled up Ziyan from outside the door. Let's go. Ziyan buried her head between her legs. The anticipated punishment didn't come, so Ziyan tentatively raised her head. Ouch. Another rap of a chestnut knocked right on her head. Deal with the disobedient little dragon girl with severe punishment. Here, Xiao Yaner, for you. Ziyan cast the pain from just a moment ago to the back of her mind. Ziyan took the jade bottle and started gnawing them one by one as if they didn't cost money. Of course they didn't cost money, anyway it wasn't her money being spent. Out of money, what to do? Theft. Pull off a big job. This is justifiable self-defense. Chapter 29, Secret Base. You're here Tilda. Today, Xiao Yixian was wearing a waist-cinching white long dress, which made her already slender waist look even more slender. The small section of her arm exposed at the sleeve was as fair as snow, her eyes beneath thick eyelashes were as lively as water, her red lips were pink and plump, and her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, shining like a pearl under the sunlight. Light is formless by nature. But when reflected upon Xiao Yixian, it acquired a shape. Xiao Yixian also seemed to have been waiting for a long time today, as if she had anticipated that Xiao Fan would come today. Xiao Fan carried Ziyan on his back and came before Xiao Yixian. Looking at Wanyao Pharmacy, which had already closed its doors, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you not opening Wanyao Pharmacy anymore?" "I'm not opening it anymore." "Why?" "Its mission has already been completed." "What mission?" "A secret." The dialogue between the two came to an abrupt halt. Ziyan on his back was very quiet, even overly quiet, which made Xiao Fan feel that something was not quite right. "Xiao Yaner." A milky voice came from his back, saying, "Xiao Fan, I'm sleepy, you guys chat." As she spoke, Ziyan hugged Xiao Fan a bit tighter. Xiao Yixian took the initiative to come to Ziyan's side and said softly, "Thank you." Ziyan did not reply to Xiao Yixian, and lying flat on Xiao Fan's back, she just started snoring like that. Hey, when you sleep, can you not drool? Xiao Fan felt that his back had already become soaked. But clearly, no one could wake up the sleeping Ziyan, and poor Xiao Fan was about to be marinated in Ziyan's saliva. Looking at the helpless Ziyan, Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Yixian apologetically and said, "Shaner, this girl is still young, please don't mind her." I know. Also, you're only 5 years old yourself, Xiao Yixian reminded. Shaner, then what are your plans now that you are not opening Wanyao Pharmacy? Xiao Fan began to ask about Xiao Yixian's plans. The Azumo Empire. No, Xiao Fan immediately refused. Why? Xiao Yixian's pretty eyes flickered. Because, I'm worried about you. Just worried, Xiao Yixian seemed to have discovered a different Xiao Fan once more. The Xiao Fan of her past life would also worry about her, but the emotion was different from now. Xiao Fan clenched his teeth, believing that with Xiao Yixian's cleverness, she would definitely understand his meaning. Because, I want to be with you, Shaner. Shaner, stay. Xiao Yixian discovered that she had really changed, becoming prone to wanting to cry on a whim, even though she could always hide her emotions very well in the past. Xiao Fan, you know my physique. So what if I do? Xiao Fan wanted to say that if she stayed by his side, he could also find suitable poisons for her, whatever Xiao Yixian wanted, he, Xiao Fan, could find. Xiao Fan, don't try to persuade me anymore. Xiao Yixian interrupted Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan, the Azumo Empire is very suitable for me, and I have to go. If I still have any unfulfilled wish before leaving. That is, Xiao Fan, can you accompany me for a period of time? Xiao Fan knew that this was Xiao Yixian's decision, something he could not persuade her out of. The Xiao Fan of his past life had missed Xiao Yixian's growth journey, and when they met again, she was already the heavenly poison girl of the Azumo Empire. Yet Xiao Yixian had not missed Xiao Fan's growth journey, all the way from a Dowang to a half-emperor. This time, he did not want to miss Xiao Yixian's growth. Xiao Fan was just about to open his mouth to refuse, but was proactively pulled by the hand by Xiao Yixian. Xiao Fan, I'll take you to a place. Xiao Fan had already guessed the place Xiao Yixian was talking about. Xiao Yixian was just about to whistle to summon the Blue Hawk when she was dominantly pulled into Xiao Fan's embrace. Shaner, lead the way. Behind Xiao Fan, gorgeous purple wings condensed, a gratifying flight dough technique, which was now being used by Xiao Fan to pick up girls. Xiao Fan carried Xiao Yixian in a bridal style and flew up into the air. As for Ziyan, she would find a position suitable for herself. Xiao Yixian, are you not afraid at all? Xiao Yixian shook her head, looking at Xiao Fan with all kinds of tenderness. Xiao Fan, I am very happy. Heart, here, Xiao Yixian pointed at her own chest with her hand. It's very warm. ... Just after the two of them left, the mercenaries of Qingchen Town also discovered this scene, and even more people spread the word. The old woman of Wanyao Pharmacy turned out to be a Dowang expert. The leader of the wolf head mercenary group who had previously robbed Xiao Fan heard this news and fled Qingchen Town overnight. Who knew if one day he would be plotted against by the other party? The entire Qingchen Town also designated the location of Wanyao Pharmacy as a place that could never be approached. In the magical beast mountain range, within a valley, a crude small wooden hut stood quietly. The energy in the small valley was abundant, almost condensing into a mist state. Countless spiritual plants and spirit medicine hid the small valley tightly. It was not easy to discover this small valley. But Xiao Fan knew that this was his and Xiao Yixian's secret base, although it wasn't yet at this moment. Shaner, this place indeed has beautiful scenery. Isn't it? Until the very end, Xiao Yixian waited for Xiao Fan to come find her in this small valley, but what she waited for was not Xiao Fan, but the news of Xiao Fan's death and intelligence about the ancient clan and the void ancient dragon clan going to war. Here lay Xiao Yixian's most beautiful memories, but also memories she least wanted to recall. As soon as they arrived in the valley, Ziyan discovered quite a few treasures and scurried away in a flash. A child who can find milk to drink by herself will not starve to death. Shaner, if we could just spend our whole life here like this, it seems it wouldn't be bad. Xiao Fan stretched lazily, taking deep breaths of the fresh air in the atmosphere. Xiao Yixian also silently came to Xiao Fan's side. The distance between the two of them grew closer and closer, testing, hesitating. In the end, Xiao Fan still took Xiao Yixian's hand. Shaner, let me accompany you, all right. Xiao Fan once again stubbornly issued an invitation to Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian still did not answer, changing the subject instead. It's getting dark, let you taste the food I made. Xiao Fan knew that Xiao Yixian did not want to answer his question. This was an evasion. Great, I haven't tasted the food made by my cute and gentle little angel Shaner yet. You are not allowed to describe it in such a weird way. Xiao Yixian shook off Xiao Fan's hand that was holding hers and walked into the small wooden hut to prepare dinner. Xiao Fan looked at the serene valley once again. All right, Tilda. Coming, Xiao Fan came into the wooden hut full of anticipation, but seeing the unknown liquid glowing with 7-colored light, his expression changed slightly. Looking at the soup that was somewhat similar to the aphrodisiac powder he had obtained previously, Xiao Fan asked somewhat suspiciously, Shaner. You didn't poison it, did you? No, what do you mean? Xiao Yixian was very unhappy facing Xiao Fan's slander. Are you going to eat it or not? Eat. Xiao Fan suppressed his resistance and gulped it down. The taste actually seems quite decent. Watching Xiao Fan wolfing down his food, Xiao Yixian was very happy, but the thick hesitation and sorrow in those beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 30 Entering the game personally. Aren't you waiting for the little fellow? Sigh, that fellow doesn't like eating these things. Xiao Fan shoveled rice into his mouth in large mouthfuls, and because he was talking, even a grain of rice fell to the ground. A sloppy eater, food is not allowed on the ground. Xiao Yixian wiped away the rice grain from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth with a reproachful tone, her beautiful eyes shining brightly as she watched Xiao Fan feast heartily. Thinking of something else, she said in a teasing tone. Henheng, in other words, you're mine tonight, right? Xiao Yixian, who was terrible yet loved to play, felt that she could do it again. How could it be that short? A lifetime is fine. Quote. I'm ignoring you, you're always spouting nonsense, clearly you're just a little brat. Xiao Yixian's face instantly turned crimson. What I said is all the truth. Xiao Fan found that the colorful soup was truly delicious. After drinking one bowl, he wanted a second, just like. Xiao Fan's hand, which was about to drink the seventh bowl, stopped. He cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Yixian, and seeing that she lowered her head, he drank it all in one gulp once again. Hiccup. Xiao Fan gave a full burp, looked at Xiao Yixian, and praised, Shauner's cooking is truly delicious. It would be great if I could eat it every day. You want me to cook for you for a lifetime? No way. Xiao Yixian immediately pierced through Xiao Fan's scheme. Hee. Xiao Fan, whose thoughts had been exposed, smiled foolishly. Xiao Fan, let's sleep together tonight. Okay. MN. Xiao Fan discovered something was wrong. Clearly, he should have refused, so why did the words he spoke agree to the other party? Could it be that the soup just now was really poisoned? Impossible. I am a dignified alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill. Would I fail to notice poison in your food? Then it means I want to sleep with Xiao Yixian. Smack. Xiao Fan slapped himself in his heart. He was stunned by the thought in his mind. We're just sleeping together, what can a child do? Xiao Fan hadn't noticed that he was very nervous at this moment, and had even started finding excuses to absolve himself. In a daze, Xiao Fan came to the bed under Xiao Yixian's support. The anticipated wonderful event did not happen, the two just quietly lay together and looked at each other. Moonlight spilled through the gaps in the clouds onto the light white gauze short skirt, setting off that slightly immature figure and gentle body. Silver white long hair was scattered across her back, and the slightly damp strands of hair emitted wisps of silver white luster. One could even see a droplet of water sliding down her slender, fair neck, resting in the curve outlined by her curved collarbones. Xiao Fan, can I kiss you? Xiao Yixian suddenly spoke. MN. A huge doubt arose in Xiao Fan's heart. He found that his speech seemed a bit lacking in brainpower. Shauner, she is still just a child, just a child. 3 years to start, death penalty at most. 3 years to start, death penalty. 3 years is a blood profit, the death penalty is not a loss. It's over. Xiao Fan felt that he was beyond saving, actually wanting to make a move on a child. Xiao Yixian's lips curled up, and Xiao Fan could feel a piece of warm jade tightly clinging to him. Her eyebrows curved like a clear flowing stream in a heavenly pond, and also like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Shauner, her waist is really so smooth, so moist. Xiao Fan's last memory stayed at the moment when Xiao Yixian's cheeks leaned in. He only remembered that his heart-held defense line was still breached by Xiao Yixian, and the most unimaginable place of poisoning was actually hidden by Xiao Yixian on her tongue. Xiao Fan, a dignified alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill, a past half-emperor expert, who ruled half of the fighting Qi continent and experienced countless battles big and small, had once again fallen into a woman's hands. The difference was that this time the dream was very sweet, filled with the fragrant scent of a young maiden. Xiao Yixian finally touched Xiao Fan's sleeping face, tidied up his already messy hair, glanced at Xiao Fan once more, and quietly left the small wooden cabin. You're leaving. MN. Be careful on the road. Xiao Fan wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Thank you. Quote. Hiss. A sense of hangover and restricted breathing made Xiao Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Fan rubbed the space between his eyebrows, trying hard to recall what happened last night. Feeling that he was being pressed down by a dark shadow, Xiao Fan impatiently picked up Ziyan. No wonder he felt his breathing was restricted. Could anyone catch their breath while being pressed down by a young dragon? Looking at the empty bed beside him, Xiao Fan felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. The Azumo Empire. This time, I won't be absent, Shauner. However, thinking that Xiao Yixian, this fellow, would actually hide poison on her tongue, he felt very helpless. This little lily had too many schemes on her mind. It seemed that next time he had to be extra on guard. Falling into the trap repeatedly time and again, the dignity of his half-emperor expert status was almost completely thrown away. Woo-woo, Xiao Fan, not there. Sleeping Ziyan started talking in her sleep with strange sleep talk again. That place is. Woo-woo, Xiao Fan, these herbs were all found by me. You are not allowed to snatch them. Ziyan even reached out her claws and bared her teeth and brandished her claws at the air. Fortunately it was herbs, otherwise hearing these words made Xiao Fan somewhat want to wake this sleeping little lily up with a knock. Ziyan let out another hee-hee-hee laugh, making Xiao Fan curiously want to hear what kind of dream Ziyan was having again. Xiao Fan, small, and also very cute. Ziyan stretched out her hand to gesture back and forth in the air, a foolish smile appearing on her lips. Xiao Fan made up his mind once again that he must learn the Hun clan's memory-probing method. For this, he could go annihilate a few branch halls to search for it. Ouch. Who dares? Hee-hee, Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Ziyan pressed her hand against the corner of her mouth, staring with big eyes and looking at Xiao Fan with a spoiled, cute expression. She felt somewhat guilty. After all, she had just had a strange dream regarding Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's mouth twitched, but facing such a rebellious little dragon girl, he couldn't get angry. It's time to go. Don't want to, Xiao Fan, let me sleep a bit more. Ziyan wrapped all the blankets around herself, forming a little zongzi, and she lay right inside it. Only for a little while. Unable to win against Ziyan, Xiao Fan had no choice but to agree to this sleepy, drool-loving purple-haired lily. Hearing Xiao Fan's consent, Ziyan plopped her head down and went back to sleep. A fellow who doesn't sleep at night and doesn't get up in the day. At this moment, Xiao Fan noticed the letter on the table. Xiao Fan knew this was left behind by Xiao Yixian. Xiao Fan curiously opened the envelope. The content on the letter was not much. Xiao Fan, I am very happy to meet you, looking forward to seeing you again. You must not forget, you are going to solve the Calamity Poison Body for me, yo. Calamity Poison Body. It wasn't that Xiao Fan hadn't tried, but the current spirit devouring art was still not enough to completely eliminate the side effects of the Calamity Poison Body. Perhaps when the spirit devouring art advanced or his soul power underwent another transformation, it could be resolved. MN, it seems there is still something. This is, Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly dilated as he looked in disbelief at the thing in his hand. A bracelet, the difference was that it was made from purple hair strands. Hair bracelet, it looks like it was prepared early on. Purple hair, which was precisely Xiao Yixian's hair color before activating the Calamity Poison Body. Xiao Fan's gaze could not leave it for a long time. After a long while, Xiao Fan put it on his left hand, and it was neither too big nor too small, fitting just right. Xiao Fan looked at the bracelet and revealed a smile that could not be concealed. Clearly he was smiling, yet tears could not stop falling. As expected, purple has more charm. Chapter 31. Horn. The chapter order is incorrect. Please read the Yun chapter first. In Xiao Fan's view, Yun was not at all suited for the position of sect master. Her life had always been a matter of being forced into situations, not just here in the small northwest continent, but back in the central plains as well. She had no will of her own, only able to drift with the tide as storms arrived. When facing the destruction of the sect, she even hoped for the enemy's forgiveness. In this world, kindness is simply nonsense, only strength is real. However, it did not seem to be Yun's fault. After all, the innocent sect leader Yun, once caught in the whirlpool of love, seemed to become cautious in everything she did. Xiao Fan also understood that what he wanted was not the destruction of the Cloud Mist sect. The Cloud Mist sect was not the primary culprit behind the death of the Xiao family's grand elder. Behind all of this, the Hun clan was involved. But some people could not escape. After Xiao Fan slew the crazed former Cloud Mist sect master Yun Shan and Yun Ling, who had repeatedly acted like a clown, he laid down his blade. This was partly because of the one-night stand he had with that silly woman, Yun. Yet, when he saw Yun kneeling in the main hall of the Cloud Mist sect amidst the pouring rain, his heart softened. He wanted to go up and help her, but she forced him back with her sword, her tone filled with resentment. Leave. I don't want to see you again. Xiao Fan did not want to dwell on things with this silly woman. Their story was merely an accident. Since it began with an accident, let it end with an accident. Xiao Fan left, leaving behind only the weeping Yun. On one side was the Cloud Mist sect that had raised her, and on the other was her lover. Indecisive, she completely fell into a breakdown. Looking at the sword stuck in the ground beside her, she unhesitatingly picked it up and drew it across her own neck. I have to say, you really are a silly woman. The cold tone reached the dazed Yun's ears. Seeing that the hand holding the sword was now firmly locked by another warm, large hand, Yun could no longer withstand the mental pressure and fell into unconsciousness. The Cloud Mist sect is your good fortune, your shackle, and even your life. The battle between Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was still ongoing. Xiao Fan did not intend to interfere, nor could he, at least when Ziyan was not around, he could not possibly provoke the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Accompanied by the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's strongest attack move, the Amethyst Seal was channeled, and a purple beam of light shot toward Yun. What made Xiao Fan slightly stunned was, it missed. No, it didn't miss, it's just that this silly woman, Yun, actually knew how to dodge a skill. But after watching Yun fire off her wind extremity, Meteor Kill, Xiao Fan took back his previous thought. Why do you keep aiming at the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's horn? Does shooting at the horn feel that good? Sure enough, this Do technique cleanly sliced off the horn on the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's head, causing the Amethyst-Winged Lion King to let out a shrill, desperate roar in pain. Actually, it wasn't that Yun's Do technique was inaccurate, but that she had noticed Xiao Fan. Because of Xiao Fan, her heart had trembled for a moment. And the energy she had accumulated in her hand was released as a result. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King angrily lunged at Yun to bite her, but in Xiao Fan's eyes, this silly girl actually didn't dodge or avoid it, and was fiercely swiped by the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. She then spat out blood, and her body fell straight down from high in the air. Xiao Fan's eyes twitched watching this scene. She could be distracted in the middle of a battle. Being distracted was one thing, but not even defending herself when danger was upon her. Silly girl, stupid woman. Xiao Fan stepped forward, intending to stay away from this woman with brain problems. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, just about to pursue, saw a figure with purple wings rush into the battlefield and quickly snatch up the falling Yun. Roar, what is it? It was Xiao Fan using a flying Do technique. Xiao Fan had absolutely no intention of looking back. Lion King, if you don't want anything to happen to your child, you had better go back and check. What? The Amethyst-Winged Lion King was clearly startled by Xiao Fan, stopped its pursuit, and immediately returned to the immortal cave to check on the condition of its child. But upon seeing the little Amethyst-Winged Lion fast asleep, it realized it had been tricked again, and a roar echoed through the magical beast mountain range. Go and find those two people. Roar. While fleeing, Xiao Fan headed in Ziyan's direction. Currently, he was only a Do practitioner, and having used the flying Do technique for so long, he would likely pass out from the exhaustion of his own chi before he even escaped the Lion King's range. Therefore, I have to say, this flying Do technique is trash. It consumes too much chi, and the speed is just average. If it weren't to save this silly woman, he, Xiao Fan, would never use it. Flying Do techniques are meant for wooing girls, not for saving people. Silly woman, Xiao Fan glared at the unconscious Yun in his arms and cursed irritably. Anyway, Yun was unconscious. The unconscious Yun in his arms frowned imperceptibly. Xiao Yanner. The expression of the Yun in his arms changed again. However, Xiao Fan clearly wasn't paying attention to Yun. Xiao Fan didn't see Ziyan fighting, and after calling out a few times without a reply, he felt somewhat anxious. Xiao Fan couldn't wait, so he shouted loudly to the surroundings. It's time to eat. Sure enough, a little lowly, as if summoned, arrived at Xiao Fan's side with extreme speed. Xiao Fan, hungry, food. Xiao Fan couldn't care about so much. Once the Lion King reacted, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He grabbed Yan, stuffed a few chi recovery pills into her mouth, and accelerated away from the amethyst-winged Lion King's cave. Hey, Xiao Fan, I can fly. Quote. Yan couldn't resist her curiosity and quietly opened one eye, but awkwardly, Yan, who was on Xiao Fan, was staring with her beautiful eyes, also looking at Yan. Seeing Yan not speaking, Xiao Fan asked curiously, weren't you making a lot of noise just now? Why are you so quiet now? Yan, what's wrong? Yan thought to herself, not good. Being caught faking unconsciousness was not a good thing. However, even Yan had to admit that this purple-haired, gold-eyed, twin-tailed little lily was really very cute. Yan didn't care and flopped onto Xiao Fan's head, her whole body limp like a slime as she replied, nothing. Xiao Fan didn't think too much about it. After all, Yan was just a child now. As everyone knows, children don't lie. Xiao Fan didn't feel at all that the current Yan would hide anything. Soon, Xiao Fan found an immortal cave, sprinkled some odor-masking powder at the entrance, and found some materials to create a simple concealment. Xiao Fan, does it have to be this much trouble? Yan looked at Xiao Fan busying himself, puzzled. Xiao Fan thought about it and realized it was true. With Yan around, there was no need to worry that much. As long as the amethyst-winged Lion King didn't come personally, there wouldn't be any problems. For Yan, the demonic beasts of the magical beast mountain range were nothing but one punch each. Meanwhile, Yan, who had been placed on a large rock by Xiao Fan, felt somewhat conflicted. It really is him, Xiao Fan. I've been saved by him again. He is still so young now, if something were to happen. Would that be not so good? And there's someone watching. Yan already felt her cheeks getting hotter and hotter, even though the temperature inside the cave was not high, and it was even a bit cold. Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough cough, as expected, taking a swipe head on is still very painful. Chapter 32 Yan. Yan, who was straddling Xiao Fan's shoulders with her legs split apart, was touching her seemingly slightly growing chest. She was looking forward to the adventure and also to growing up. The little fellow was no longer satisfied with eating one sugar pill at a time, the current unit of measurement was a bottle per bite. Crunch, crunch, Yan chewed on the sugar pills back and forth, making a creaking sound. Xiao Fan, where are we going next? Yan lowered her head and curiously asked Xiao Fan. Let's go to Blackrock City first to take the alchemist qualification certification. Xiao Fan grabbed Yan's legs with both hands. Of course, he was worried that Yan might accidentally fall down. However, Yan's calves were really bouncy, and her fair, tender calves felt soft and glutinous when pinched. Yan didn't care either, letting Xiao Fan grab her legs like that. Her cute little nose sniffed the air, and then she suddenly grabbed a handful of Xiao Fan's hair and shouted, Xiao Fan. There is a treasure over there. Xiao Fan stopped in his tracks. Right now, they were in the central location of the magical beast mountain range, so it was normal to have treasures or high-tier medicinal herbs. There weren't many treasures that could make Yan react this strongly. However, Xiao Fan also knew that such a treasure in the magical beast mountain range must be guarded by a powerful demonic beast. Yet, after thinking about it for just a short while, Xiao Fan made up his mind. Do it. Pull off a big job. Maybe Xiao Yaner's meals for these few days can be settled. Yan was very excited and couldn't wait anymore. Due to the long distance travel these past few days and the fact that Xiao Fan couldn't calmly practice alchemy in the magical beast mountain range, Yan's meals had deteriorated quite a bit. Meanwhile, a figure dressed in a green long dress with cyan wings on her back in the sky was also heading toward the magical beast mountain range. Ellipsis. Yan, are you confident? Yan patted her small chest and said, rest assured, that big guy definitely can't beat me. Xiao Fan's heart was still extremely nervous. After all, that big guy inside the cave was no simple matter. The overlord of the magical beast mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King, was a tier 6 demonic beast. A guy like this was not something the current Xiao Fan could deal with. And Xiao Fan also knew that the treasure in the cave was the accompanying purple crystal source. What made Xiao Fan even more nervous was that the current state of the amethyst-winged Lion King was very wrong. Not only were there various tier 4 and tier 3 demonic beasts patrolling back and forth around, but its own aura was also fluctuating and emitting uncontrollable fighting chi. Although the soul perception of demonic beasts was not very strong, Xiao Fan did not dare to probe too excessively, otherwise his own soul perception would likely be discovered by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Relying on his own soul perception, Xiao Fan avoided most of the demonic beasts. According to the plan, he would wait until Yan caused a commotion before sneaking into the cave. This kind of thing, it seems I haven't done it just once. Before long, rumbling sounds came from Yan's side. Xiao Fan knew this was the commotion hammered out by Yan. Roar, various demonic beasts began to roar and head in the direction of Yan. Yet even though those tier 4 and tier 3 demonic beasts were beaten back wave after wave by Yan, the amethyst-winged Lion King still refused to come out. This big guy has been provoked by a dragon to this extent, and it still won't come out. Before Xiao Fan could be puzzled, an even more roaring hell came from the cave. But Xiao Fan heard that something was wrong. This was not a warning of intimidation, but a painful roar. Associated with the previously sensed abnormality in the amethyst-winged Lion King's aura and the patrol of numerous demonic beasts, Xiao Fan vaguely had a guess. She is giving birth. The original work seems to be male, slightly modified here, please forgive. Xiao Fan also suddenly figured out why there were so many demonic beasts wandering around here. You must know that if a demonic beast was in the process of giving birth, it would definitely be extremely weak, with less than 10% of its strength remaining. Likewise, demonic beasts at this time must not be trifled with. Do not underestimate any mother's determination to protect her calf. She probably wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death. It was both a crisis and an opportunity. Xiao Fan decided not to wait anymore, directly bypassing the demonic beast patrols at the entrance of the immortal cave and quietly sneaking inside. The immortal cave was not filled with darkness and dampness, on the contrary, it was extremely dry, and waves of heat came from the depths of the immortal cave. It seems that as long as we follow the heat waves, we can find the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Fan did not hesitate. While being on guard, he amplified his soul perception. Soul perception was not omnipotent. There were too many cultivation techniques on the fighting Qi continent capable of concealing the soul. Xiao Fan couldn't help thinking of a ruthless person who was backstabbed by his apprentice and yet could still hide his soul right under the noses of the Hall of Souls and escape. Soon Xiao Fan discovered the figure of the amethyst-winged Lion King. At this time, the amethyst-winged Lion King was still licking the fur of the newly born little Lion King. Even though fatigue was revealed in its eyes, that maternal instinct still made this amethyst-winged Lion King tireless. Yet this was also the weakness of the amethyst-winged Lion King, as it only cared about the little fellow by its side and ignored Xiao Fan, who had already come to its side. Just as Xiao Fan went around behind the amethyst-winged Lion King and discovered the accompanying purple crystal source sealed within the purple spirit crystal, right as he was about to make a move. Xiao Fan was startled abruptly. Not only had he discovered the arrival of an uninvited guest, but the amethyst-winged Lion King also emitted a violent aura all over its body. "Lion King, please come out for a chat." A majestic female voice came over. Xiao Fan felt that this voice sounded a bit familiar. After thinking about it, he suddenly said speechlessly, "It can't be that silly girl again." The amethyst-winged Lion King knew that the newcomer meant no good, and knew that the few demonic beasts around it could not stop the person coming, so it had to forcibly prop up its huge body and leave the nest. Hiss, it really has to be the body of a demonic beast, it can walk around right after giving birth. However, it was definitely just putting on a strong front, otherwise it wouldn't have failed to notice Xiao Fan, who was right close at hand. Watching the departing amethyst-winged Lion King, two figures involuntarily emerged in Xiao Fan's mind. Indeed, I can't quite hold up against it. Ahem, let's get down to business. The departure of the amethyst-winged Lion King allowed Xiao Fan to easily obtain the accompanying purple crystal source through the purple spirit crystal. Looking at the little amethyst-winged lion, which still had its eyes half closed but was still learning to stand, an idea suddenly popped into Xiao Fan's mind. Hiss, ha! Sensing the approach of an unfamiliar aura, the little amethyst-winged lion continuously hissed toward the newcomer. However, having just been born, how could it be Xiao Fan's opponent? Before long, it was picked up by Xiao Fan. "You brat, look me straight in the eyes." Xiao Fan's words were like magical music. The little amethyst-winged lion opened its small eyes and curiously looked at the person in front of it. Beast taming art, control. A trace of blood red flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. 3 inconspicuous small black dots flashed past and vanished, and a solid line condensed from mental energy stabbed straight into the little amethyst-winged lion's head. Oh woo. Seeing that the little amethyst-winged lion had fallen into a coma due to its soul suffering another person's brand, Xiao Fan decisively put it down and used a movement do technique to quickly leave toward the cave entrance. As the name implied, the beast taming art was used to control demonic beasts. In essence, it was to place a brand on the soul of the demonic beast and train it with the help of the brand. Yet the shortcomings were also very obvious. Wanting to control a demonic beast, especially a high-tier demonic beast, required mental energy that was no simple matter, and cultivating it from childhood would cost a lot of energy and was too tedious. This led to the fact that there weren't many beast tamers as a profession, and it was far less popular than an alchemist. However, the current little amethyst-winged lion didn't need him to cultivate it, he could just take it away when it grew a bit older. Even if he couldn't use it by then, giving it to Xiao Yu or the Grand Elder would still be fine. Amethyst seal. Extreme of wind, meteor fall. Xiao Fan also saw the two people fighting in the sky, rubbed his forehead and said, "How can it really be this silly woman? Yan, .. Note, formatting stripped to a single line internally is required. .. Jason .. Chapter 33, got to charge more. As usual, Xiao Fan first removed Yan's almost torn clothes, revealing the same old silly white, with no sweetness. The azure inner armor was expertly undone by Xiao Fan, exposing the dazzling hint of white. Ziyan pouted her small mouth, looking at Xiao Fan with dissatisfaction, and even stomped her little feet on the ground, leaving quite a noticeable mark. Xiao Fan pulled the accompanying purple crystal source from his bosom and tossed it to Ziyan, saying, "Go play somewhere else." Then, feeling somewhat uneasy, he warned, "Don't drink too much of it, this thing has a lot of energy." I know, Xiao Fan, I won't bother you anymore." Ziyan started gulping it down with glug-glug sounds. Clearly it was just a small bottle, yet Ziyan made it feel like she was drinking a ton. "Xiao Fan, how come this time you didn't say I dropped the food on the ground?" Xiao Fan's gaze shifted downward. After Ziyan left, Xiao Fan began to inspect Yan's wound area. The wound was not deep, barely leaving some bloodstains, but the necessary treatment process could not be omitted. Xiao Fan took out healing medicine and evenly applied it to Yan's wound. The icy medicinal effect flowed along the wound into Yan's body. MN. Xiao Fan was startled internally. Seeing Yan with her eyes still tightly closed, he even doubted if he had heard wrong. Yan's cheeks flushed red. She swore that the sound just now was made by accident, it was truly because such contact made Yan somewhat sensitive. After a good while, Xiao Fan finished the treatment process, once again changing Yan into the cleaned inner armor, and putting on a set of purple garments that Ziyan often wore. It's a bit tight, it should be fine, right? At this moment, Xiao Fan saw Yan's fingers twitching a bit, and only then did he notice the storage ring on her finger. Why didn't I think to search inside her storage ring? As expected, staying with a silly woman makes one's IQ prone to dropping. However, it was a bit difficult when removing the ring, as Yan was clenching her hand very tightly. Taking the storage ring, Xiao Fan took a look. They're all cyan. Does this silly girl like cyan that much? Xiao Fan scanned over Yan's body, pausing at a certain spot. Yan Yan likewise perceived this gaze, and her legs instinctively clamped tighter by a fraction. Her face, turned red from shame and indignation, made her almost faint. Soon, with Xiao Fan's gentle assistance, Yan Yan changed into a set of plain purple dresses. Gazing at Yan Yan's serene and beautiful appearance, like a clear spring in a secluded mountain, it made people feel odd due to her noble status, yet they couldn't help but breed a shred of romantic temptation. Clearly unsuited to be sect master, why force yourself? How is it? Seeing that Yan Yan had already awakened, Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked unceremoniously. Perhaps other memories were unclear to him, but he clearly knew that once Yan Yan woke up, she would definitely fiercely retort against him a couple of times. MN, thank you. Thank you. Xiao Fan was slightly surprised, thinking inwardly, could it be because this Yan Yan is still relatively young right now? Oh, you're welcome, I just did it along the way. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and seeing Yan Yan awake, he pulled out a few medicinal pills from the storage ring. These are medicinal pills for treating internal injuries, and their tier is tier 2. You have to pay. Yan Yan was somewhat speechless inside. The current Xiao Fan seemed a bit dark-bellied. Looking at the newly changed plain purple dress on her body, Yan Yan asked. Why didn't you ask my name? Is it important? Important. Yan Yan nodded, her pretty eyes carrying a bit of seriousness. Xiao Fan wanted to complain inwardly. If it were anyone else, upon discovering they were saved by someone, shouldn't they ask for the savior's name? No wonder she's a silly woman, her brain is just different from everyone else's. Xiao Fan became even more certain of his own thought. No need, the injuries on your body didn't damage your vital organs, and your Do Huang strength is still there. You can leave after resting a little. Yan Yan felt some regret inside. Had I known this fellow was nearby, I would have swallowed that purple crystal seal. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Yan Yan could tell that the current Xiao Fan seemed very wary of her, intentionally or unintentionally widening the distance between them. Thank you, my name is Yan Yan. MN, I know. Yan Yan was so angry her teeth were clenched, and her tone revealed a hint of annoyance. You haven't said what your name is. Unimportant. Xiao Fan shook his head, though he was still somewhat surprised that Yan Yan would actually tell him her real name. It seems the current Yan Yan is even sillier and whiter. Xiao Fan thought. No. Before Yan Yan could flare up, Xiao Fan took out some spirit medicine from Yan Yan's storage ring and said, let these medicinal ingredients serve as payment for me saving you, no need to be polite. The corners of Yan Yan's eyes twitched slightly. Are you very short on money? Of course, Xiao Fan answered without hesitation. Nonsense, he had to raise a young void ancient dragon, and even if that bottle of accompanying purple crystal source was completely swallowed by Ziyan, it wouldn't allow Ziyan to evolve to Do Huang. But if it were absorbed by Xiao Fan's spirit-devouring art, it would probably reach the great Do Master in one go. Countless medicinal ingredients required Xiao Fan's diligent and hard-working efforts to obtain. Even the black card given by Yafei was almost not enough. Yan Yan's brows slightly relaxed, and she said, then do you know who I am? Yan Yan, you just said it. Xiao Fan answered offhandedly. Not this, it's identity. I am someone about to succeed as the Cloud Mist Sect Master. Xiao Fan fell silent for a moment, and seeing this scene, Yan Yan felt refreshed. Brat, the current Xiao Fan must have been scared by me, little punk. Xiao Fan slapped his head and said, oh, then we've got to charge more. Xiao Fan took out a few more items from Yan Yan's storage ring. Yan Yan's brows locked tightly. If she hadn't seen wrong just now, a cyan item flashed past in Xiao Fan's hand, that is. Turning around, Yan Yan could no longer maintain her elegant demeanor, looking at Xiao Fan with life chi. If not for fear of being seen through by Xiao Fan, she would get out of bed right now and beat Xiao Fan up severely. Little pervert, hand it over, Yan Yan shouted angrily. What thing? Xiao Fan feigned ignorance of what Yan Yan was talking about. Yan Yan could no longer remember how many times she had been angered by Xiao Fan today. As expected, this fellow is still so asking for a beating. Alright, Sect Master, I saved you purely out of good intentions, and haven't you been able to move for a long time? HMPH, Yan Yan no longer pretended to be injured and sat up. Seeing the newly changed purple dress on her body, her face flushed red again for some reason. I've been completely seen again. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't want to bother with her, and thinking that the current Xiao Fan seemed very interested in money, Yan Yan tempted him, little brother Tilda. Goosebumps broke out on Xiao Fan's body. If Yafei or Queen Medusa said this, he would find it charming and seductive, but if Yan Yan said it, he would only feel uncomfortable all over. Xiao Fan took half a step back and said, Sect Master, if you have something to say it directly, there's no need to be like this. Also, you can just call my name is Xiao Fan. You are not allowed to call me Sect Master. Alright, Sect Master. Yan Yan could do nothing against Xiao Fan, and had no choice but to say, I need to rest for a few days. If you, Xiao Fan, help take care of me, you can take any 3 things you need from my storage ring. Really? Xiao Fan asked uncertainly. The storage ring of the Cloud Mist Sect Master was packed with good things, and Xiao Fan had even caught sight of a few high-grade medicinal pills. This was much easier than exhausting oneself searching for medicinal herbs in the magical Beast Mountain range. MN, Yan Yan nodded. Indeed, she had suffered the full-strength claw strike of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, though Yan Yan had let herself be scratched by the Amethyst-Winged Lion King on purpose. Alright, Xiao Fan nodded and said. Inside the cave were 1 man, 1 woman, and 1 lowly. Xiao Yaner. Yet Ziyan's figure had already bolted away as if she had anticipated it. Looking at the scattered jars and bottles, Xiao Fan felt somewhat speechless. Just moments before, while Xiao Fan was right in the middle of practicing alchemy with one hand and refining sugar pills with the other inside the cave, this fellow Ziyan had somehow kidnapped the sentient Blue Hawk from parts unknown. As a result, this fellow Ziyan failed to keep a firm grip, and that Blue Hawk directly smashed all the jars and bottles Xiao Fan had placed beside him for his alchemy. Knowing she was in the wrong, Ziyan turned tail and ran without the slightest hesitation, having no intention whatsoever of cleaning up her mess. Running as she shouted, Xiao Fan, when I get back, I want to eat drumsticks. Tee hee hee, watching this bickering pair, Yan couldn't help but reveal a smile. Watching the blue hawk still circling overhead, Yan struck out with a beam of doji. Screech, that blue hawk merely flapped its wings a few times in the air before plunging straight down with a thud. Clang, crash. Listening to the shattering sounds of his pill furnace and jade bottles, Xiao Fan's heart also shattered into pieces. After a good while, with a dark expression and a displeased look, Xiao Fan stared at Yan. You foolish woman, you guys really did come to repay a kindness. Yan was hardly powerless now, a strand of wind attribute doji bound Xiao Fan tightly. It's not a big deal, I'll just compensate you, why fuss over it so much? Then go ahead and compensate me. You haven't dealt with the matter of you cursing me yet. What, does a mere Do practitioner want to make waves in front of a Do Huang? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan inwardly resolved, just wait for me, 3 years. Give me 3 years, I will definitely spank this foolish woman until her bottom blooms. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully. Seeing Xiao Fan still hanging his head as if cursing her under his breath, Yan walked over to the blue hawk and said, enough, acting like such a stingy miser. This emperor will cook a meal for you to compensate you. A meal cooked by a Do Huang, you know. HMPH, as if I care. Finding that the wind restraint on his body had been undone, Xiao Fan remained thoroughly dissatisfied. Originally, only the pill furnace had cracked, which at least wouldn't affect the refining of low-grade medicinal pills, but now he completely lacked a pill furnace, not to mention several sets of medicinal herbs he had just prepared. Not a single one of you puts people at ease. If it doesn't taste good, I won't wait on you, foolish woman. Xiao Fan sat off to the side in a huff. Watching Yan set about preparations in a professional manner, Xiao Fan felt somewhat doubtful. Can she actually cook? Xiao Fan always felt like he had forgotten some crucial matter, and it was specifically related to cooking. While dazed, Xiao Fan suddenly recalled that colorful poisonous soup made by Xiao. Afterwards, Xiao Fan could be certain that poison had definitely been laced into that soup, and furthermore, it was a poison that even he, a former half-emperor expert, couldn't discern. Yet, that soup really tasted so delicious. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's thoughts inevitably drifted into a daze. It's the taste of Xiao. Meanwhile, Yan was thinking, HMPH, daring to look down on my cooking, I must make you witness the prowess of this foolish woman. Truth be told, aside from medicinal pills and herbs, what Yan probably liked most was roast chicken, which after all was related to another mortal enemy of the void ancient dragon. Under the painstaking labor of Master Yan, the blue hawk was already emitting a sizzling frying sound and waves of unignorable fragrance. Are these seasonings? Yan picked up a small jade bottle from the ground, which was precisely the seasoning Xiao Fan had added earlier when making sugar pills for Yan. What kind of seasoning is this bottle, and it's even 7-colored? Even Yan failed to recognize the seasoning in her hand at first, but when she leaned in to sniff it, Yan instantly drifted into a daze, and immediately, she concluded this was a finely blended condiment. The purple-haired little lily hiding at the entrance also walked into the cave at this moment. Xiao Fan held Yan in his arms, clenching both fists and placing them on either side of Yan's small head, looking at Yan with a smiling expression. Xiao Fan, I didn't mean to. Woo. Xiao Fan felt that Yan was simply being spoiled rotten. Fortunately, the blue hawk was only a tier 2 demonic beast. Next time he was practicing alchemy, if this fellow brought back a tier 4 or tier 5 demonic beast, that would be disastrous. As he thought this, his fists rubbed back and forth across Yan's little head. Ever since she first saw Yan had found her somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Yan took the initiative to cut a piece of meat for Xiao Fan and Yan, handing the wing to Yan. She could tell that Xiao Fan currently seemed to value this little lily very much, glancing intentionally or unintentionally toward the cave entrance even while practicing alchemy. This was something probably even Xiao Fan himself hadn't noticed, which caused a trace of envy to rise in Yan's heart. Sect Master, I say, why is this meat of yours this color? Looking at another wing in his hand, Xiao Fan saw that on the surface it looked no different from ordinary roast meat, but what was going on with the 7-colored luster emanating from within the meat? Are you going to eat it or not? Yan made a gesture to snatch it back. How could Xiao Fan withstand such provocation? He immediately bit off a large chunk of meat in one go. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he praised Yan. Ayo, not bad. Look at who made it, after all. Seeing Xiao Fan rarely praise her, Yan was still quite happy inside. As Xiao Fan chewed, he savored the taste of the meat. It feels a bit familiar. It's just like Xiao Xian's taste. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, noticing something was amiss. He hurriedly questioned, what did you put in here? Just those seasonings you put in while practicing alchemy earlier. They were even 7-colored, you should teach me how to make them next time. 7-colored, when did I ever have 7-colored seasoning? Yan looked at Xiao Fan strangely, took out the seasoning bottle she had used just moments before, and handed it to Xiao Fan. Looking at the familiar jade bottle, the familiar barbecue, and the familiar seasoning, Xiao Fan finally remembered what he had forgotten. You foolish woman, this is aphrodisiac powder, how is this any kind of seasoning? The crucial point was that this aphrodisiac powder was no ordinary substance. Xiao Fan hurriedly looked at Yan held in his arms, and sure enough, Yan was already swaying her head dizzily, still gripping a half-eaten wing in her hand. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan, you're going to be good with me for a lifetime, oh. A flush appeared on Yan's face, and her tone carried a trace of alluring charm. Yan also panicked, hastily asking, then do you have an antidote? Big sis, where would I get an antidote? This wasn't even Xiao Fan's item to begin with, keeping it back then was merely out of curiosity regarding the superb craftsmanship used to make this aphrodisiac powder. 7-colored. Xiao Fan instantly understood something, saying with a wry smile, Xiao, you really are a natural poisoning expert. Chapter 35, Searching for Millions of Years. Is this little pervert going to get lucky again? Yan's mind was racing, her face gradually flushing with a rosy hue. The passion of that day seemed to echo in her mind once more. Biting her lip, she looked at Xiao Fan. Yan Yan was still struggling internally. Xiao Fan wasn't doing well either. Once he realized the poison had been concocted by Xiao Yixian, he knew it wasn't something he could resolve. Gradually, Xiao Fan found himself unable to think or stay calm. Crucially, he still held the restless purple-haired little dragon girl in his arms. Xiao Yaner, you, stay calm. Xiao Fan's mind was a mess. The drug acted on his flesh, and the rising temperature made his gaze increasingly blurred. Xiao Fan wasn't like Ziyan. She had the body of a 1,000-year-old lily, but Xiao Fan was currently just a brat. Even if he was a brat who had lived for half a century, the drug was mostly stimulating his nerves. Yan Yan actually felt a bit of secret joy. Although Xiao Fan's personality had changed a lot in this life, this aspect remained the same, even if he was a bit small now. Yan Yan hadn't eaten the blue hawk just now, so she was very clear-headed. But seeing Xiao Fan in such agony, her heart softened. Just consider it a reward for myself. Just as Yan Yan made up her mind to pounce on Xiao Fan, a figure pounced on him even faster than she could. Dragons are by nature. Stimulated by the drug, Ziyan would only become more frenzied. Her love for Xiao Fan was anything but small. In her previous life, she hadn't been able to have him. The accumulated weight of 1,000 years of loneliness and desolation caused her to finally explode beyond control. Yan Yan watched blankly as a flash of light passed over Ziyan. Soon, a soft, delicate body with curves even more graceful than her own slowly appeared before her. 2 strands of purple hair fell by her temples. With cool eyes and an exquisite face, she looked intellectual and dignified, completely different from her previous cute lowly appearance. At this moment, Ziyan was the epitome of enchanting and seductive, mature and sexy. She pinned Xiao Fan beneath her so tightly he could hardly catch his chi. Yan Yan finally recognized the person before her and subconsciously blurted out, Dragon. Dragon Emperor. Ziyan and Xiao Fan clearly paid no attention to the stunned Yan Yan. Xiao Fan held the delicate body in his arms even tighter. Though it was just an embrace, it gave him a profound sense of peace. Xiao Fan, don't leave. I've searched for you for 1,000 years. I've looked for you for 10,000 years. This time, you are mine. Ziyan had been suppressing herself, hiding her emotions all along. So had Xiao Yu, Xiao Yixian, and Yan Yan. Even though she felt that Xiao Fan's heart didn't belong solely to her, she would still exercise restraint. She only wanted to be a child who never grew up, staying with Xiao Fan forever. Becoming the high and mighty dragon emperor revered by thousands was nothing compared to this time spent accompanying him. Clearly loving him to the point it was etched in her bones, clearly being the one who loved him most. Xiao Fan. Even a brat can have life chi. Ziyan pressed a kiss onto the lips she had long wanted to claim, yet this dragon emperor who had lived for 10,000 years was as green as an innocent young girl. The first time, Xiao Fan couldn't respond to Ziyan. But this time, Xiao Fan was truly responding to her. Yet this wasn't Xiao Fan's intention. His brain had been temporarily taken over by his body, and his consciousness and vision were blurred. This kiss was ultimately imperfect. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down from Ziyan's eyes. At this moment, her thoughts were in disarray. She remembered the cold body of Xiao Fan, and the Xiao Fan who had vanished into nothingness before her eyes. Bad Xiao Fan, why did you still treat me like a child until the very end? Xiao Fan, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Xiao Fan. I clearly like you very much too. Ziyan bared her teeth and bit down hard on Xiao Fan's shoulder. ... Only now did Yan Yan understand the true reason behind that war of the entire Void Ancient Dragon tribe, and she realized her rebirth might not have been a mere coincidence of opportunity. Does my love really compare to hers? Yan Yan's feelings were complicated. Watching the two of them in their embrace, she thought of her own past. Perhaps, I should give up some things too. I should pursue my own life as well. Yan Yan left the cave that was making her feel agitated and came to the entrance alone. With confusion and dejection in her eyes, she looked toward the cloud mist sect. Dampness and heat gradually spread. Sobs and low murmurs continued without end. ... When Xiao Fan opened his eyes again, his entire body was wrapped in bandages, and there was even a small bow tied on his chest. Hiss, it hurts. Just as Xiao Fan tried to move, a sensation of falling apart, swelling, and shattering from his arms to his waist and then to his legs caused him immense pain. Xiao Fan, you're awake. Ziyan's eyes darted away as she sat obediently to the side. Xiao Yaner, what's the situation? Xiao Fan could only look at Ziyan, who had her head lowered, through the gaps in the bandages. Xiao Fan's memory was a bit fuzzy. He only vaguely remembered, first I ate the poisoned meat, then, it felt like being hit repeatedly by countless small mountains, and there was, a strange taste in my mouth. But Xiao Fan didn't dislike this strange taste, it even had a bit of a sweet aftertaste. Xiao Yaner, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing Ziyan remain silent, Xiao Fan asked again. Ziyan felt a sigh of relief in her heart. It seemed Xiao Fan had no memory of what happened. Only then did she explain with a clumsy answer, Sister Yan Yan said that you took the wrong medicine and fainted. Yes, it's all the medicine's fault. Ziyan nodded firmly, seemingly very satisfied with her own answer. Xiao Fan had just raised his hand to give Ziyan a hand chop, but the waves of numbness in his arm made him give up on the idea. He could only say in a threatening tone, tell the truth, or I won't make sugar pills for you anymore. Ziyan was conflicted internally, her small hands rubbing together. She wasn't conflicted about whether to tell Xiao Fan that she was the one who did it, but rather about what was wrong with her answer just now. Sister Yan Yan did it all. Ziyan raised her little head and looked at Xiao Fan with an incredibly serious expression. Sister Yan Yan, Xiao Fan was a bit confused. What exactly happened while he was unconscious? Why was Ziyan suddenly so affectionate toward Yan Yan? But every time he tried to remember, a throbbing pain hit his head. Then where is she? Xiao Fan endured the sharp pain and pressed further. Ziyan lowered her head again, her fair little feet already digging a shallow pit in the ground. Xiao Yaner, Xiao Fan's voice carried a hint of authority, hoping Ziyan would tell the truth. Sister Yan Yan has already left. She said she's sorry this time, and she'll come find you after she finishes handling the sex affairs. Xiao Fan felt that Ziyan was still hiding something, and something very important. Ziyan continued, and, Sister Yan said you can't move for at least 3 days. She's the one who handled these bandages. Xiao Fan couldn't imagine what on earth had happened while he was unconscious. Chapter 36, Dragon Saliva. 3 days passed slowly. During these 3 days, Ziyan did not go out and stayed quietly by Xiao Fan's side. This made Xiao Fan feel incredible. Given Ziyan's mischievous personality, she was actually able to stay here so calmly. However, Xiao Yaner. What is it, Xiao Fan? Cough, can you tell me now why there is such a deep bite mark on my shoulder? After removing the bandages, Xiao Fan discovered the bite mark on his shoulder. Even after 3 days, the wound was still clearly visible. Xiao Fan, are you hungry? I'll go catch something for you to eat. Ziyan didn't even wait for Xiao Fan to respond before she slipped away. Xiao Fan finally understood. This wound was definitely caused by Ziyan, and it was quite possible his injuries were caused by her too. Of course, it wasn't all bad. Over these 3 days, Xiao Fan had refined a mass of liquid containing pure energy in his stomach by circulating the spirit-devouring art. Recalling the strange taste in his mouth earlier, Xiao Fan had some clues. Could it be dragon saliva? But it's really effective. By refining the dragon saliva, Xiao Fan had actually made a breakthrough to a 1-star Do Master in one go. Xiao Fan habitually summoned the qi within his body, but this time, the qi was not the bright red of the fire attribute as usual, instead, it was stained with a trace of purple-black qi. Xiao Fan felt the changes in his body's qi again. Is this poison qi? As a kindred spirit to Xiao Yixian, he knew poison qi all too well, but now, it seemed he had not only fire attribute qi but also poison qi in his body, which was beyond his imagination. Spirit-devouring art. Not long after, Xiao Fan understood the origin of the poison qi, but Xiao Fan had a new doubt. Why did it only appear after reaching the Do Master realm? I had clearly treated Xiao Yixian for a period of time before, and at that time, my qi didn't manifest poison qi when I circulated it. A bolder idea appeared in Xiao Fan's mind. During the time the poison qi appeared, he had 3 changes: a breakthrough in realm, consuming the poison made by Xiao Yixian, and Ziyan's. Compared to the latter two, Xiao Fan believed that the breakthrough in realm might be the key. But why didn't refining magic cores of different attributes have any effect? In his previous life, Xiao Fan had also achieved breakthroughs in realm by refining various heaven and earth treasure, but no new qi attributes appeared. It remained fire attribute qi mixed with a trace of wood attribute. Calamity poison body, perhaps it's related to the physique. After all, the spirit-devouring art did not refine the poison qi in Xiao Yixian's body, but rather remove the negatives of the calamity poison body. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan took out the aphrodisiac powder prepared by Xiao Yixian again, but after hesitating, Xiao Fan put it back into his storage ring and took out a slightly poisonous 3-split-leaf hogweed. The toxicity was low, only causing a slight stinging sensation. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being pushed around by a little mountain again. If his guess was wrong, his body would take over his brain again. Xiao Fan decisively consumed the 3-split-leaf hogweed. The herb was refined in Xiao Fan's stomach. This time, he did not circulate the spirit-devouring art, but he could clearly feel that his poison qi had strengthened a little. It actually really possesses the calamity poison body. Xiao Fan couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the spirit-devouring art again. It turned out it wasn't just various heaven and earth treasure, but also physique. The Xiao Fan of his previous life hadn't discovered this characteristic. After all, who would circulate their cultivation technique to devour others for no reason? Seems like there is. Spirit-devouring clan. Blackrock City. This time, Xiao Fan didn't let Ziyan sit on him. After all, the wound on his shoulder was still aching faintly, and he didn't know what kind of anger that little girl had received to bite so hard. Xiao Fan, don't be angry, okay? I didn't mean it. Ziyan obediently let Xiao Fan hold her hand the whole way, not making a fuss or running around, her little eyes constantly observing Xiao Fan's expression. Angry, Xiao Fan looked at Ziyan in confusion and asked curiously, Xiao Yaner, why do you think I'm angry? But, Xiao Fan, you aren't giving me sugar pill anymore. In Ziyan's small head, if she wasn't allowed to eat sugar pill, then Xiao Fan must be angry. Xiao Fan was speechless. I would like to make you some sugar pill, but the medicinal herbs in the medicine cauldron were all destroyed by you last time. Right, and that silly woman. Thinking that Yan hadn't even given him his reward yet, he felt incomparably angry. After getting a free ride from him, she just ran off. Isn't that enough to make someone angry? Upon hearing that Xiao Fan wasn't actually angry at her, Ziyan immediately started to get pushy. Xiao Fan. Seeing Ziyan suddenly stop, Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Hug. Ziyan stretched out her tender arms, slightly lifting her small head, her eyes full of expectation for Xiao Fan. What could Xiao Fan do? Of course, he had to satisfy her. How could Xiao Fan be angry at Ziyan? Whether she was being mischievous or making mistakes, Xiao Fan would always tolerate her, and Ziyan would always stay by Xiao Fan's side. Supporting Ziyan's little bottom with one hand, he let her press her whole body against him, and Ziyan also timely wrapped her arms around Xiao Fan's neck. Their cheeks were less than a small distance apart. Xiao Fan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Xiao Fan tapped Ziyan on the head in annoyance. Ouch. Who knows what you're thinking all day, this isn't your fault. After I pass the alchemist qualification exam, I can make sugar pill for you. Ziyan pressed her head tightly against Xiao Fan's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of sobbing. Then, Xiao Fan, can you not abandon me? I will listen to Xiao Fan in the future. I can find treasures for Xiao Fan, I can help Xiao Fan fight, and I can. Xiao Fan's footsteps paused, as if he had thought of something. He slapped Ziyan's rounded little bottom. Ow. Xiao Fan, why are you hitting me again? This is punishment for biting people randomly, and you are not allowed to think randomly anymore. I won't abandon you. Xiao Fan added a sentence in his heart. You are the little dragon girl I raised with my own hands, how could I bear to abandon you? She was clearly a little dragon girl, but at this moment, Xian was more like a clingy little kitten, her small head constantly rubbing against Xiao Fan's cheek. It seemed that the just lowered emotions had all vanished with Xiao Fan's vow. Xian lightly sniffed the scent on Xiao Fan. This was the scent that belonged solely to her, the home that made her feel incomparably at peace. Little dragon girl Xian actually fell asleep leaning against Xiao Fan. She seemed truly tired. During the days Xiao Fan was down, she hadn't rested, and her spirit had been tense the whole time. Soon, drool flowed down from the little one's mouth. Xiao Fan, I like you. The mumble in her sleep made Xiao Fan slightly stunned, and his hand hesitated slightly, but soon he showed a doting smile, touched the little dragon girl's small head, and then, I like you too, Xiao Yaner. Chapter 37 Alchemist Guild. Xiao Fan. You still want my... Xian pointed at her mouth with her finger and said to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan immediately covered Xian's mouth and said, this matter is not allowed to be mentioned again, and not in the future either. Ow. Xian pouted her little mouth and thought to herself, obviously Xiao Fan's strength has increased so much, yet he won't let me talk about it. ... Stop, this is the Alchemist Guild, please show your Alchemist qualification certificate. Xiao Fan was already used to the guards starting like this. He shook his head, without saying much more, a streak of flame rose from his hand. Condensing real fire. The guard's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed his attitude and said, my lord, are you here to take the Alchemist qualification examination? Yes, Xiao Fan nodded. Then please come in, my lord. The guard hesitated a bit looking at Xian held in Xiao Fan's arms. She is just my younger sister. Xian's little ears moved imperceptibly, looking at the bite mark she had made, she suddenly wanted to take another bite. Oh, then please go ahead, my lord. Today's alchemist examination is in charge of Great Master Frank. Being a guard of the Alchemist Guild, he naturally had some discernment. After notifying another companion, he respectfully led Xiao Fan into the guild. My lord, ahead is the place to participate in the examination. Xiao Fan didn't stand on ceremony either, handing the other party a tier 2 healing medicinal pill. The guard treated it like a treasure and thanked him repeatedly. In the Alchemist Hall, there was personnel specially responsible for guiding those participating in the Alchemist qualification examination. Seeing Xiao Fan coming over, that person raised his head and asked, name, age, who is your master, please register. Xiao Fan took the paper and pen, and wrote down Xiao Bufan, 18 years old, Elder Huo. Except for the master's name being real, the rest of the information was fabricated by Xiao Fan. That person took the paper, glanced at Xiao Fan again, and asked, 18 years old. Just turned 18. Xiao Fan answered without changing expression. Have you never taken an alchemist examination before? Taken it. That person was obviously stunned, and continued to ask, I see the Alchemist Guild doesn't seem to have registered your information. It was taken in another guild before. Seeing Xiao Fan answer so easily, that person seemed to let down his guard and continued to inquire, then what rank alchemist are you planning to take the examination for this time? Tier 4. Tier 4. What, Tier 4? Even the pen in his hand was dropped in shock. You must know that the most prestigious alchemists in Blackrock City were also the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild, both of whom were Tier 4 alchemists. How could he not be shocked that this seemingly very young little youth in front of him was actually going to take the Tier 4 examination? Are you sure you want to take the Tier 4 alchemist examination? The alchemist examination is no joke. But when he saw the real fire condensed in Xiao Fan's hands, he fell silent. After a good while, he continued to speak, I need to report this matter to the president, please wait a moment. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Fan took Xian and casually found a seat in the hall to sit down. Looking at people coming and going with badges of mostly Tier 1 or Tier 2 alchemist ranks hanging on their chests, Xiao Fan couldn't help sighing, it's just that the alchemist profession is popular, coupled with having more or less backing, otherwise the badge hanging on this chest wouldn't it just be a bunch of plump lambs. Xiao Fan subconsciously looked towards Xian. Sure enough, Xian, sitting on Xiao Fan's lap, was swinging her two short little legs while pressing her mouth with her hand. This fellow's drool had already dripped into a river. Xiao Fan, there are so many treasures here. Xian pointed at one of them and said, this one is worth half of Little Jin. Little Jin, Xiao Fan didn't remember what Xian was referring to for a moment. It's that griffin from Jianan Academy. If old man Su hadn't stopped me, I would have caught it and roasted it to eat long ago. Xian seemed to be sad for not being able to eat Little Jin. Suddenly, Xian pulled Xiao Fan's arm, shaking it back and forth, little stars appearing in her eyes. Xiao Fan, Xiao Fan. Xian pointed at a person who looked a bit sloppy, and whose alchemist guild robe had even become wrinkled. Tier 2 alchemist, Xiao Fan saw the badge on the other party's chest, and couldn't help asking in confusion. Xiao Yaner, what's wrong with that fellow? Xian said in an excited tone, there are good things on this fellow. Good things. Xiao Fan, this fellow has more than one treasure on him. Xiao Fan re-examined the other party's appearance. The appearance did indeed look very sloppy, even the hair and beard were not groomed. He walked hurriedly in the alchemist guild, looking very much like a weirdo, and couldn't see any sign of having treasures at all. But looking at Xian's salivating appearance, Xiao Fan suddenly had bad thoughts too. But soon he withdrew his thoughts again. I, Xiao Fan, will never steal or rob. Xiao Yaner, we will go pilfer later. Xian's cute little nose wrinkled. Xiao Fan knew that Xian at this moment was marking her target. Not long after, a person wearing a Tier 4 alchemist robe, looking a bit old, and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed half-frame glasses slowly walked to Xiao Fan's side. As the little friend Xiao Bufan. President Frank, exactly. Xiao Fan didn't lose his etiquette, and immediately stood up to return the courtesy. Are you sure you want to take the Tier 4 alchemist examination? No matter how Frank looked at the Xiao Fan in front of him, he couldn't see any trace of the other party being able to refine Tier 4 medicinal pills. Xiao Fan handed Frank a medicinal pill and said, President, this is the Tier 3 medicinal pill energy recovery powder I refined. Frank took the energy recovery powder handed by Xiao Fan. Energy recovery powder was only of medium difficulty among tier 3 medicinal pills, but when Frank carefully observed this energy recovery powder, he found something was wrong. From the appearance, the finished pill looked extremely good, and the slightly emitting medicinal fragrance could make people feel comfortable just by smelling a little bit. But what really concerned Frank was pill veins. You must know that even Frank himself would extremely need to rely on luck if he wanted to refine a medicinal pill with pill veins. But Xiao Fan looked so young, Frank was unwilling to believe it no matter what. Little friend, did you really refine this? If President doesn't believe it, why not let me refine it personally once? Xiao Fan knew the other party's concerns. Good, then we will make an exception and let the little friend take the Tier 4 alchemist examination. But Frank still held a skeptical attitude to some extent, so when the two headed to the alchemy examination grounds, Frank pursued a question, I wonder what rank alchemist little friend's master, Elder Huo, is. Tier 5. Frank still had no bottom in his heart. Logically speaking, being able to teach such a young junior, he shouldn't just be a Tier 5 alchemist. When Xiao Fan had already followed Frank to a place overflowing with thick medicinal fragrance, Xiao Fan remembered a question and spoke to Frank. Cough cough, President, my medicine cauldron was destroyed by me, I wonder if I can borrow the guild's medicine cauldron. You don't even have a medicine cauldron. Frank couldn't believe that as a person who wanted to take the Tier 4 alchemist examination, he actually didn't even prepare a medicine cauldron. Kid, if you deliberately made a fool out of this old man, today you won't be able to step out of this main door. Chapter 38 Tier 4 Alchemist. Frank's body suddenly burst with an aura, and a Douling's pressure swept over, but before Xiao Fan could explain, Yan took a step ahead and arrived by Xiao Fan's side, releasing an aura of her own that swept outward. However, Frank's pressure was clearly vulnerable before Yan. You dare touch my people. Yan looked angrily at Frank, who was sent flying backward. Bang. Frank fell straight backward, crashing into the stairs behind him, leaving him somewhat dazed. That aura just now. Why does it feel like I was hit by a small mountain? Only then did he notice the little girl beside Xiao Fan, and that aura from the other moment had indeed come from that harmless-looking, extremely sweet little lily. This little girl couldn't be a Douwang, right? To flip him onto the ground with just an aura alone, only a Douwang would have such an ability. As for a Douhuang, Frank didn't even dare to imagine it. After all, Yan really looked like such a tiny little thing. Frank struggled to stand up, his legs still trembling slightly. Even as a veteran Tier 4 alchemist, he wouldn't dare offend a Douwang expert, let alone such a young Douwang whose backing force he didn't even dare to fathom. If he had previously doubted Xiao Fan's alchemy strength, Frank probably believed it by now. Little friend, since that's the case, cough cough. As he began to speak, a wave of chest tightness washed over him, and Frank involuntarily coughed a few times. Feeling that speaking was somewhat difficult, Frank directly retrieved a medicine cauldron with 5 fire vents from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan didn't waste any words either, taking the medicine cauldron and preparing to begin alchemy. I wonder what kind of Tier 4 medicinal pill the president wants to see. Frank looked at Xiao Fan strangely. At a time like this, shouldn't he be the one to select a Tier 4 pill formula for Xiao Fan? How did it turn into specifying the creation of a Tier 4 medicinal pill? The medicinal materials for Tier 4 medicinal pills currently in the Alchemist Guild should be enough to refine 2 portions of Beast Power pills. After consuming a Beast Power pill, it could allow a person to possess physical strength and toughness comparable to a demonic beast for a short period of time, ranking in the middle tier among Tier 4 medicinal pills. A Beast Power pill. Xiao Fan first recalled the pill formula for this medicinal pill, then nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble the president. Little friend, you don't need to take a look at the pill formula. Frank couldn't believe that an alchemist would actually refuse the opportunity to look at a pill formula. Unless he has already understood this pill formula long ago. Frank glanced at Yan once more, already starting to guess in his heart, I wonder which force cultivated such a prodigy. A medicine cauldron with 5 fire vents placed even greater importance and difficulty on an alchemist's chi input and mastery of soul power. However, to Xiao Fan, it was merely a byproduct of refining sugar pills. That's right, for Xiao Fan, refining sugar pills was much more important. Xiao Fan's palm flipped, and a purple gold flame appeared accordingly. Alchemists were extremely sensitive to flames, and Frank recognized at a glance that the flame before him was extraordinary. Is it a beast fire? But it doesn't quite look like it. As a fellow Tier 4 alchemist, he was extremely curious about how Xiao Fan intended to handle the medicinal pill without looking at the pill formula, and couldn't help but remind him, little friend, there are only 2 portions of medicinal materials here, you must be very careful. Before Frank could even finish speaking, Xiao Fan directly wrapped both portions of medicinal materials with soul power and tossed them into the medicine cauldron. What? This is simply, utter, nonsense. Frank's voice grew softer and softer, until the last 2 words were inaudible. Because he noticed that a certain angry, purple-haired little lily had already begun clenching her fists. Yet Frank still felt that Xiao Fan's action was sheer nonsense. Refining multiple portions of medicinal materials simultaneously while also refining 2 medicinal pills at the same time, this was no longer a matter of multitasking. The demands on chi output, temperature control, and the changes required during the fusion of different medicinal materials were astronomical. Refining medicinal materials one by one is already my limit. This kid isn't doing alchemy at all, he's clearly wasting medicinal materials. Frank was already prepared for the cauldron to explode. But after a long time, not only did the explosion Frank imagined fail to happen, but on the contrary, the medicinal materials within the pill furnace had actually all been refined, the medicinal fragrance had begun to permeate, and Xiao Fan was already preparing to carry out the pill condensation operation. Only then did Frank finally discover that Xiao Fan's alchemy technique was controlled with incomparable precision, and it was far beyond any method he could grasp. At that moment, he realized how ignorant he had been. Alchemists were always arrogant, the only things that could make an alchemist submit were higher-tier alchemy techniques and pill formulas. Gradually, Xiao Fan's technique began to fascinate him, and his whole person leaned close to the pill furnace, unwilling to miss a single step. Condense. The flames on Xiao Fan's palms fused the two portions of medicinal materials separately like a vortex. Under the wrapping of soul power, the medicinal materials underwent marvelous changes, and perfectly round medicinal pills began to form. With a muffled grunt, 2 Tier 4 medicinal pills already appeared in Xiao Fan's hands, while at the same time, Frank's jaw was about to drop to the floor. 2 pills from a single furnace, and both were perfect medicinal pills with pill patterns. He looked at the beast power pills in that hand in disbelief. This. Hey, old man, have we passed yet? Yan impatiently interrupted Frank's voice and said. Of course. If even my little friend couldn't pass, then this old man's status as a Tier 4 alchemist has all been for nothing. As he spoke, he ordered someone to fetch the Tier 4 alchemist robes. Little friend, I have a request. I wonder if I could ask for my little friend's help. Of course, it's not a free favor. I am willing to sponsor all the medicinal materials my little friend needs for alchemy, and even if my little friend wants to be the vice president of this Blackrock City Alchemist Guild, it's no problem. Frank rubbed his hands together, his face no longer possessing the unruliness he had when they first met, and his tone was filled with flattery and respect. Being able to acquire various medicinal materials for free, Xiao Fan had no reason to refuse, so he asked, I wonder what President Frank wants me to do. It's just hoping that my little friend can represent Blackrock City to participate in the Alchemist Convention held in Jama Imperial City a year from now. Frank believed Xiao Fan wouldn't refuse this request, as Xiao Fan was essentially getting sponsorship from an Alchemist Guild for free. The Alchemist Convention. Xiao Fan also remembered at this moment that it seemed Jama Imperial City held an Alchemist Convention every 8 years. If one achieved a good ranking, they could be invited by various major forces and nurtured with all their might. It was both a test of alchemy skill and a great opportunity to make a name for oneself. Xiao Fan had no reason to refuse. Sure, but I wonder if President Frank can give me another Tier 2 alchemist robe. Frank was stunned. To think there would be an alchemist so low profile. A Tier 4 alchemist robe, even if worn outside to take a walk, would cause countless people to rush over and try to forge connections. But soon he also understood Xiao Fan's concerns and nodded, saying, all right, little friend can rest assured, I definitely won't spread the word about my little friend being a Tier 4 alchemist. Sorry to trouble the president. Chapter 39, Snow Charm. At the entrance, there was a tall, slender figure. Her eyes were as clear as the icy spring water on a snowy mountain, and her delicate face, slender eyebrows, and graceful figure were clad in a tight-fitting silver dress. The silver attire complemented her warm, jade-like skin, giving the girl an undeniable, special metallic coolness. What was most surprising was that this silver-robed girl possessed long, waist-length silver hair. Teacher. Though still a mere girl, she exuded an air of aloofness. Seeing the newcomer, Frank also looked up and greeted her warmly. Snow Charm, come here quickly. Snow Charm nodded and walked with long strides to Frank's side. Frank then introduced her to Xiao Fan. Little friend Xiao, this is my disciple, Snow Charm. She's just started learning alchemy, so she might be a good match for you. Snow Charm, little friend Xiao Bufan has just successfully. Frank paused, turned to look at Xiao Fan, and only continued at Xiao Fan's nod, completed the Tier 2 alchemist assessment. You must learn well, okay. Snow Charm's cool demeanor suddenly changed, and she looked at her teacher with an expression of disbelief, her previous aloofness instantly vanishing. She looked up at Xiao Fan, but after just a glance, she averted her gaze. This guy, he actually looks a bit handsome. As she thought this, a blush crept onto her face. Xiao Fan felt a chill down his spine, followed by a surge of killing intent. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Yan, her knuckles white from clenching her fists, glaring intently at Frank. Frank, seemingly oblivious, continued to speak to himself. Little friend must be new to Blackrock City. There must be many things you don't understand. Why don't you let Snow Charm show you around? Cough. Xiao Fan interrupted Frank, first shielding Yan behind him so the little one's gaze couldn't reach Frank, otherwise he feared Frank would be sent flying again. Thank you for the guild master's kindness, but I'll pass. Okay, teacher. Snow Charm's reply was faster than Xiao Fan's. Frank, seeing the look in his disciple's eyes, instantly felt that there was a chance, but Xiao Fan was now in a predicament. If he hadn't used all his strength to restrain the head of a furious lily behind him, there would probably be blood today. Without a sugar pill to suppress Yan, she was extremely dangerous at this moment. Helpless, Xiao Fan picked up Yan, held her in his arms, and gently patted her back. Xiao Yanner, be good. I'll make you a sugar pill in a bit. Seeing Xiao Fan and Yan so affectionate, Snow Charm asked curiously, teacher, who was that? Frank was momentarily stumped. The guards hadn't told him about this, so he didn't know how to introduce her. Oh, she's my younger sis. Wifey. Shocked by the voice, everyone looked at Yan, and then Snow Charm and Frank simultaneously looked at Xiao Fan, seemingly questioning even such a small one. Xiao Fan quickly covered Yan's unrestrained little mouth and hastily explained, she's my younger sister. She's usually naughty and clingy. Don't overthink it. No, I'm not. Yan's mouth was firmly covered by Xiao Fan, so she could only make muffled sounds. Ow. Yan took advantage of Xiao Fan's momentary lapse in defense and bit his palm. Xiao Fan immediately let go, wincing in pain, hiss. And that row of teeth marks was clearly identical to the marks on Xiao Fan's shoulder. Yan remained relentless, puffing out her chest and shouting in a voice loud enough for the entire hall to hear, I'm his child bride, and I'll be his wife in the future. Everyone in the hall turned their gaze, some surprised, some disgusted, some envious. It's over. Xiao Fan felt the numerous stares, he just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. The fact that he was a lolicon was now public knowledge. Xiao Fan picked up Yan and quickly fled the Alchemist Guild. Guild Master Frank, I'll come see you next time. Xiao Fan also took the alchemist's robe with him. Xiao Yanner, I'm going to give you a good talking to when we get back. But it's true. Xiao Fan, are you going to abandon me? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I abandon you? Xiao Fan couldn't understand Yan's train of thought. Then if I don't marry you, how can you always be with me? Yan was held in the air by Xiao Fan, her forelimbs flailing, as if to express her dissatisfaction and determination. Who taught you all this? Xiao Fan didn't understand how Yan had become like this. It seemed that after the cave incident, Yan had changed a lot. HMPH, don't think I'm stupid. Sister Yan said that when you, Xiao Fan, grow up, you can be eaten. Eaten, Xiao Fan inwardly complained about the choice of words. But he also understood the reason for Yan's change. Yan. That foolish woman actually led my little dragon girl astray. By the heavens, he, Xiao Bufan, swore that he absolutely had no intention of treating Yan as a child bride. Xiao Yaner, you are not allowed to associate with Yan in the future, and you must not believe anything that foolish woman says. Why? Yan still pouted, looking at Xiao Fan with displeasure. Because that sect master's brain has issues. You wouldn't want to become as foolish as her, would you? Yan fell silent, and Xiao Fan thought she had understood. But Yan was thinking, he still treats me like a child. When Xiao Fan gets a little older, I'll show him how formidable I, Yan, can be. Yan couldn't help but recall the special aphrodisiac she had hidden earlier. Although she didn't know why taking it would make her grow up for a short time, if Xiao Fan could see her grown-up appearance, he would definitely be unable to take his eyes off her. At that time, Xiao Fan will be all mine, Yan's. However, Yan clearly overlooked one thing. When Xiao Fan grew up, his strength would definitely be greater than Yan's. At that time, it would be uncertain who would be riding whom. Time flew by, and Xiao Fan had no intention of staying in Black Rock City for too long. He planned to leave for the Tiger Desert in a few days. However, Snow Charm would always visit Xiao Fan these past few days. Xiao Bufan, do you have time today? Snow Charm stood outside Xiao Fan's room, eagerly awaiting his answer. Xiao Fan didn't understand why this girl kept coming to him with all sorts of excuses these past few days, even staying in his room to engage in awkward conversations. The key was that the excuses were sometimes very clumsy. For example, when Xiao Fan was refining medicine, Snow Charm would ask, Xiao Bufan, what do you do for a living? This angered a certain purple-haired lily who was jealous, possessive, and protective of her food. If Snow Charm hadn't always brought various medicinal ingredients, Yan would have probably flipped out. Xiao Fan thought that freeloading off the Alchemist Guild for the past few days didn't seem right. Although there were mutual benefits, Xiao Fan still felt uneasy, having taken a bit too much advantage. Considering that Snow Charm was Frank's disciple, guiding her a bit in alchemy should be a way to compensate. Chapter 40, Kisses. Snow Charm, I'll be leaving in a few days. Leaving? Where to? Snow Charm asked Xiao Fan in confusion. Despite her initially aloof and cold persona, panic was now completely evident on her face. To the Tiger Desert, there's something I need there. Xiao Fan didn't hide it, nor was there any need to. Others wouldn't think much of it even if they knew. Snow Charm lowered her head and softly replied, oh. Snow Charm seemed to be turning cold again. Snow Charm, how about I teach you alchemy for a few days? Through pestering her teacher, Snow Charm had already found out about Xiao Fan's true alchemy level, which was even a bit more formidable than her own teacher's. Being guided by him would naturally be beneficial without any harm. It was practically like striking a massive windfall. Snow Charm was a bit nervous, but I just recently had a breakthrough as a Do practitioner, and I haven't read much about alchemy. It doesn't matter, alchemists aren't pushed out by books. Then what are they? Money, Xiao Fan answered firmly. Seeing that Snow Charm was still puzzled, Xiao Fan continued to explain, alchemists collect medicinal herbs, and refining medicinal pills inevitably incurs huge expenses. Thinking alone is useless if you want to improve your alchemy skills, you can only gain something after refining them with your own hands. Even if you blow up the cauldron, that is still a valuable harvest. Snow Charm nodded, as if she really took those words to heart. Not caring how much Snow Charm could absorb, Xiao Fan continued, as everyone knows, alchemy techniques are extremely important to an alchemist, but precisely because of this, many people fall into a bizarre cycle. They blindly pursue more advanced alchemy methods while ignoring the growth of their own strength. Actually, you can't entirely blame your teacher for failing to break through to a Tier 5 alchemist for so long. His soul power has already touched the threshold of a Tier 5 alchemist, but his current strength is only that of a Doling, making it exceptionally difficult to refine Tier 5 medicinal pills. It can be said that not just your teacher, but the entire Gamma Empire has this phenomenon. Alchemy is inherently inseparable from cultivation and soul power. Ignoring the enhancement of Doqi in pursuit of the ultimate alchemy is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse. Snow Charm listened carefully to Xiao Fan's insights on alchemy, deep in her own thoughts. Since you're already here, I'll take you to try the preparations before alchemy first. Preparations before alchemy. Snow Charm's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Fan curiously, hoping to know what these preparations entailed. Xiao Fan, are you done yet, Tilda? Xiao Fan. That's right, Xiao Fan planned to teach Snow Charm some alchemy skills and methods by refining sugar pills. It definitely wasn't because he saw that the sugar pills in a certain little dragon girl's hands were almost finished. This, Xiao Bufan, is this really useful? Of course, Xiao Fan answered affirmatively. Don't underestimate the refining of sugar pills. To make sugar pills big, round, and delicious cannot be accomplished simply by extracting medicinal herbs. As he spoke, Xiao Fan took out a few medicinal herbs. Enveloped by flames, all the herbs were scorched into liquids. At the same time, Xiao Fan manipulated various seasonings and added them in. Snow Charm seemed to have figured out some trick to it, and asked uncertainly, Xiao Bufan, is alchemy just like refining sugar pills, requiring multitasking, controlling the flame temperature, and the amount of various seasonings added being essentially the output of Doqi? Xiao Fan was startled inwardly. There were actually so many tricks to his own refining of sugar pills. In fact, he mainly wanted to let Snow Charm experience the alchemy process, which was better than hugging books and reading them every day. But his dignity as an alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill could not be lost. He praised her, Snow Charm, you're so smart. Snow Charm's face flushed red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Fan as she said, where is that? It's all thanks to your good teaching, Xiao Bufan. After his demonstration, Xiao Fan intended to let Snow Charm try as well, so Snow Charm sat right next to the medicine cauldron, and he taught her hand in hand. Clearly it was just the flame temperature of a Do practitioner, but Xiao Fan always felt that the temperature in the room was slowly rising unconsciously. Looking at Snow Charm, who was trying to control the flames using the fire port, Xiao Fan was momentarily in a trance. Gazing at that cascade of silver hair, a figure slowly emerged in his mind. That was the day he prepared the netherworld poison flame as a gift for Xiao Yixian, teaching her alchemy just like this. At this moment, Xiao Fan's heart trembled involuntarily. Watching the sugar pill slowly condensing and forming, Snow Charm was immensely secretly pleased. But right at the final moment, with a bang, the sugar pill exploded right inside the medicine cauldron. Xiao Fan immediately comforted her, it's fine. The fire was too big during the final condensation and shaping. Let's try again. Snow Charm suddenly felt that Xiao Fan had become so gentle. A warmth she had never felt before warmed the bottom of her heart. Snow Charm put the medicinal herbs back into the medicine cauldron. The dough chi input can be a bit larger. Pay attention that the dosage of seasonings shouldn't be too large. When condensing the pill, you must use flames to completely wrap the sugar pill so that it heats evenly. This time, under Xiao Fan's guidance, Snow Charm successfully refined a sugar pill. Although the surface was a bit bumpy, it was a success overall. As for the taste, it still had to be left to the professionals. Xiao Yaner, sugar pills are here tilde. Xiao Fan tossed the sugar pill into the air, and Ziyan also just leapt up and took a bite out of it. MMPH. Ziyan savored the taste of the sugar pill in her mouth. Gulp, the sugar pill went down her stomach. It's alright, Ziyan gave a mediocre evaluation. Snow Charm was very happy. Although it wasn't a medicinal pill, it was the first sugar pill she had successfully refined herself. Happily, Snow Charm hugged Xiao Fan. Pop. The situation became a bit awkward. Xiao Fan had just been kissed like that by Snow Charm. A certain purple-haired lily instantly felt that the sugar pill from moments ago wasn't fragrant anymore, and her twin ponytails unconsciously flew up. She looked like she was about to show life chi, but Snow Charm still seemed immersed in the joy of having just refined the sugar pill, continuing to tightly hug Xiao Fan. But such behavior was undoubtedly a further provocation to Ziyan. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Xiao Fan immediately bolted out of Snow Charm's embrace, took Ziyan's little hand, and quickly drowned Ziyan in a dozen or so bottles of sugar pills. The killing intent from a moment ago also vanished without a trace, and Xiao Fan only then breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Snow Charm snap back to her senses, realizing what she had just done. Her earlobes instantly flushed red, and her little hands awkwardly rubbed back and forth. I actually kissed Xiao Bufan. I. Her originally standing body suddenly felt her legs go soft, and her whole person tumbled straight down. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was quick-witted and fast-handed, catching Snow Charm just as she was about to faint. What's wrong with this lass again? Helpless, Xiao Fan could only carry the fainted Snow Charm to the bed. Turning his head, he saw Ziyan baring her teeth and brandishing her claws, her two little hands continuously waving at the air, as if doing so could tear the woman who had usurped her doghouse into 10,000 pieces. Seeing Xiao Fan turn back, Ziyan's beautiful eyes suddenly suffused with a mist of tears. Woo. Xiao Fan, I want kisses too. Quote. Xiao Fan lowered his body and stroked Ziyan's small head, affectionately petting her soft purple hair with a doting expression on his face, and said softly. Xiao Yaner, shall I make you a sugar pill? No. Ziyan rarely resisted the temptation of the sugar pill, reaching out with her tender, white little hand to continuously smooth out the spot where Xiao Fan had just been kissed by Snow Charm, as if doing so could make her feel a bit better. In her heart, she felt even more dissatisfied and thought, Snow Charm has neither strength nor background, how dare she kiss my Xiao Fan? Tears were already swirling in her eye sockets, clearly, she had arrived first. It seemed that ever since that accident in the cave, Ziyan had regarded Xiao Fan as exceptionally important, even viewing him as her own treasure. And the consequence for coveting her treasure was a beating. Watching the little dragon girl who was about to fly into a rage, Xiao Fan extended his arms and took Ziyan into his embrace, tucking the slightly messy strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear, and planted a kiss right on her fair and soft forehead. The softness vanished in a flash. The little dragon girl, who was just full of life chi, widened her eyes the next moment, her tears disappearing as she felt her forehead cooled by the gentle breeze, replaced by a sense of satisfaction in Ziyan's heart. Xiao Yaner, do not display life chi anymore, how about taking this as compensation? Xiao Fan pinched the dazed Ziyan's cheek, it was soft and squishy, like a little dumpling. Ziyan lowered her head, but her body tightly hugged Xiao Fan, and the little dragon girl resumed her usual clingy state. Xiao Bufan, are you leaving? Snow Charm came to Xiao Fan's residence as she did every day, pushed open the door with familiar ease, and sat down beside Xiao Fan, who was practicing alchemy. After today passes, I plan to leave. While responding to Snow Charm's words, Xiao Fan refined sugar pills with his left hand and medicinal pills with his right. Snow Charm pursed her lips, wanting to say something. Her inner heart was extremely conflicted. Spending these days together had caused her favorable impression of Xiao Fan to increase rapidly, slowly transforming from original admiration and respect into another kind of emotion. But hearing that Xiao Fan was going to leave, she felt somewhat at a loss. She desperately wanted to say to Xiao Fan, Xiao Bufan, can I go with you? However, with the words at the tip of her tongue, she dared not continue speaking, and could only watch the raging flames inside the medicine cauldron continuously roasting one medicinal herb after another. The flames within the medicine cauldron gradually extinguished, yet Snow Charm's unspoken heart was still throbbing turbulently. After a long while, Xiao Fan handed a finished sugar pill to Ziyan, and then took out a small booklet from his storage ring to hand to Snow Charm. Snow Charm, although we haven't spent much time together, you indeed possess some talent in alchemy. These are some alchemy notes I summarized, take them as a token of gratitude for your care over these past few days. Xiao Fan handed the notes to Snow Charm. Snow Charm looked incredulously at the notebook filled with various alchemy insights. For Snow Charm, this was already a priceless treasure, let alone being a gift from Xiao Fan, which made her ready to burst feelings even more uncontrollable. Deep in emotion, Snow Charm tilted her head slightly forward, but this time she was held off by Xiao Fan. The first time might have been because he was caught off guard, but this time Xiao Fan would not let this girl Snow Charm succeed again. Held back by her head, Snow Charm felt somewhat annoyed and thought, I must become stronger, only then will I be worthy of Xiao Bufan. Snow Charm, although these alchemy insights only cover those of a 5th rank alchemist, I believe that with your intelligence and wit, you will definitely achieve a breakthrough to become a 6th rank alchemist. As for the Dao path further ahead, it cannot be traversed by relying solely on experience, you must have your own comprehension and walk out your own alchemist Dao path. Snow Charm's care for Xian and himself over these past few days was beyond words, and Xiao Fan did not mind charting out a future alchemist Dao path for her. Having a good alchemist as a teacher could allow one to avoid many detours ahead, but wanting to break through to a higher realm required more than just a teacher. One also had to research their own alchemy techniques, and only then would it be possible to go higher and further. Xiao Fan believed that with Snow Charm's intelligence and wit, in the future she could at the very least reach a 6th rank alchemist, but wanting to break through to the 7th rank, or even higher, would require considerable opportunity to be possible. Although it was only a short span of several days, Xiao Fan still regarded her as his own disciple for cultivation, imparting everything he had to her, and that notebook of alchemist insights was naturally produced by Xiao Fan overnight. Thank you, Xiao Bufan. Snow Charm bowed deeply toward Xiao Fan, the fabric at her chest sliding down slightly and revealing a glimpse of scenery. This utterance of Xiao Bufan sounded somewhat abrupt to Xiao Fan. This little girl still did not know that Xiao Bufan was merely his alias, but thinking that after this parting they might never have the chance to meet again in the future, Xiao Fan did not plan to tell her about this matter. Bidding farewell to Snow Charm, before leaving, the girl Snow Charm was still somewhat flustered and tripped over the threshold. Fortunately, Xiao Fan supported her in time, otherwise she would have fallen flat on her face. Xiao Fan also began to pack his luggage. First, he grabbed a certain little dragon girl who had just eaten her fill and was fast asleep. Yan merely lifted her eyelids and then sprawled onto Xiao Fan's back, finding a comfortable spot to continue lying down. Xiao Yaner. What is it tilde Xiao Fan tilde? Yan squinted her eyes, burying her head at Xiao Fan's shoulder, and responded to Xiao Fan with a lazy expression. Didn't you say last time there was a big client? We are leaving soon, let's go pull off a job. Xiao Fan also recalled the big fat sheep previously mentioned by Yan. Since they were leaving right away, it wouldn't make sense not to fleece them for a tidy sum. Yan swaged up onto Xiao Fan's shoulder and said with great vigor, hurry up, Xiao Fan. Yan sat very restlessly on Xiao Fan's shoulder, swinging her fair and tender legs back and forth, completely opposite to her lazy appearance just moments ago. What could Xiao Fan do? He could only grab Yan's disobedient legs for fear that she might accidentally fall off, yet his tone carried gentleness as he said, Xiao Yaner, be careful. Guided by Yan's sensitive little nose, Xiao Fan and Yan arrived at a secluded residential house. Xiao Fan felt somewhat familiar with it, as if he had been here before. Xiao Fan, this is the place. Yan excitedly pulled on Xiao Fan's hair. The chi of various treasures here made Yan extremely excited. Xiao Fan, how about? No. We are merely stealing, how can we commit murder and loot goods? Xiao Fan rejected Yan's proposal without even thinking. What is this? I clearly haven't said anything yet. Yan pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction. Don't I know you? What we are doing isn't righteous, we will just take the treasures and leave. Fine tilde. Yan was only talking superficially, but if Xiao Fan really allowed her to do so, Yan would definitely empty out all the treasures without hesitation. The two put on masked black gauze veils. At this time, the owner of the house, Gut, was still stroking his treasures one by one with an infatuated look in his eyes, evidently unaware that two masked fellows with ill intentions had come to his side. Chapter 42 Gut's Treasure Trove. Xiao Fan and Yan cautiously entered the house, looking at the messy room, the haphazardly placed tables and chairs, various tissues spread all over the floor, and strange liquids scattered around the room. Is this really a place where humans live? This is dirtier than the doghouse Xiao Yaner slept in. Xiao Fan truly could not accept this messy room and even wanted to tidy it up himself. Yan was unhappy and said to Xiao Fan, clearly, Xiao Fan, you said that the bed I slept on was fragrant. Ouch, Xiao Fan, why are you hitting me again? Keep your voice down, that guy is an alchemist, aren't you afraid of being discovered? Xiao Fan was naturally not afraid, but it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Coming into the house, Xiao Fan immediately locked onto Gut's location. Xiao Fan gestured to Yan, using two fingers to represent little people, we'll move stealthily and leave right after taking the things. Yan nodded, indicating that she understood Xiao Fan's instructions. Thus, Yan swooped behind Gut in a flash. Even Xiao Fan didn't have time to react, only hearing a sound of, ah, and Gut collapsed to the ground. Xiao Fan hurriedly checked Gut's condition, phew, fortunately he just passed out. Xiao Yaner, didn't I tell you to move stealthily? Yan blinked her round eyes and asked in puzzlement, Xiao Fan, didn't you ask me to knock that guy out and then empty out his treasures? Quote. Xiao Fan looked speechlessly at Yan. However, since the matter had already happened, he had no reason to turn back. Xiao Yaner. Here. Action. Yan swiftly searched for various treasures. Xiao Fan wasn't in a rush, having just looked at Gut's condition, being unconscious for a few hours wouldn't be a problem. Watching his treasure hunting hound search out various treasures for him, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel surprised, nailing, Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Good grief, this is truly a proper fat sheep. Xiao Fan also began to look around the room. Besides various treasures, a dust-covered medicine cauldron was placed in the corner. Compared to other places, this medicine cauldron had clearly not been used for a long time. Xiao Fan walked over to the side of the medicine cauldron and couldn't help sighing. As an alchemist, collecting various treasures without using them for alchemy and only focusing on collecting them is undoubtedly a waste of heavenly treasures. But a notebook beside the medicine cauldron still attracted Xiao Fan's attention. It's actually an alchemist's insights. Xiao Fan curiously opened the notebook. It densely recorded various gains during alchemy and the processes required for alchemy. Good, the name seems a bit familiar. Xiao Fan recalled some of his encounters back in the Jama Empire. Isn't this Ji Yuhi's younger brother? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan also figured out the reason for Goot's decadence. It wasn't that Goot didn't like alchemy, nor was it that he loved collecting treasures so much, it was simply that he was suppressed by the halo of his older brother Ji Yuhi's achievements, unable to surpass his older brother no matter how he practiced alchemy. For an alchemist with backbone, no one would want to be just a foil for someone else. That was why Goot took unorthodox paths, relying on collecting various heaven and earth treasures to increase his reputation, and even more to numb himself. Xiao Fan glanced at Goot again. I'm afraid when this fellow wakes up and sees that all his treasures are gone, he won't be able to take it. Xiao Yaner, let's go. Coming, Xiao Fan. Ziyan skipped over behind Xiao Fan, skillfully jumped onto Xiao Fan's back, and was still chewing on some medicinal herbs she had found from somewhere just moments ago. As if the two had never been to this room, they quietly left Goot's residence. After walking for a long time, Xiao Fan took off his mask and changed into the robes of a Tier 2 alchemist. At this moment, he intended to take a demonic beast flight to the next destination, Mo City. Seeing the arrival of a Tier 2 alchemist, the staff of the demonic beast flight were obviously very enthusiastic. My lord, are you looking to take a demonic beast flight? That's right, heading to Mo City. Alright, this way please, my lord. We have a private compartment specially prepared for you. Then sorry for the trouble. You're welcome, my lord, this is what I should do. Until boarding the demonic beast flight, Xiao Fan couldn't help sighing. The profession of an alchemist is indeed very popular on the Fighting Chi continent. Meanwhile, at Xiao Fan's residence in Blackrock City, a hurriedly running young lady looked desolately at the completely cleared out room. Teacher, Xiao Bufan seems to have already left. The incoming people were none other than Snowcharm and President Frank. The president looked at his slightly saddened disciple and spoke. Snowcharm, Xiao Bufan should have just left. Presumably, he went by a demonic beast flight. Don't wait until you miss out on things to regret them, Snowcharm. Snowcharm tightly clutched an item in her hand. After just a brief moment, Snowcharm made up her mind and said to Frank, Teacher, I understand. Having said that, Snowcharm ran out, heading in the direction of the demonic beast flights. Fortunately, just before the demonic beast flight was about to set off, Snowcharm arrived panting beneath the giant griffin and shouted loudly upwards, Xiao Bufan. But after shouting a few times, there was still no response from Xiao Bufan. A trace of grievance and sadness instantly welled up in Snowcharm's heart, and she clutched the object in her hand even tighter. Tears even began to drip down patter by patter. Did I miss out after all? Snowcharm. A head poked out from the griffin's compartment, and it was none other than Xiao Fan. At first, when he heard the name Xiao Bufan, he hadn't reacted right away. Hearing Xiao Fan's voice, Snowcharm immediately raised her face, which had been swollen from crying. Xiao Bufan. The griffin had already taken flight, and the huge roaring wind made it somewhat difficult for Xiao Fan to clearly hear Snowcharm's voice. He could only see the movement of Snowcharm's lips. Xiao Bufan, wishing you safety. Snowcharm used all her strength to throw the item in her hand toward the griffin, carving an arc in the air. The little girl's strength was still too small. Even with all her might, she still couldn't pass it to Xiao Fan. This was the young girl's ignorant love. Before it even began, it had already ended, exchanging all her exhausted strength ultimately for nothing. As expected, still couldn't. Snowcharm looked sadly at the object in the air falling straight down. However, how could Xiao Fan let someone be saddened for him again? Purple wings suddenly appeared behind him, and with a light leap, he caught the thing that had just been thrown out. Xiao Fan couldn't help sighing. As expected, these wings are still most suitable for flirting with girls. Opening his palm, it was precisely a safety talisman. The handwriting on it was somewhat crooked, but Xiao Fan still recognized Snowcharm's handwriting. Snowcharm, thank you. Xiao Fan responded loudly to the young girl. Even as foolish as Xiao Fan was, he understood the young girl's feelings. Snowcharm nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to Xiao Fan. Remember to come back. Snowcharm looked at those purple wings with a glimmer in her eyes, her heart filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the unconscious Goot leisurely woke up. Looking at the completely empty room, at this moment he was incomparably dazed. But a note was left in front of him. I am very sorry for taking your things. As compensation, I added a little something to your alchemy insights. You're welcome. HMPH, you stole my things. Do I still have to thank you? Goot angrily opened his book of alchemist insights, but the next second he was immersed in the unique insights within it. Chapter 43 Old Friends in Mo City. On the flying demonic beast. Xiao Yaner, help me watch the door and don't let anyone in. Xiao Fan took out the Tier 3 Ice-type demonic beast core, Blood Lotus Essence, and Ice Spirit Flame Grass given by the Alchemist Guild, preparing to refine the Tier 5 medicinal pill, the Blood Lotus Pill. With my current Do Chi, refining this Tier 5 medicinal pill is still somewhat difficult. Xiao Fan was only a Do Master right now. Even though his Do Chi storage capacity was larger than an average person's, wanting to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill inevitably required the assistance of medicinal pills like Chi recovery pills. With Ziyan acting as his protector, Xiao Fan did not need to worry about anyone launching a sneak attack while his Do Chi was exhausted. However, Xiao Fan's concerns were clearly a bit redundant. The use of that flying Do technique just now had already deterred quite a few people. After getting off the flying demonic beast, Ziyan stretched out her hands and stretched lazily. Although it was a private compartment, after all, it was constantly bumping around in the air, and Ziyan was somewhat uncomfortable sleeping in it. Let's go, I'll take you to find an old friend. Xiao Fan naturally picked up Ziyan. After the little fellow found a comfortable position, Xiao Fan supported Ziyan's small bottom with both hands, letting the other party start snoring slightly on his back. Walking into the ancient map shop, the familiar person was wearing a gold wire monocle, stroke by stroke carving out a map. Seeing that a guest had come, the old man did not even raise his head, still tending to the work at hand. Xiao Fan strolled casually through the ancient map shop. Of course, he wasn't just idling out of boredom, but rather looking for the other fragment of the purification lotus demon flame, except that after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the other half of the ancient map. Could it be that old man Hai hasn't found it yet by now? Xiao Fan unconsciously used his soul power to perceive the current strength of Hai Bodong. Do Huang. Only then did Xiao Fan discover that Hai Bodong's strength did not seem to have regressed. Hai Bodong obviously also discovered Xiao Fan's probing, and raised that solemn and weather-beaten face. But soon that majesty ceased to exist, and with eyes filled with hot tears, he said, "Wu, you little fellow are finally here." Disregarding his image, Hai Bodong came to Xiao Fan's side, quite giving off the feeling of a long-awaited reunion. This made Xiao Fan very strange. In this lifetime, he clearly shouldn't have seen Hai Bodong yet. Of course, Hai Bodong had never seen Xiao Fan, nor did he know Xiao Fan at all, but who asked Medusa to put so much pressure on him, making him wait in Mo City for the appearance of a youth. Although the description was very vague, the moment he saw Xiao Fan, he was certain that Xiao Fan was definitely the person Medusa was looking for. "Wu, little fellow, do you know that in all my years as a mercenary and experiencing so many life or death struggles in this lifetime, none of them brought me as much pressure as that crazy woman Medusa. Wu, this old man waited for you so bitterly. If you don't come again, that woman Medusa." Gulp. Hai Bodong suddenly swallowed subconsciously, because he sensed a killing intent. If he continued to speak ill of Medusa, he was afraid his little life would be hard to preserve. Xiao Fan was stunned. Where had that old man Hai who used to be obsessed with peak matches gone? Why was he so humble? Just like a dog. Of course, Xiao Fan could not possibly say these words aloud, he only asked with puzzlement. "You know me. I don't know you." Quote. After a long silence, Xiao Fan continued, "Then why are you so excited when you see me? Wu, how can this old man not be excited? You simply don't know what I've been through. I'm just like a dog. A dog on Medusa's leash. That ruthless, vicious." Ow. Hai Bodong suddenly let out a painful wail, curled up his body and knelt on the ground, looking extremely miserable. "I, Hai Bodong, do not belong to anyone in my life. Don't you even think." Aowu. Hai Bodong completely lost the majesty of a Do Huang, rolling around on the ground. Xiao Fan put down Ziyan on his back and hurriedly checked Hai Bodong's condition. "Old Hai, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Fan's pupils suddenly dilated. Seeing the mark on Hai Bodong's shoulder, he couldn't help exclaiming, "Snake curse seal." This curse seal also reminded Xiao Fan of not so good memories, and he suddenly felt his shoulder throbbing faintly as well. But precisely because of his familiarity with this mark, Xiao Fan injected his fire attribute Do Qi mixed with a trace of strange fire energy into the mark. Very quickly, Hai Bodong managed to find relief with Xiao Fan's help, but his face remained extremely distorted. "Medusa, you vicious woman." Hai Bodong seemed to have not yet recovered his senses, still cursing Medusa in his mouth, but after cursing, he subconsciously touched his shoulder again. "Old Hai, you better stop cursing. This mark can perceive your location and your emotions. No matter where you hide, Medusa can activate this mark through secret techniques. Wu, little fellow, do you know what I have experienced these past few years?" After being rescued by Xiao Fan, Hai Bodong also opened up his chatterbox. Perhaps it was the fate of the two in their previous life, or perhaps because both had the experience of being planted with a snake seal by Medusa, the two of them at this moment were just like soulmates. Hai Bodong began repeating his glorious battle records again. "Back then, as the Ice Emperor, this old man was revered by tens of thousands of people. Who would have thought that ever since I lost to Medusa, that Evie, woman, I was planted with this humiliating mark. I'm just like a dog. A dog driven by Medusa. For over a year now, she simply hasn't treated me like a human. I had just finished handling one matter, and she released the next. This old man Amado Huang, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jama Empire, having fought countless peak matches, walking on the edge of swords. Wu, this old man has never suffered such grievance. Little fellow, you are the person Medusa wants to find. She must care about you a lot. Why don't you go help me persuade Medusa to lift this snake seal for this old man? This old man is willing to never step foot into the Tager Desert again, and is even willing to protect you for 3 years." Xiao Fan became more and more confused as he listened. "What do you mean Medusa wants to find me? In this lifetime, I haven't even seen Medusa, so how could she know me?" Xiao Fan muttered in his heart. "Old Hai, it's not that I have completely no way to deal with this snake seal of yours, but you have to tell me why Medusa is looking for me." "What, you have a way?" "Of course I do. It's just that Xiao Fan in his previous life, even though he knew how to lift the snake seal, had never actively undone it. After all, that mark not only contained painful memories but also... Little fellow, what this old man promised you before remains unchanged, as long as you are willing to lift the snake seal for me." Hai Bodong's expression carried excitement. Although he had only been controlled by Medusa for a few short years, Medusa's inexplicable orders made him sleep later than a dog and get up earlier than a chicken. If it hadn't been for receiving the task of waiting for Xiao Fan's arrival these past few days to catch a brief breath, he truly felt he was about to be worked to death. "Old Hai, of course I am relieved." Xiao Fan still had a very good impression of Hai Bodong. Aside from loving to play peak matches, he was actually a person who loved keeping his oaths. "Good, little fellow, what is your name?" "Xiao Fan." Quote. Chapter 44, Little Brother. Little Brother Xiao. Elder Hai. Little Brother Xiao. Elder Hai. Little Brother Xiao. Elder Hai, you'd better tell me why Medusa is looking for me. Xiao Fan felt helpless at Hai Bodong's current somewhat crazed appearance. This feeling was like a lonely old man seeing his own relative. Little Brother Xiao, you don't understand. That woman Medusa only ever assigns me tasks and never tells me the reason." Quote. Xiao Fan could see that the current Hai Bodong seemed to have become like Medusa's lackey. Hey, little brother Xiao, don't leave. Your soul power is so strong, I assume you must be an alchemist. In that case, you should be interested in this. Hai Bodong didn't want to miss this opportunity to rid himself of Medusa. He immediately took out a map from his storage ring, which was precisely the remnant map of the Purification Lotus Demon Flame. Xiao Fan raised his eyes slightly. This detail was naturally noticed by Hai Bodong. There's a chance. Elder Hai, to tell you the truth, I am indeed interested in this remnant map. Ah, little brother Xiao, there's no need to be polite. Hai Bodong directly handed the remnant map over to Xiao Fan. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Just how afraid of Medusa is he? This could be said to be Hai Bodong's last bargaining chip, yet he still handed it over to Xiao Fan without any hesitation. That ice emperor who once slaughtered an entire city by himself was no more. Now, there was only a Hai Bobo who was afraid of his sister-in-law Tilda. ... Old man Hai, no wonder I felt like we were old friends the moment we met. Xiao Fan said as he took the remnant map and stored it in his storage ring. This snake curse seal is actually quite easy to resolve. It only requires the continuous roasting of 2 types of heavenly flames to break it. The expectant look in Hai Bodong's eyes instantly dimmed. 2 types of heavenly flames. Yes, the snake curse seal is essentially a sealing technique. Breaking the seal through the high temperature of heavenly flames is one of the feasible methods, though the process will be quite painful. Actually, Xiao Fan also felt a bit like complaining. If one encountered an unsolvable problem on the Fighting Chi continent, they could just burn it with a heavenly flame, and everything would be resolved once the burning was done. Hai Bodong was not lamenting the pain of the process. Little brother Xiao, finding a heavenly flame is already extremely difficult, and wanting to subdue 2 different types of heavenly flames is simply impossible. Who said that? Under Hai Bodong's shocked gaze, Xiao Fan summoned the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame. This is... Yes, Elder Hai, this is a heavenly flame. A golden yellow flame. Hai Bodong had already begun to guess the origin of this heavenly flame. The Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame. Impossible, it should be the mysterious yellow flame. Actually, in his heart, Hai Bodong leaned more toward it being the Golden Emperor's sky-burning flame, but that was the 4th-ranked flame on the heavenly flame ranking. How could it possibly appear in a backwater place like the Northwest continent? But no matter which heavenly flame it was, the fact that the young fellow in front of him possessed one at such a young age was enough to prove that this kid was anything but simple. What was even more terrifying was that his instinct from being a mercenary for many years told him that if he were to make a move against the youth in front of him, the exquisite little lily next to him would beat him up miserably. Besides, Hai Bodong had always been a good judge of character. Whether it was investments or missions, he had relied on this kind of intuition to become the Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. The youth in front of him gave him a sense of potential worth investing in. Besides, he still wanted to rely on Xiao Fan to resolve his snake curse seal. No wonder Medusa is interested in you, Hai Bodong couldn't help but speak. Actually, to tell you the truth, I happen to know of the existence of another heavenly flame. Hai Bodong kept him in suspense, believing that Xiao Fan would be interested in what he had to say. Xiao Fan, however, shook his head. Elder Hai, I came to the Tager Desert precisely for a heavenly flame, and I also know its location. What? Hai Bodong stood up abruptly. He had searched for a long time just to get a general direction for this heavenly flame, yet the youth in front of him actually said he knew where it was. Hai Bodong felt another layer of wariness toward Xiao Fan. Elder Hai, you just need to give me a map of the Tager Desert. Rest assured, once I find the heavenly flame, I will naturally return to help you break the snake curse seal. Hai Bodong instantly beamed with joy. Then you've found the right person. I dare say no one in the entire Jama Empire draws maps better than I do. Hai Bodong searched on the counter for a while and took out a slightly yellowed parchment map. Xiao Fan roughly scanned the map. Indeed, just as Hai Bodong had said, the distribution of forces and regional divisions were all drawn very accurately. However, Elder Hai, regarding Medusa. Hai Bodong understood what Xiao Fan meant and said, don't worry, the time limit for the mission Medusa gave me this time is still long. As long as you return in time, it will be fine. Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, that woman Medusa would actually let the ox graze. He, Xiao Fan, had been completely drained by her before he finally got a chance to catch his breath. Even after they walked out of the ancient map shop, Hai Bodong still followed by Xiao Fan's side. Little brother Xiao, it's not that I don't want to accompany you, it's just. Elder Hai, rest assured, I am determined to obtain this heavenly flame. Little brother Xiao, then I will wait for you here in Mo City. Rest assured, this old man will definitely keep his word. I still trust Elder Hai's character. Quote. Little brother Xiao, you must return. By the way, little brother Xiao, if you need help, you can also take this token to the middle family. Hai Bodong took out a token from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt a bit awkward and took out an identical token from his own storage ring. Little brother Xiao, where did you get this token? Sister Yafei gave it to me. Yafei, that girl actually gave this token to you. Hai Bodong immediately wrapped his arm around Xiao Fan's shoulder warmly. Little brother Xiao, in that case, we are practically in-laws. I, Hai Bodong, never let my own people suffer a loss. These are some high-tier medicinal herbs that this old man has treasured. Ziyan's eyes lit up when she saw those tier 5 and tier 6 medicinal herbs. She held Xiao Fan's hand and shook it continuously, dreading that Xiao Fan might refuse. Then thank you for your kindness, Elder Hai. Hai Bodong raised an eyebrow. This kid didn't seem to deny the matter of us being in-laws just now. But soon, Hai Bodong's smile became even more brilliant, though it looked somewhat eerie to Xiao Fan. By the way, little brother Xiao, how old are you this year? 5, but almost 6. Having lived for nearly half a century, I need to protect my life. What? Cough. Hai Bodong had still underestimated Yafei's capabilities, not only in handling family affairs, but her taste in men was also extraordinary. Cough, cough, little brother Xiao, in that case, this old man will wait for your good news. Only after seeing them out of Mo City did Hai Bodong stop and watch Xiao Fan leave. It seems necessary to give that girl Yafei a bit more power. Hai Bodong already had a plan in mind. Chapter 45, Medusa. Xiao Fan. Let me try some, okay, please, please. Ziyan was really craving those high-grade medicinal herbs from earlier, and was now clinging to Xiao Fan's arm, shaking it continuously. No way, the energy inside those herbs is quite high. If you want to digest them, you'll need to sleep for a full day and night. The two of them were currently walking in the Tager Desert, so this wasn't a place where she could just go to sleep whenever she wanted. Oh woo. Ziyan felt a bit downcast, but how could Xiao Fan bear to see her like this? He pulled a small bottle of accompanying purple crystal source out of his storage ring. Drink sparingly, the energy in this is quite high as well. Alright, Ziyan snatched the accompanying purple crystal source in a flash. It's so hot. Ziyan was in a terrible mood. The sweltering heat of the Tager Desert left the little girl without even the appetite to eat. She could only lean lazily against Xiao Fan's back. Here, an ice heart pill. It can alleviate the heat. Ziyan swallowed the ice heart pill, but she still felt dry and hot. The environment of the Tager Desert was scorching hot, while the Snake People tribe were cold-natured by instinct, so it was no wonder Medusa was constantly obsessed with finding a better settlement for the Snake People tribe. Xiao Fan, how much longer? Xiao Fan pulled out a map, checked his location against it, and said, soon. Once we cross the oasis up ahead, we'll reach Stone Desert City. There should still be about a day's journey left. Hearing that there was still a day left, Ziyan grew even more depressed and complained discontentedly, this desert has no treasure at all. Except for sand, it's just more sand. Wah, I'm not walking anymore. Xiao Yaner, ever since we entered the desert, I've been carrying you on my back the whole time. Where have you had to walk? Were it not for Xiao Fan being a bit tired himself, he would have definitely given this lazy little dragon girl a knock on the head. Let's just go rest for a bit at the oasis ahead. By the time the two reached the oasis, it was already night. The desert was extremely hot during the day, but at night, one could actually feel a refreshing cool sensation. Seeing the lake water in the oasis, Ziyan excitedly pulled Xiao Fan and jumped into the water. So comfortable tilde, Ziyan floated semi-contentedly on the lake water. I really don't know if you came here to vacation or to torment me. Xiao Fan also felt a bit of a sore back and aching waist, but compared to when they were in the magical beast mountain range, it was much better. It seemed that carrying Ziyan around so much had actually strengthened his physical body. I really don't know if I've just gotten used to it or if I've actually gotten stronger. It was rare for Xiao Fan to zone out with Ziyan, half reclining alongside her as they stared up at the quiet sky. Xiao Fan, what do you think lies beyond the sky? Ziyan pointed at the star-studded sky and asked. I don't know, perhaps other worlds. The Fighting Chi continent had an invisible barrier, making it impossible to escape this Fighting Chi continent. Xiao Fan, will you come with me to see it in the future then? Without realizing it, Ziyan quietly slid over next to Xiao Fan, gently nestling against him. Although she appeared to be looking at the starry sky, out of the corner of her eye, she was constantly glancing at Xiao Fan. When my Xiao Yaner breaks through to Do Emperor in the future, I'll go with you. Xiao Fan, you said it. As long as I break through to Do Emperor, you'll go with me. Of course, I never lie to you. Not good, someone's coming. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan and hid in a bush beside the pool. MMPH. Before Ziyan could react, Xiao Fan tightly covered her mouth. Shish, Xiao Yaner, the incoming people are not weak. Through his soul perception, Xiao Fan discovered that among the approaching people, there was a Do Huang and a Do Wang. For individuals with such strength to appear in the territory of the Snake People tribe, they were undoubtedly Snake People, and the Do Huang was very likely Medusa herself. Before figuring out why Medusa was looking for him, Xiao Fan didn't want to have too much contact with her. Her Majesty the Queen, this goes against the rules. Yume, what are you afraid of? Sister won't know. Xiao Fan caught sight of the newcomers through the bushes, to be precise, they were two Snake People women. The moonlight obscured by clouds was somewhat dim, so Xiao Fan could only hope they wouldn't be discovered. Alright then, Yume made a gesture toward the shadows, and a dark figure beside them suddenly moved. There are guards too, troublesome. Xiao Fan, Ziyan called his name in a low voice. What's wrong, Xiao Yaner? Why don't we just beat them up and drive them away? Ziyan was enjoying her rare moment of rest, regardless of whether they could win or not, beating them up first was what mattered. Beat them up, that's a Do Huang, it won't be that easy for you to handle, not to mention there's a Do Wang beside her. HMPH, who are you looking down on? Ziyan made a motion as if to show off her skills to Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan held her back firmly. Stay here quietly, they won't discover us. What a troublesome little dragon girl. Oh woo, Ziyan sat beside Xiao Fan in a huff. We clearly could win, alright. When the moonlight poked out again and shone upon that breathtaking, city-toppling face, Xiao Fan inwardly cursed his bad luck. Oh no, it really is Medusa. Ziyan also saw the face under the moonlight and thought to herself, Sister Medusa. On the shore, Medusa was slowly taking off her clothes, her captivating figure covered only by a thin, sheer garment that invited endless imagination. Her purple-scaled snake tail swayed gently as she slowly submerged into the water. Her long hair was slightly disheveled, scattered freely, while the moonlight shattered the clouds and painted her face. Though Queen Medusa should have been brimming with allure and seduction, she looked like a finely carved fairy slightly tipsy with wine. Her delicate body emerging from the water was wrapped in thin gauze, her soft, slender waist accentuating her flat belly, like a tranquil lake stirred by a spring breeze, tracing two perfect curves before rippling with supple and gorgeous clear waves. Gulp, Xiao Fan in the bushes subconsciously swallowed his spittle. Seeing this scene, Ziyan was extremely furious and punched Xiao Fan. The pain almost made Xiao Fan cry out, Xiao Yaner, what are you doing? Ziyan turned her head away, ignoring Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan savagely ruffled Ziyan's hair, making her already messy hair even more chaotic. Ziyan was not someone who could hold her temper, she immediately retaliated, clawing and scratching frantically at Xiao Fan. But with this commotion, the two ended up standing right outside the bushes. And awkwardly enough, Medusa in the water had just removed her final undergarment, locking eyes with the bickering duo. So white. Who are you? Medusa in the lake immediately crossed her arms over her chest, an unnatural blush rising on her face, before submerging her entire body into the lake. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned. This shy look, is this really Medusa? But this was not something Xiao Fan should be thinking about right now. No, Xiao Yaner, run! Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan almost instantly and used his movement do technique to quickly sprint away from the oasis. Meanwhile, Yu Mei, who was on guard, also noticed the intruders and immediately appeared beside Medusa. Her Majesty the Queen, what happened? Medusa pointed toward the two fleeing in the distance. Humans. Yu Mei was slightly taken aback, but she quickly released her battle chi wings and chased after Xiao Fan's group. Only Medusa was left dazed in the pool, half her head poking out, muttering continuously, I was completely seen. But that man looks a bit familiar. Chapter 46, Escape. Human, where do you think you're going? How dare you peep at Her Majesty the Queen bathing? Hey, just because you look decent doesn't mean you can slander people like that. We got to that oasis first. Yu Mei discovered that despite her speed as a Do King, she couldn't catch up to this human guy running away purely with a movement Do technique. Damn it. Stealthy snake shadows, Yu Mei shouted loudly. Countless dark green snake shadows formed from Do Chi shot violently from her hands toward Xiao Fan. Hey, are you even being reasonable? Xiao Fan couldn't possibly take a Do technique from a Do King head-on. Condensing Do Chi in his hands as well, he shouted, Sky Burning Flame. A wave of flames containing immense fire attribute power surged forward against the incoming snake shadows. Boom. The explosion resulting from the clash made the surrounding area tremble. What? Yu Mei couldn't believe her Do technique had been blocked by the opponent. Judging by the Do Chi he mobilized in that clash, this human was at most a Do master, whereas she was a Do King. It seems I must keep you here permanently. Yu Mei could not allow such a bizarre human to escape. Xiao Fan wasn't faring too well either, forcibly using a D-rank Do technique was quite a burden on him. With his current strength only at Do master, unleashing an impact equivalent to a Do King's power had consumed a significant portion of his Do Chi reserves. Xiao Yaner, if you don't lend a hand, we're done for when Medusa catches up. Xiao Fan spoke to Ziyan, who was still sulking on his back. HMPH, bad Xiao Fan, you were staring so intently earlier, and now you come asking for my help. Ziyan remained unmoved, lying on Xiao Fan's back with no intention of stepping in. Xiao Fan could only watch helplessly as the distance between Yu Mei and himself grew shorter and shorter. Realizing things were taking a turn for the worse, he knew that even using a soul technique would only delay her assault. 10 bottles of sugar pills. Deal. Ziyan immediately perked up and threw a punch at the incoming Yu Mei. Yu Mei clearly hadn't expected a harmless-looking little lily to be a Do King like herself, and was caught completely off guard by Ziyan. Ziyan's seemingly nonchalant punch slammed heavily into Yu Mei, as if using her as a punching bag to vent her anger. Watching Ziyan still rely purely on physical strength, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel terrified. If that punch landed on me, I'd probably die. Asterisk. Yu Mei flew backward instantly. Even though she blocked with her snake tail against her chest at the last second, it only deflected a tiny fraction of the force. Clutching her slightly caved-in chest, Yu Mei demanded, are you a demonic beast? That's enough, Xiao Yaner. Medusa is coming. Ziyan didn't answer Yu Mei's question. She and Xiao Fan simply vanished into the desert. Only then did Medusa arrive late, asking Yu Mei, who was clutching her chest and panting, how is it, Yu Mei? Those two are strange. That little lily seems to be a demonic beast. Yu Mei could hardly believe anyone possessed such terrifying physical strength and that faint aura of superior suppression, an aura she had only ever felt from Medusa, unique among demonic beasts. Yu Mei, let's not pursue them for now. We'll head back first, and sister will make the decision. Yes, Queen Medusa. Oh, Yu Mei, stop calling me Medusa. Medusa clearly disliked that title. No, the dignity of the Snake People tribe's Medusa must not be insulted. Yu Mei was very stubborn. I know. Just don't talk about these old rules in front of sister, or you'll definitely get a scolding. Quote. After escaping and ensuring he could no longer sense their presence with his soul power, Xiao Fan found a hidden cave to hide in. Xiao Fan pinched Ziyan's little face. Xiao Yaner, even if your physique is super strong, you can't always fight enemies using just your physical body. Yet feeling a bit worried, Xiao Fan gently lifted Ziyan's little hand. Seeing that her hand was still smooth and unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Still, he rubbed her head. Next time, remember to use Do techniques. No matter how strong your body is, if you don't know the opponent's background, you might suffer a huge setback. Xiao Fan naturally didn't forget the sugar pills he promised Ziyan. Here, these are the sugar pills I promised you. Ziyan nodded her little head, her eyes completely captivated by the sugar pills. She hadn't eaten good treats in quite a while. As for what Xiao Fan had said earlier, all she had heard was, dollar and asterisk. Sugar pills. Ziyan leapt up and snatched them away, leaving Xiao Fan facepalming. Forget it, when Ziyan returns to the Void Ancient Dragon clan in the future, let those old fellows worry about her. Asterisk. Inside the palace of the Snake People tribe. Sister Tilda. Whatever it is, just say it. Hee, sister, I ran into a human tonight. Medusa's face showed no change. In the Tager Desert, there were always reckless humans trying to enter and abduct Snake People. Just kill them. No, sister, that human was just a little kid. Upon hearing, little kid, Medusa raised her captivating face, her eyes showing deep emotion. HMPH, I knew you'd be interested, sister. Get to the point. Sister, why are you still so mean to me? The snake tail behind her curled slightly upward, and she looked at her sister with an aggrieved expression. Medusa felt somewhat helpless toward her identical twin sister. I won't tease you anymore, sister. That boy looks very similar to the portrait in your room. Medusa frowned. Instead of asking further, she questioned sternly, you entered my room. Her face, which had just been playful and smiling, instantly turned terrified. Sister, you may still have something to talk to me about. Goodbye. As joyfully as she had teased her sister just moments ago, she fled just as fast. Queen Medusa sat quietly on the throne. Though she appeared calm, her mind was now filled with complex emotions. Xiao Fan, you've finally come, asterisk. At this moment, Xiao Fan was clearly unaware that Medusa had her eyes on him. After a day of travel, he had finally arrived at Stone Desert City. Stone Desert City was one of the cities in the Jiama Empire, located in the eastern province within the Tager Desert, serving as one of the borders between the Snake People tribe and the Jiama Empire. Compared to cities deep within the empire, a desert city possessed a bit more simplicity and heaviness. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Tager Desert, the defenses here were much tighter than in the interior. Fully armed soldiers could be seen patrolling everywhere throughout the city. Most of the residents here belonged to mercenary groups, making a living by hunting demonic beasts, accepting missions, and the like. Of course, more often than not, they made money by trafficking Snake People slaves. Xiao Fan, I don't like it here. Ziyan frowned, finding the smell in the air disgusting. We won't stay for long. We'll restock in the city, find the heavenly flame, and then we can leave. Alright, Ziyan hugged Xiao Fan a bit tighter, as if his scent made her feel somewhat better. A racket not far away suddenly caught Xiao Fan's attention. Freak. So ugly. Snake person half-breed. And she's blind, too. Quote. Chapter 47, The Little Blind Girl. Following the sound, Xiao Fan found 3 young boys bullying a little girl. Surrounding the little girl, the 3 hit and kicked her. She could only crouch while clutching her head in pain. Her jade green hair was tangled by the 3, yet no tears could flow from her hollow, dim eyes. Xiao Fan immediately shouted in rebuke, what do you think you're doing? The 3 kids looked toward the source of the voice. Seeing that the newcomer was hardly older than them, they said without a shred of remorse, mind your own business. She's a freak to begin with. And what does that make you? Just bullies who beat up the weak. Today, I'm going to spank your rear ends raw and teach you a good lesson. Xiao Fan rushed forward in a single stride and grabbed the 3 brats. He wouldn't dote on every brat the way he did with Ziyan. The 3 boys were clearly dazed. Xiao Fan lifted too high in the air and kicked the remaining one to the ground. The one kicked to the ground was clearly scared witless by Xiao Fan, immediately bursting into loud wails. What are you crying for? I didn't see you feeling scared when you were bullying that little girl just now. How come you start wailing the moment you get bullied yourself? Xiao Fan didn't spoil them at all, giving each of them a kick. Apologize. The 3 were clearly terrified out of their wits and didn't even hear Xiao Fan's words clearly. What, do the 3 of you want another beating? Xiao Fan threatened. The 3 hastily apologized, sorry. Then, like scattered birds and beasts, they fled in all directions in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan helped the fallen little girl up, but the moment he reached out, a patch of cyan scales exposed on her arm made him instantly realize something. Qinglin. Qinglin wiped her dirty cheeks, sobbing with a tearful voice. Yet there was still no color in those dim eyes of hers, everything remained hazy and gray. From her tattered clothes, she pulled out a piece of black cloth and tied it over her eyes. Only after a good while did Qinglin recover somewhat, meekly offering her thanks in Xiao Fan's direction. Thank you, do you know me? In order not to frighten Qinglin, Xiao Fan deliberately moved a bit closer. The little girl seemed emaciated due to prolonged starvation, with even her bones clearly visible. Qinglin, of course I know you. Can you tell me why you ended up like this? Xiao Fan didn't know if changes had occurred to Qinglin because of his rebirth. After all, she was the possessor of the triple jade green snake flower pupils. If she went blind because of him, he couldn't imagine how miserable the little girl's future life would be. Seeing this scene, Ziyan behind him suddenly clenched her palms, wanting to say something. Qinglin doesn't understand what young master is talking about. Qinglin couldn't see Xiao Fan, but she could feel his presence. Though blind, she could genuinely feel his concern. I mean, what happened to your eyes, Qinglin? And where is your family? Xiao Fan held Qinglin's small hand. Seeing this, Ziyan surprisingly didn't get angry. When her family was mentioned, Qinglin's mood clearly darkened even further. Xiao Fan also realized his mistake. It seems Qinglin's mother passed away when she was very young. Xiao Fan knew he had brought up a painful subject for Qinglin. He felt he was always silly, as the more he cared, the easier it was to make mistakes. Qinglin, I'm sorry. It's alright, young master. Qinglin went blind when I was very young, and mother passed away not long ago. As for father. Alright, Qinglin, say no more. Xiao Fan pulled the weak, helpless little girl who had lived alone until now into his arms. Had it been anyone else, Qinglin would have definitely thought they were plotting against her or finding another way to bully her. But the person before her gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. Although Xiao Fan's embrace came a bit late, it was still like a beam of light shining into Qinglin's heart. When a cool sensation slid down her cheek, Qinglin didn't even realize she was crying. It was the release of countless grievances and repressions accumulated over all these years. She didn't understand why she faced so much prejudice. She had tried so hard to live, yet even her own mother had looked upon her with utter disgust. Young Qinglin was truly lost. She didn't understand the meaning of her existence, yet in the obscurity, a voice had been constantly encouraging her. Qinglin, are you willing to come with me? Even if Qinglin's eyes were blind and the triple jade green snake flower pupils could probably never be activated again, Xiao Fan didn't mind taking this poor little girl with him. Young master, Qinglin is a burden, an omen of misfortune. Qing Lin's voice choked. She really wanted to say, I am willing, but she was just a burden, an ominous existence in the eyes of others. How could someone like her dare to drag down young master? Thank you, young. Before Qing Lin could finish speaking, Xiao Fan interrupted her. Qing Lin, there's no need to feel so inferior. Follow your own heart. Don't worry, I can afford to raise you. Raising one lowly was raising one, and raising two was raising two. Xiao Fan didn't mind bringing Qing Lin along at all. Besides, one Xiyan was equal to a dozen Qing Lins. He was a tier 4 alchemist now, so raising Qing Lin was effortless. Sob, sob. Qing Lin couldn't see the world. Her world was black, shrouded in endless darkness. Her thin, fair, yet unusually small hand unconsciously touched Xiao Fan's face. She couldn't see, but at this moment, she felt. Young master must be the handsomest person in this world. A light appeared before Qing Lin's eyes, a light that illuminated her world. Young master. I want to follow you. Those brief 2 sentences exhausted all of Qing Lin's courage. She was struggling, grasping onto that sliver of light. If Qing Lin could see, she would realize her cheeks were flushed crimson like blood, her fair skin like a piece of warm, moist soft jade in Xiao Fan's arms. Xiao Fan rubbed Qing Lin's little head, turned around, and asked Xian, Xiao Yaner, shall we bring her along? Huh, Xiao Yaner, why are you crying too? Where Xiao Fan couldn't see, Xian wiped her tears. And nothing, take her in, if anyone dares bully her, I'll beat them up. Xiao Fan thought Xian was sympathizing with Qing Lin's plight, so he rubbed Xian's little head as well. I didn't expect you to have a heart after all. HMPH. Why young master? A soft voice came over. Xiao Fan looked at Qing Lin in his arms and explained, I forgot to introduce you. She is Xian, She's just a freeloader, different from you. Xian immediately refuted loudly, who's a freeloader? I've pulled my weight. Although Qing Lin hadn't seen Xian, she suddenly felt that the name Xian sounded vaguely familiar. Qing Lin, don't call me young master in the future. My name is Xiao Fan, you can call me brother from now on. From now on, I am your family. Be brother. Qing Lin called out tentatively. In the past, the word, family, held no meaning for her. But this time was different. She had a home. Brother. Quote. Chapter 48, Reaching Out to Grasp the Light. Qing Lin is so good. Come, big brother will take you to get a new set of clothes. Xiao Fan naturally took Qing Lin's hand. Qing Lin had never felt such a warm hand. If only, I could see what big brother looks like. Xiao Yaner, let's go. First, let's find a place to settle down. But to everyone's surprise, Xian slowly walked over to Qing Lin's side and actually took the initiative to hold Qing Lin's other hand. Qing Lin was clearly startled. Although she couldn't see, it didn't seem to affect her judgment of her surroundings. Little sister Qing Lin, don't be scared. My name is Xian, and I'm super strong. I'll protect you from now on. Qing Lin tightened her grip on Xiao Fan's hand, seeming a bit nervous. Xiao Fan comforted her, Xiao Yaner is very powerful. No one will bully you from now on. If anyone tries, your sister Xian will wipe them out. Qing Lin now seemed to rely on Xiao Fan and trust him unconditionally. Sister Xian, thank you. No, I'm the one who should thank you, Xian replied to Qing Lin in her heart. Xiao Fan was very happy seeing how harmoniously the two got along. However, Qing Lin's condition still worried him a bit. Once they found a place to stay, he would check her body. Yo, young master, that's enough, that's enough. These are enough for Qing Lin to wear for a very long time. Qing Lin tugged on Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan had already bought her so many different clothes. Even though she couldn't see, just feeling the fabric, which she knew was incomparably expensive, told her that she was making Xiao Fan spend a fortune again. Qing Lin, what should you be calling me? Qing Lin covered her small mouth. In her anxiety just now, she had slipped back into calling him young master. But she didn't know why, she just felt that calling him young master was incredibly endearing. Are you refusing to acknowledge me as your brother? Xiao Fan said with a slight tone of anger. And no, why big brother? Qing Lin. At this point, Qing Lin was still very insecure and introverted, easily stuttering whenever she got nervous. Xiao Fan also hoped that this little girl could step out of her past soon. Pinching Qing Lin's clean, soft, white little face, he said, alright, big brother isn't blaming you. But as a punishment, we're going to buy you 10 more outfits as spares. And no, that won't do. But Qing Lin's voice grew smaller and smaller. She could feel that if she refused, Xiao Fan would definitely be angry. Xiao Yaner. Here. Go pick out 10 outfits for little sister Qing Lin. Roger that. It was rare for Xian to be so attentive to something. She not only checked the fabrics repeatedly, but also led Qing Lin back and forth to pick out and try on clothes. This overjoyed the shop clerk. Selling so many clothes all at once brought immeasurable joy. The clerk couldn't help teasing, little girl, you're really lucky to have such a great big brother. This was the first time Qing Lin had ever been treated so warmly by a store clerk. She was a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, but she still subconsciously covered her arms. Naturally, the clerk noticed this detail and cried out in shock, snake person. The words caught in the clerk's throat, suddenly smothered by an invisible aura of pressure. The clerk went quiet instantly, though still subconsciously backing away from Qing Lin. Qing Lin naturally sensed that something was wrong with the clerk. Even though she couldn't see, she could feel the emotions of the people around her. Am I truly a presence that everyone detests? Xian, however, grabbed Qing Lin's arm in a hug. Ignore them. Come, sister will take you shopping. Let me tell you, Xiao Fan has a black card with tons and tons of money in it. As she spoke, Xian kept gesturing to describe a mountain of gold coins. Although Qing Lin couldn't see Xian's gestures, she could feel how much Xian was taking care of her. Then big brother is amazing. Qing Lin praised. Young as she was, she felt genuinely happy for Xiao Fan having so many gold coins. Yet at some point, that black card had quietly appeared in Xian's hand. Little sister Qing Lin, Xiao Fan loves the feeling of being drained dry the most. So you have to spend more money from now on, that way, Xiao Fan will work even harder to make money. Ziyan whispered temptingly into Qinglin's ear. At her age, Qinglin was just a naive little girl who didn't know right from wrong, but she knew that people who were good to her wouldn't lie to her. Qinglin nodded her little head. I'll definitely work hard to drain Big Brother dry. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan, who was still looking for lodging, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The two returned carrying bags and bundles of all sizes, leaving Xiao Fan somewhat speechless. He knocked Ziyan on the head and said, "Don't you have a storage ring? Why didn't you put them in the storage ring?" "Xiao Fan, you don't understand the fun of carrying them at all." Ziyan grumbled, holding her head. Xiao Fan took down the big and small bags Qinglin was holding. Seeing Qinglin draped in bags, Xiao Fan couldn't help knocking Ziyan on the head again. "Ouch, Xiao Fan, why did you hit me again? Why do you think, can Qinglin's body carry so much stuff?" Qinglin was almost skin and bones, how could she endure such strain? The little girl had just been stubbornly gritting her teeth and enduring it. "Don't compare Qinglin's body with your physique. Be Big Brother, don't blame Sister Ziyan. I can carry them," Qinglin spoke up worryingly on Ziyan's behalf. Xiao Fan looked at her tiny hands, where purple marks had been left on the palms from holding the heavy bags for so long. Sigh, Xiao Fan let out a sigh, massaging Qinglin's purplish little hands and admonishing her in a gentle tone. "Qinglin, you're not alone anymore. Don't bury it in your heart when you feel wrong. If there's something you can't solve, come to Big Brother can handle it. And if I can't, your sister Ziyan is there to back us up. We are all your family." Xiao Fan understood that Qinglin couldn't change overnight, and her mindset could only be improved gradually over time. It seems I don't have any spare storage rings left." Xiao Fan originally wanted to prepare a storage ring for Qinglin, but realized he didn't have any extra storage rings either. Remembering that the current Qinglin probably couldn't use a storage ring anyway, he said to her. "Qinglin, leave your things with me for now, and let Ziyan take you to wash up properly." I have to go too." Ziyan pointed to herself. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she last took a bath. With her strength as a Dowang, taking a bath was nowhere near as fast as using Dochi to clean herself. "You've practically marinated yourself in your own drool and you can't even smell it." Xiao Fan pinched his nose and waved his hand around, as if she really stank. Sniff, sniff. Ziyan sniffed herself carefully. "Xiao Fan, there's no bad smell." But seeing Xiao Fan's mischievous smile, Ziyan realized she had been played again. "Oh woo. Hey, you might as well just be a dog." Qinglin couldn't see, but she felt that a home like this was so warm and cozy. She felt as if she had truly reached out and grasped the light. HMPH, see if you still complain about my drool now. Ziyan pulled Qinglin toward the bathroom, leaving Xiao Fan alone staring at the fresh bite mark on the web of his hand. Looks like, this bite mark is going to last for days again. Chapter 49, Lost Soul and Spirit. In the bathroom, Qinglin was clearly a bit restrained. Usually, she lived alone and bathed alone. Suddenly having Ziyan there made her feel somewhat awkward. At this moment, Qinglin stood completely naked in the steam-filled bathroom. Even though she couldn't see, she could feel a pair of aggressive eyes on her. Sister Ziyan, could you please stop staring at me?" Obviously both were still not fully grown children, but what made Ziyan extremely annoyed was, "Why are you taller than me? Qinglin, do you remember me?" Qinglin was confused by Ziyan's sudden question. She shook her head and asked doubtfully, "Have I met Sister Ziyan before?" What caught Qinglin even more off guard was suddenly being hugged by Ziyan. "Come, let big sister wash you nice and clean." Ziyan, who loved to be mischievous, was now really taking care of Qinglin like a caring older sister. Is Sister Ziyan crying?" Qinglin sensed a sad emotion. "Of course not, it's just water." Qinglin's body still had some bruises and scars, probably left from being beaten due to discrimination. "Qinglin, your big sister is a bit silly. If you feel wronged or bullied, you can tell me." Thank you, Sister Ziyan." Little Qinglin nodded her head. How could she be angry at Ziyan? Compared to her previous dark and hopeless life, her current life was like heaven. The more she felt the beauty of life, the more she cherished and appreciated the present. Looking at Qinglin, who still had a black cloth covering her eyes, Ziyan gently removed it. "Sister Ziyan, no. Mother said my eyes are inauspicious." The little one seemed very stubborn, refusing to let Ziyan remove it no matter what. "Qinglin, your eyes are actually very beautiful. Very beautiful eyes." Really, Qinglin had never seen this world, and this was the first time someone said her eyes were beautiful. Of course it's true. When the two little ones came out, Xiao Fan had already ordered someone to prepare the meal. Ziyan didn't like eating rice, so she picked up the sugar pill Xiao Fan gave her and sprawled out on the bed. Ziyan marked a location. Xiao Fan was used to this, but now it was different. Qinglin was also there. He didn't want the little one to be corrupted by Ziyan. "Qinglin, don't imitate Ziyan, spending all day eating and sleeping." Little Qinglin was troubled. She thought that Sister Ziyan must have been exhausted from helping her bathe just now, and definitely wasn't being lazy. But she didn't know how to defend Sister Ziyan, so she just stood there awkwardly. After changing into clean clothes, her delicate white little feet stepped on the smooth floor, leaving some red marks. Clearly she had been standing for a while. Although she was still somewhat thin, after putting on a green long dress, the silk dress gently wrapped around the girl's slender body. Xiao Fan slapped his forehead. This girl Qinglin probably hasn't adjusted yet. But that makes sense. Suddenly having an older brother and sister out of nowhere, she probably needs some time to adapt. "Qinglin, why are you standing? Come, sit and eat." Qinglin instinctively wanted to refuse, but Xiao Fan directly grabbed her small hand and made her sit beside him. Silly Qinglin took the bowl and chopsticks Xiao Fan handed her and ate the rice slowly in small bites. Even though it was just rice, Qinglin found it exceptionally delicious. She was clearly very hungry, yet she still ate slowly in small bites, afraid that her unseemly eating manner would be disliked by Xiao Fan. How could Xiao Fan dislike her? He only felt sorry for the little one. Just eating rice isn't enough, you're still growing. Xiao Fan was afraid Qinglin couldn't pick up dishes, so he proactively put food into her bowl. Xiao Fan also started eating, but the taste still couldn't compare to what Xiao Yixian made. The food Xiao Yixian made seemed to have an addictive quality for Xiao Fan. At the dinner table, Xiao Fan also inquired about Qinglin's situation. He wanted to find out why her eyes had gone blind. Qinglin, do you usually feel any discomfort or stinging pain in your eyes? Qinglin thought carefully, but shook her head. Brother, my eyes seem to have been blind since birth. Qinglin also wished she could see, but her birth was not fortunate. As a child, she not only often fell ill but also caused various disasters to those around her. That was why she was called inauspicious. Xiao Fan thought carefully. Restoring her sight might not be too difficult. Either transplanting new eyes or cultivating to a certain level could allow her to see everything around her without needing eyes. But Xiao Fan felt that Qinglin's condition was definitely unusual. Perhaps the triple jade green snake flower pupils have a unique awakening method that I don't know about. Qinglin, let me do a checkup for you in a bit, okay? Xiao Fan wanted the little one to be able to see the world again. Brother, I was born this way. Qinglin, birth isn't important. I am also an orphan. I've never even seen my parents. I was raised by someone who adopted me. But now I am already a tier 4 alchemist. An alchemist, Qinglin hadn't expected her brother to have such an identity, and even more, she hadn't expected that her brother was also an orphan. So, Qinglin, the future is what you make it. You have to believe that your brother can cure your eyes and let you see the light. Qinglin had new expectations again. People always rely on hope to persevere. How is this possible? Xiao Fan frowned. Qinglin's physical condition was even worse than he had imagined. Her tendons and meridians were completely severed, her qi and blood were in disorder, and her body was maintaining function in an extremely bizarre way. What puzzled Xiao Fan even more was Qinglin's damaged soul. If he hadn't seen that she still had a heartbeat, he would have thought she was already a corpse. In simpler terms, a person should have 7 souls and 6 spirits, but Qinglin now seemed to have 1 soul and 1 spirit forcibly taken from her, as if heaven and earth did not permit her existence. Even though Xiao Fan knew that offspring of the snake people tribe and the human race were usually short-lived, that was different from Qinglin's condition. No matter how poor one's physique, it could be restored with external assistance, but soul damage was not something Xiao Fan could easily deal with. Moreover, this soul loss was not the common type caused by shock or being stripped away. It's more like a curse. Qinglin's gray eyes held no luster. No matter how Xiao Fan probed, those eyes seemed to have a restriction that blocked his investigation. But it wasn't all bad. At least it meant Qinglin wasn't naturally blind, but that her blindness was caused by the peculiar circumstances of the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Brother, how is Qinglin's body? Qinglin's heart was extremely anxious. For someone who had just gained hope, nothing was more terrifying than having that hope shattered again. Very smooth. Ahem, Qinglin, your body has some minor issues, but it's okay, your brother can cure it. And I promise you, I will definitely restore your sight. Xiao Fan had lied to Qinglin. He actually wasn't very confident. The triple jade green snake flower pupils were a rare eye type on the continent, and very few possessed them. To understand Qinglin's condition, perhaps only Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Perhaps the 9 Nether Earth Python clan also has records. Chapter 50, Bottom of the Magma. Due to Qinglin's special situation, Xiao Fan wasn't in a hurry to look for the green lotus core flame. Since the strange fire hadn't been discovered yet, Medusa couldn't have coincidentally found it ahead of time, right? Moreover, even if Medusa had taken the strange fire, she definitely wouldn't absorb it immediately. Based on the seemingly silly Medusa from before, Xiao Fan was certain that the current Medusa was absolutely not that decisive queen, she was more like a foolish young girl. These past few days, Xiao Fan had been preparing a medicinal liquid suitable for Qinglin to absorb. Repairing meridians and unblocking channels was not difficult for him. Qinglin, it's time for today's body conditioning. Coming, big brother. Qinglin trotted over to Xiao Fan. She didn't know if she had learned bad habits from Yan, but she had also gotten used to putting food on the ground. However, what comforted Xiao Fan was that Qinglin had become much more cheerful than when they first met. At least she wasn't timid around Xiao Fan anymore. This gave Xiao Fan a great sense of accomplishment, watching the little girl he raised with his own hands gradually move toward the light. This was a sense of accomplishment he couldn't feel with Yan. After all, that purple-haired lily had almost cleaned him out of all his treasures. Any heaven and earth treasure that Xiao Fan had would basically be tricked away by Yan. Yet, despite so many medicinal materials entering Yan's stomach, she didn't seem to grow an inch taller. This frustrated Xiao Fan, but when he remembered that her true form was a void ancient dragon, he let it go. Qinglin skillfully lay flat on the bed and picked up a small blanket to cover her exposed belly. Your body has improved a lot. At least you've gained some flesh. Xiao Fan pinched Qinglin's smooth belly and began today's conditioning. The little one's body was very weak, and taking medicinal pills might backfire due to the intense medicinal properties. Xiao Fan adopted a more primitive treatment method, massage. With the assistance of his own doqi, he helped her body better absorb the medicinal effects. After a while, Xiao Fan finished today's treatment. Seeing her slender waist that could rival Xiao Yixian's, he couldn't help but touch it. Big brother, it tickles. Xiao Fan didn't let go just because Qinglin pleaded. Instead, he went even further, tickling her more. Ha ha ha, big brother. Qinglin slipped away from Xiao Fan's clutches like a smooth little snake. Xiao Fan, Yan protectively stood in front of Qinglin and said discontentedly, "You're bullying Qinglin again." "I wasn't. That was all to help Qinglin condition her body, okay? You clearly have bad intentions." Yan was no longer the little dragon girl who could be easily fooled by Xiao Fan. She was now a dragon essence, at least that's what Yan thought of herself. "You're not an alchemist, what do you know?" With one sentence, Xiao Fan made Yan obediently shut her mouth. "Big brother, I also want to cultivate." Qinglin's soft voice came. But this made Xiao Fan a bit troubled. Qinglin, your current body isn't enough for you to cultivate. After Big Brother completely heals your body, I'll teach you how to cultivate, okay? Qinglin dejectedly lowered her head. She also wanted to be able to cultivate like Sister Xian and Xiao Fan. Qinglin, cultivation isn't necessarily better the earlier you start. I've seen a guy who only reached the 7th stage of Doji Qi at 18, and later he still advanced to Do Wang and Do Huang. Actually, the Doji Qi stage is mostly about tempering the body and laying a solid foundation for the future. Our little Qinglin is so smart, she might be a cultivation genius in the future. After receiving Xiao Fan's affirmation, Qinglin finally looked up, a brilliant smile on her face. Then Qinglin will definitely cultivate hard. Qinglin also wants to protect Big Brother. Quote. Xiao Fan, is the strange fire really down here? Of course, the fire attribute energy here is much denser than other places. Xiao Fan was certain the strange fire was right beneath his feet. After all, he had been here once before. This time was just to confirm the location. In the end, Xiao Fan couldn't leave Qinglin behind with peace of mind, so he brought the little Qinglin along. Just as Xian, transformed into a humanoid excavator, was digging an underground passage, Qinglin felt a sense of unease. She tugged at Xiao Fan's sleeve and said, Big Brother, there's a feeling here that makes me uneasy. Xiao Fan's first thought was, could it be that Qinglin's jade snake's 3-flower pupil is about to awaken? After all, the jade snake's 3-flower pupil is very sensitive to snake-type demonic beasts, and if I remember correctly, there is a 4th-rank demonic beast, the 2-headed fire spirit snake, in the magma below. But Xiao Fan didn't sense any powerful soul fluctuation from Qinglin, so he comforted her, it's fine. With your sister Xian here, there's nothing to be afraid of. But just as Xiao Fan was leading Xian and Qinglin deeper underground, the uneasy feeling in his heart beat faster and faster. Yes, he also sensed a familiar aura, one that made him somewhat palpitate. Medusa really did come here. A bad feeling rose in Xiao Fan's heart. Don't tell me Medusa has already taken the green lotus core flame. Sure enough, as Xiao Fan had predicted, the underground world was full of traces of battle and unusual fire attribute power. This meant Medusa had already been here. Indeed, there are too many changes after my rebirth. The Hun clan wouldn't have started their schemes early too, would they? Xiao Fan actually admired Hun Tiandi as a person. Compared to Ji Yuan of the Ji clan, Hun Tiandi's ambition and schemes were far beyond what Ji Yuan could match. He could endure silently for 1,000 years without acting. If it weren't for the unique source Qi essential for advancing to Dodi, forcing the two to become enemies, Xiao Fan would have liked to befriend him. Xiao Fan shook his head. Clearly, these were not things he should be thinking about right now. The top priority now was to confirm the status of the green lotus core flame. Xian, who was clearing the way ahead, naturally also smelled Medusa's aura. Sister Medusa has been here. After walking through the winding passages, a vast pool of magma appeared before Xiao Fan's eyes. Crimson magma rolled continuously, and even before getting close, waves of hot wind rushed toward his face. Xiao Fan shielded Qinglin behind him. Qinglin, it's very dangerous ahead. Wait for me here. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Although Qinglin was very scared, she didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Fan, so she obediently stood still. Big brother, be careful. It seems like something is hiding underground ahead, Qinglin reminded. Xiao Fan knew that Qinglin must have sensed the presence of the 2-headed fire spirit snake. It's fine, in a bit, Big Brother will catch a pet for you. Xiao Fan stood with Xian at the edge of the magma pool. Xiao Yaner, go get that thing out. Leave it to me. Causing trouble and catching snacks, Xian was best at that. With a burst of energy, Xian jumped into the magma. The 2-headed fire spirit snake had lived in this magma world for so long that it had developed considerable intelligence. When it sensed the invisible but extremely terrifying pressure from Xian, it unhesitatingly dove straight to the bottom of the magma, trying to avoid Xian's pursuit. Chapter 51 Qing Lotus Seed. Yo. Just as the 2-headed fire spirit snake escaped to a place it thought was safe and before it could even catch its breath, it was startled by Xian, who suddenly popped up beside it. Knowing that it could not escape, the 2-headed fire spirit snake immediately lowered its 2 heads, looking at Xian with a flattering expression. Weren't you running quite happily just now? Xian wore a smile at this moment, an eerie look that made the 2-headed fire spirit snake wish it had left this magma pool much earlier. At the bottom of the magma where Xiao Fan could not see, Xian clamped onto one head with each hand, leaving the magma pool just as casually as if she were grabbing something ordinary. How could the 2-headed fire spirit snake dare to resist? It could sense that if it displeased the little ancestor before it, it would instantly be split into 2 paths. Its instinct for survival made it completely unable to move a muscle. Plop. Xian rushed out of the magma just like that, accompanied by the 2-headed fire spirit snake, which was almost choked unconscious by her. Xian casually tossed the 2-headed fire spirit snake beside Xiao Fan, and the snake, finally able to breathe, looked strangely at Xiao Fan before it. Xiao Fan did not dawdle. He knew that the 2-headed fire spirit snake could understand what he said. We won't make things difficult for you. Take me to find that cluster of heavenly flame beneath the earth. Xiao Fan knew the principle of giving a stick followed by a sweet date. Casually, he took out a tier 3 medicinal pill, the Qian pill, which enhanced the fire control of those who possessed fire attribute Doji. This medicinal pill was equally effective for demonic beasts. Upon seeing the Qian pill, gold light practically shot out from the eyes of the 2-headed fire spirit snake. It nodded repeatedly, even signaling Xiao Fan to get on its back so it could personally take him over. Xiao Yaner, get up here. Hearing that Xian was also coming up, the 2-headed fire spirit snake twisted its body unnaturally, but coerced by the pressure Xian brought, it could only obediently accept its fate. Even though Xiao Fan's Doqi was more abundant than that of ordinary people, it was impossible for him to dive to the bottom of the magma on his own. He still needed Xian's help to dive deep into the magma. With a swish, Xian sat down in front of Xiao Fan, wiggling her little butt backward a bit. She patted the 2-headed fire spirit snake and said, Xiaoling, work hard. You wouldn't want to be eaten, right? Hearing this, Xiao Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Xiao Ling. This name reminded Xiao Fan of the griffin from Jiangnan Academy called Xiao Jin that Ziyan still had her eyes on. Xiao Fan silently mourned for the two-headed fire spirit snake, which had already made it onto Ziyan's menu. Fuming inwardly yet too afraid to speak out, the two-headed fire spirit snake could only take the two of them and dive into the magma. Hiss, hiss. Xiao Fan, Xiao Ling says we're almost there, but a woman came earlier and took away a cluster of peculiar flames. The language of you demonic beasts is truly magical, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. It seems that Queen Medusa has already been here. The closer they got underground, the higher the temperature of the magma rose. Taking advantage of this, Ziyan hugged Xiao Fan tightly and said, Xiao Fanzi, watch how I protect you. Considering that Ziyan was channeling Doqi to act as his protector, Xiao Fan poked Ziyan on the head and said, I won't bicker with you this time. After a long while, Xiao Fan finally saw the birthplace of the first heavenly flame he had subdued in his past life. A lotus platform was endlessly gathering the surrounding fire attribute energy. It was precisely the lotus platform of the green lotus core flame. Having undergone countless temperings, fusions, compressions, and carvings by the fire of the earth, becoming a spirit in 10 years, taking form in 100 years, and forming a lotus in 1,000 years, the green fire that should have been born in the heart of the lotus had mysteriously disappeared. Looking at the green lotus core flame that had already been taken away, along with only the lotus platform and the green lotus seeds left behind, Xiao Fan couldn't help muttering. Could it be that I still have to break into the Snake People Palace once again? In his past life, Xiao Fan's acquisition of the green lotus core flame was full of coincidences and luck. Not only did Medusa fall into a deep sleep due to evolving with the heavenly flame, but he was also saved by Yun Yun, otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have been able to leave the imperial palace of the Snake People tribe. It could be said that being able to refine and absorb the green lotus core flame was purely a matter of luck. But in this lifetime, he couldn't confirm whether Medusa's purpose in taking the heavenly flame was still for evolution, nor did he have the help of Hai Bodong and Yun Yun by his side. If he and Ziyan were to barge into this Snake People Palace, they would likely never return. Perhaps with his identity as an alchemist, he might not die, but for the rest of his life, he would probably become the plaything of that woman Medusa, working for her for the rest of his life. At least, that was what Medusa did in his past life. I still have to go find old Hai for help, otherwise I don't have much confidence regarding this Snake People Palace. It's just that the current Hai Bodong. Xiao Fan could very well sympathize with and understand Hai Bodong's psychology of being so afraid of Medusa. After all, it had taken him quite a bit of time to walk out of that period himself. Xiao Fan, was the heavenly flame taken away by Sis Queen Medusa? Ziyan blurted out subconsciously, almost exposing the fact of her rebirth. It seems so. Past generations of Queen Medusa have all struggled for the migration and safety of their tribe. If a Dozong does not appear within the Snake People tribe, sooner or later they will be slowly nibbled away by the surrounding empires. And if one wants to achieve a breakthrough to Dozong, aside from obtaining an opportunity oneself to break through, the alternative is to rely on secret techniques and undergo body tempering through the heavenly flame to achieve advancement. Then wouldn't it be fine if we just go ask Queen Medusa for it? Confusion and puzzlement permeated Ziyan's clear eyes. She believed that Sister Medusa would give it to Xiao Fan. Ow. Xiao Fan flicked Ziyan on the head and said, how could it be that easy? Wanting to trade things with Medusa was basically impossible. Putting aside whether he had anything on him that Medusa would take a fancy to, if there really was something, they would probably be viewed as absolute fat sheep in Medusa's eyes. The most crucial point was that whatever Queen Medusa made up her mind to do, it was definitely impossible to change. Xiao Fan considered himself to understand Medusa very well. Fortunately, at least Medusa didn't take away this Qing Lotus seed. The Qing Lotus seed was a symbiotic treasure of the green lotus core flame. When cultivating, it could calm the mind, prevent chi deviation, and make a person extremely sensitive to the fire attribute energy between heaven and earth. However, none of this was what Xiao Fan was most interested in. Xiao Fan took out a jade knife from his storage ring and cut it down from the rock at the bottom of the volcanic depths. Putting the lotus platform into his storage ring, Xiao Fan looked at the green lotus roots that were still endlessly absorbing energy, and a decision formed in his heart. Xiao Yaner, next I will be staying at the bottom of this magma pool for a while. I'll leave Qinglin in your care. But Xiao Fan, you simply cannot withstand the scorching heat of this magma all by yourself. You'll be burned to death. No matter what, Ziyan refused to leave. Xiao Fan took out a bottle of ice spirit cold spring from his storage ring, which was precisely one of the treasures previously collected by Gut. With it here, it can at least ensure that I won't be roasted to a crisp by the high temperature within 3 days. Besides, Xiaoling can also help protect me. Xiao Fan had already accepted the name Xiaoling. But, Ziyan was still somewhat hesitant. Xiao Yaner, you can rest completely assured. Alright, Xiao Fan. Ziyan brandished her fist at the two-headed fire spirit snake. Xiaoling, if anything happens to Xiao Fan, I'll twist your head off. Chapter 52 Green Lotus Heart. Xiaoling shook its two heads like a rattle drum, terrified that its head would be twisted off. Xiao Fan used his majestic soul power to control the ice spirit cold spring to cover his entire body, then came to the rhizome that was still spewing cyan flames. He decisively inserted the rhizome directly into his heart. Puff, wisps of fresh blood slowly flowed out along the wound. The bright red blood quickly stained Xiao Fan's entire body. The green lotus foundation seemed to have found an outlet, and the cyan fire attribute energy continuously gushed out. Xiao Fan. Ziyan's expression changed drastically. How could she have expected that Xiao Fan actually intended to use the rhizome to continuously release pure fire attribute energy to provide nutrients for his own advancement? Just that majestic fire attribute energy was already enough to make many who cultivate flinch, yet Xiao Fan directly transformed himself into a lotus platform, wanting to use this incomparably pure fire attribute energy to further advance his strength. Connecting the rhizome to the heart allowed the fire attribute energy to reach the whole body the fastest. Xiao Fan began to operate the spirit-devouring art without hesitation. Xiao Fan's blood began to boil, its flow rate becoming even faster under the scorching heat of the flames. He could even feel his heart about to burst out. His entire face and body were covered with spiderweb-like marks, and Xiao Fan knew that his blood vessels were about to reach saturation. Xiao Fan still underestimated the energy brought by this green lotus rhizome. As expected of a fellow capable of nurturing the green lotus core flame. Not daring to slack off, Xiao Fan immediately guided the technique, condensing a chi cyclone at his heart. At the same time, he swallowed a large amount of chi recovery pills and rebirth pills to recondense his flesh that was on the verge of falling apart, while speeding up the operation of the spirit-devouring art to continuously purify and compress the energy gushing out from the green lotus rhizome. Sensing that something extra seemed to have appeared at his heart, Xiao Fan understood that a new green lotus seed had been nurtured within his body, just like a lotus seed. But what Xiao Fan wanted was not a small green lotus seed, he wanted to recondense his heart and forge a green lotus heart. The initially violent energy slowly calmed down, and Xiao Fan seemed to have merged with the rhizome, just like a newborn baby connected to the umbilical cord at birth. Xiao Fan could feel that the spirit-devouring art within his body seemed to be cheering and leaping with joy. He knew clearly that this was the prelude to the evolution of the spirit-devouring art. Xiao Fan could not understand the reason why the spirit-devouring art could evolve autonomously, but every time it evolved, it was always accompanied by a feeling of cheers and leaps, as if every evolution of the spirit-devouring art was also accompanied by the birth of intelligence. Judging by the speed of refining the surrounding doji energy, the current spirit-devouring art had already reached the level of a profound rank high-tier cultivation technique. If it refined this even purer fire attribute energy, Xiao Fan had a hunch that it could at least break through to a low-tier cultivation technique. Seeing Xiao Fan gradually calming down, Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly cursed, acting recklessly. If you die, I won't care about you. Yan was very angry that Xiao Fan actually acted on his own to do such a dangerous thing without telling her, causing her to worry for nothing. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Fan, Yan said with heartache, why try so hard? In this lifetime, I'll raise you. Xiaoling, it's over. Did I hear something I shouldn't have heard? Xiaoling's two heads look at each other. Hiss hiss, did you hear that? Hiss, hiss, hear what? I'm deaf. Hiss hiss, what a coincidence, me too. Quote. Not knowing how much time had passed, Xiao Fan only felt that he was bathed in a warm embrace, just like an infant lying in a mother's womb. The energy between heaven and earth formed a small vortex around Xiao Fan's body, continuously pouring into his body. Xiao Fan's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and he didn't even notice that the ice spirit cold spring around him had completely vanished. The high temperature seemed unable to threaten Xiao Fan anymore. At this moment, he had turned the entire magma into a warm womb, and he was about to be reborn. Hiss. Hiss hiss. Looking at this terrifying energy vortex, the two-headed fire spirit snake's two heads did not know what they were communicating about. The originally agreed upon 3 days had now passed for nearly half a month, and Yan would come from time to time to inspect Xiao Fan's condition. Xiao Fan, the sugar pill is all eaten. I don't like this feeling. Xiao Fan, wake up quickly. Yan would always murmur to herself beside Xiao Fan. Whenever this happened, the two-headed fire spirit snake would consciously leave. Time passed. Xiao Fan's heart suddenly stopped abruptly, and his whole body was shrouded in cyan flames. But after a little while, it started beating again. The gushing energy and the slightly rising and falling chest all represented that Xiao Fan had successfully condensed the green lotus heart. A newborn baby always starts with a cry. Xiao Fan suddenly panted heavily and abruptly opened his eyes. The green lotus rhizome also withered with Xiao Fan's awakening. The current Xiao Fan was as if reborn, his pair of eyes as brilliant as stars, and a wisp of pressure emanated, resembling an exiled immortal from heaven. Feeling the vigorously beating heart in his chest, Xiao Fan realized that the heart at this moment was no longer a mortal flesh of the past, but a green lotus heart covered by intertwined cyan and golden flames. Relying on absorbing the energy provided by the green lotus rhizome, Xiao Fan's cultivation also broke through to a 3-star Great Dough Master in one fell swoop. Ordinary flames could no longer cause any injuries to Xiao Fan, and to him, the magma was merely a change to a comfortable cradle. Moreover, under the effect of the green lotus heart, as long as Xiao Fan's heart was not destroyed and his soul was not extinguished, Xiao Fan could recover from any injury through that majestic vitality. Xiao Fan knew that with the evolution of the spirit-devouring art, it would no longer be just about devouring energy for one's own use, but a continuous transcendence and evolution of the soul in the physical body. In his past life, Xiao Fan also possessed astonishing resilience, but unfortunately, what he damaged was his soul. It's just a pity that my soul power still failed to break through to the spirit realm. Xiao Fan guessed that perhaps because most of the energy was used to reshape this green lotus heart, the enhancement of the soul was not much. Xiaoling, let's go. Xiao Fan greeted the two-headed fire spirit snake beside him and asked Xiaoling, how much time has passed? Sleeping Xiao Fan had no concept of time at all. Hiss hiss. I forgot, I don't understand you demonic beast's language. Hiss hiss, master's pressure seems to have become even stronger. Xiaoling took Xiao Fan and quickly swam towards the top of the magma. Sister Yan, when do you think Big Brother will come out? For the past half-month, Qinglin had never left the outside of the magma pool for even a step, waiting for Xiao Fan's return. The long wait made Qinglin distracted. She was worried about Xiao Fan's safety and even more afraid of losing the home she had finally found once again. Although the time of separation wasn't long, Qinglin had long since grown attached to Xiao Fan and was accustomed to staying by his side. Though it was only a few days, every single day felt like waiting for a long year to Qinglin. Although she couldn't see, Qinglin always looked toward the magma with her hazy gray eyes. It should be soon. Yan sensed Xiao Fan's aura, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. The moment she saw Xiao Fan rush out of the magma, Yan flew into Xiao Fan's arms. Xiao Fan, hungry. Alright, I'll make it for you in a moment. Xiao Fan stroked little dragon girl's head. He also felt that he hadn't been close to Xiao Yan for a long time, and he himself was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Sniff sniff. Yan looked at Xiao Fan in confusion, her head occasionally sniffing around on Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan. You smell so good. Saliva also unconsciously flowed down, messing up Xiao Fan's whole body. Chapter 53, Great Dough Master. Xiao Fan pushed away the drooling Ziyan with his hand. What are you doing? Really, Xiao Fanzi, you smell so good. In Ziyan's eyes, Xiao Fan seemed to have become an even more precious heaven and earth treasure. Her originally round eyes turned into vertical slits the next moment, as if she had already added Xiao Fan to her menu. Xiao Fanzi, slightly astringent taste, highly nourishing, best consumed after being raised to maturity. Xiao Yaner, what are you doing? Xiao Fan shivered involuntarily. He seemed to understand how Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling felt now. Ziyan's state did not last long. She quickly returned to her cute and playful little dragon girl appearance, her small head continuously rubbing against Xiao Fan's chest. Especially where that newly condensed green lotus heart was, Ziyan's tender little paws kept drawing circles on Xiao Fan's chest, as if trying to measure the size of this heart. Xiao Fan, does your heart belong to me? Ziyan asked in a coquettish voice, hugging the ingredient she hadn't seen in a long time. Of course, Xiao Fan didn't think anything was wrong. Perhaps he had really slept for too long, and Ziyan was probably starving. Hee, Xiao Fanzi, grow up quickly, okay? Don't call me Xiao Fanzi. Ever since he discovered that Ziyan would name the ingredients she marked, and they all started with Xiao, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Brother. Even though Qinglin couldn't see, she could still feel the unique aura on Xiao Fan. Even though Xiao Fan's physical body had undergone a transformation, she could still sense his aura. This seemed to be Qinglin's unique talent as well. Unlike Ziyan, Qinglin stood blankly in front of Xiao Fan with a pure, unimaginable smile. Xiao Fan pulled Qinglin into his embrace. Thank you for your hard work, Qinglin. No, it's nothing. Hugged by Xiao Fan, Qinglin's face instantly flushed like a wine-induced blush. Her small body was overwhelmed by the immense stimulation, and she involuntarily felt lightheaded, burying herself completely in Xiao Fan's chest. Brother, seems to have become even more fragrant. All of Qinglin's worries and concerns over the past few days were swept away by the immense happiness brought by Xiao Fan's hug. Her mind, still maturing, had never experienced such a feeling. She felt a rush of heat to her head, and the blush on her already flushed face became even more pronounced. Looking at Qinglin who had fainted in his arms, Xiao Fan found it quite novel. He touched her burning cheek and said involuntarily, little Qinglin is really cute. Xiao Fan gently lifted Qinglin. Although this journey to find the heavenly flame hadn't yielded one, the evolution of the spirit-devouring art and the reshaped green lotus heart were undoubtedly great harvests. Xiao Yaner, let's go. Ziyan also leapt up and clung to Xiao Fan. Since the chest area was already taken by Qinglin, Ziyan could only cling to Xiao Fan's back. Looking at the two little heads resting on his left and right shoulders, Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. Hiss. Seeing that Xiao Fan was about to leave, the two-headed fire spirit snake swam up to him, flicking its tongue as if trying to say something. Xiao Fan, Xiao Ling says it wants to follow you. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Ling in disbelief. Is it rushing to become Ziyan's food? Hiss. Xiao Ling says it can protect Qinglin. It feels an incredibly familiar and intimate aura from Qinglin. Hearing the two-headed fire spirit snake's words, Xiao Fan couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Even though the triple jade green snake flower pupils had not yet undergone awakening and were even blind, they could actually make snake-type demonic beasts submit to her. Yes, you should be able to shrink your body, right? Xiao Fan certainly didn't mind having an extra helper to protect Qinglin. As for whether the two-headed fire spirit snake would backstab them, Xiao Fan believed it wasn't stupid, and demonic beasts didn't have as many schemes and intrigues as humans. Hiss. The two-headed fire spirit snake's body gradually shrank, slowly turning into the size of a bracelet, and naturally coiled around Qinglin's wrist. Xiao Ling, protect Qinglin well, and I promise to provide you with medicinal herbs and medicinal pills that can help you break through to the 6th rank. Xiao Fan painted a rosy picture for the two-headed fire spirit snake. Of course, he also planned to nurture this talented demonic beast. It would make a good guard to protect Qinglin. Xiao Ling on her wrist nodded repeatedly. Hiss. Xiao Fan, Xiao Ling says. Ziyan had already skillfully taken on the role of translator. Yeah, I can guess. Xiao Fan discovered that he seemed to be able to understand a bit of the demonic beast's language. Although it was just 1 or 2 hisses each time, the variation in tone and length seemed very similar to human speech. Having broken through to Great Doe Master, Xiao Fan felt confident again. At this moment, he was already planning to head to the Snake People tribe's palace once more to seize the heavenly flame. Looking at his 2 wet shoulders, Xiao Fan ultimately couldn't bring Qinglin along. After all, the little girl didn't even have doji qi. Going to the snake tribe's territory would be nothing short of suicide. Looking at Qinglin, who had already woken up and was leaning against him, Xiao Fan spoke. Qinglin, in a moment, I will take you to see an old grandpa. Brother, are you going to abandon Qinglin? Qinglin seemed to understand Xiao Fan's intention instantly, and tears began to well up in her hollow eyes. Of course not, little Qinglin. It's okay, Qinglin knows. Qinglin is a burden to brother. Having him by her side for the past few days had already made Qinglin content. Even if Xiao Fan wanted to leave, she wouldn't blame him, she would only hate herself for not being able to help him. MMH. Qinglin could feel Xiao Fan's warm hands caressing her, which instantly calmed her down from her sadness. Qinglin, I won't abandon you. It's just that brother is going to do something dangerous next. For your safety, I'll take you to see an old friend of mine. The old friend Xiao Fan spoke of was, of course, Hai Bodong. With the protection of a Dohuang like Hai Bodong, Xiao Fan believed that little Qinglin's safety would be sufficiently guaranteed, and no random riffraff would target her. The Mo clan is unstable after all. It's better to destroy them. One doesn't fear thieves stealing, but rather thieves constantly thinking about it. With the Mo clan's secret technique of transplanting organs and limbs, if they discovered Qinglin's triple jade green snake flower pupils, they would definitely make a move on her. Since they wanted to target his sister's life, wiping them out would bring more peace of mind. Brother Xiao, you found the heavenly flame. Hai Bodong originally thought it would take Xiao Fan at least several months or even longer to subdue a heavenly flame, but it had only been a month since Xiao Fan left. Furthermore, Hai Bodong also noticed the improvement in Xiao Fan's strength. Actually reached Great Dough Master. This kid was only a Dough Master when we last met, right? He actually crossed a whole major realm. Could he really have found the heavenly flame? Hai Bodong looked at Xiao Fan excitedly. Not yet, old Hai. I have a favor to ask of you. Hai Bodong was somewhat disappointed, but on second thought, a heavenly flame was indeed not that easy to subdue. Brother Xiao, no need to be polite. Just speak your mind. Xiao Fan slowly set Qinglin down. Although she couldn't see Hai Bodong, the aura radiating from him made her realize that this old grandpa was very powerful. Chapter 54, Protection. Xiao Fan told Hai Bodong everything that had happened in the underground magma. What, you encountered Medusa? Hai Bodong could not believe that Xiao Fan was standing completely unharmed in front of him. Old Hai, is that really the main point? The heavenly flame was taken by Medusa. Xiao Fan looked at Hai Bodong, speechlessly. Impossible, this shouldn't be. Hai Bodong sized up Xiao Fan with a deeply puzzled look. What shouldn't be? Xiao Fan looked at the muttering Hai Bodong. Brother Xiao, tell me again what happened when you ran into Medusa. Hai Bodong pressed further. Old Hai, no matter how many times I say it, it's still the same. Xiao Fan felt as if Hai Bodong had been frightened foolish by Medusa, considering he had already repeated it so many times. Impossible, Brother Xiao, even if you have a special movement do technique, there is no way you could escape from right under that woman's nose. Hai Bodong's eyes were filled with certainty and fear. Seeming to recall the fact that he was defeated by Medusa in a single move, Hai Bodong continued to explain, even I couldn't last a single move against Medusa. You peeked at Medusa bathing, how on earth could you have survived under that woman's hands? The more Hai Bodong spoke, the more agitated he became. Medusa had truly become an impassable hurdle in his heart. Xiao Fan felt Hai Bodong was exaggerating a bit. Old Hai, you're far too terrified of Medusa. I thought she seemed kind of silly. Xiao Fan felt that Medusa wasn't as exaggeratedly terrifying as Hai Bodong claimed. To him, current Medusa felt more like a silly young woman. How is that possible? She is Medusa, the most ruthless Queen Medusa. Hai Bodong suddenly clutched his shoulder. Ow, ow, ow. Old Hai. Xiao Fan immediately realized that Hai Bodong must have triggered the effect of the snake curse seal again. He instantly used his heavenly flame to suppress the pain caused by the seal for Hai Bodong. Medusa, I will never coexist with you under the same sky in this lifetime. Even while being tortured to the point of nearly passing out, Hai Bodong remained unyielding in his words. Old Hai, save your breath. Xiao Fan felt that the seal applied by the curse had deepened, and the pain it caused had doubled. Only after a long while did the torture inflicted by the curse seal ease. Hai Bodong looked at Xiao Fan with a mournful face. Brother Xiao, have you really decided to go to the territory of the Snake People tribe? Don't blame me for not warning you. Although I don't know why Medusa didn't keep you there, that woman's power is absolutely unimaginable. If you get stuck in the Snake People tribe, I won't be coming to rescue you. Old Hai, I am an alchemist. Even if the Snake People tribe retains me, at most they will lock me up. My safety is guaranteed. But you're just a mere great Dough Master. This behavior is undoubtedly seeking death. Old Hai, don't forget Xian. With her around, even if the Snake People tribe wants to keep us, they'll have to put in some effort. Xiao Fan pointed at Xian, who was wandering around leading Qinglin. Hai Bodong adjusted his glasses frames. That little girl is indeed extraordinary. Fine, since you've made up your mind, Brother Xiao, I am willing to do you this favor. I will definitely take good care of that girl Qinglin. Then I'll trouble you, Old Hai. If I can't return anytime soon, please give these items to Qinglin. Xiao Fan handed a sealed scroll to Hai Bodong. This was a method for cultivating the soul that he had prepared for Qinglin. Old Hai, I came in a rush and didn't refine any other medicinal pills. Take these Tier 4 and Tier 3 medicinal pills as reward for your help. Tier 4 Alchemist. Hai Bodong found himself understanding Xiao Fan less and less. A Tier 4 alchemist this young would cause a massive sensation if word got out. Brother Xiao, rest assured, I, Hai Bodong, value my oaths above all else. Xiao Fan called Qinglin over. Qinglin, big brother has to do something. For this period, stay with Grandpa Hai. Gee, Grandpa, hello. Qinglin stood obediently in front of Hai Bodong. Seeing the black cloth covering Qinglin's eyes, a trace of heartache flashed through Hai Bodong's eyes. Qinglin, right. For this period, you'll stay with me. Before parting, Qinglin hugged Xiao Fan tightly. Big brother, may I touch your face? Qinglin requested softly. Of course, Xiao Fan squatted down halfway and placed Qinglin's slender little hand against his face. Qinglin's small hand was cool, like a piece of fine jade placed on Xiao Fan's face. Qinglin touched his face very earnestly, her little hand rubbing back and forth. She paid special attention to his features, hoping to remember his face. Though she couldn't see, Xiao Fan was surely the most handsome person in Qinglin's eyes. Qinglin must be good too, and listen to Grandpa Hai. When big brother finishes his business, I'll come pick you up. Big brother, take care on the road. He patted the little girl's head, saying no more. Parting made one feel sorrowful, but parting always promised a better reunion. Qinglin could not see, but as that familiar aura gradually drifted away, she felt a sharp, clutching pain in her heart. Big brother really is very handsome. Looking at Qinglin, who was still gazing into the distance, a figure appeared in Hai Bodong's heart as well. Feelings truly can make one lose oneself. Hai Bodong caressed the storage ring on his hand. Grandpa Hai, can you teach me to cultivate Doqi? Qinglin asked obediently as she stood beside Hai Bodong. Do you really want to cultivate? Hai Bodong couldn't understand Qinglin's thought process. I want to protect big brother in the future. Qinglin voiced her thoughts with great determination. She didn't want to be a burden to Xiao Fan, he had given her hope, so she wanted to help him too. The fading silhouette in Hai Bodong's memory surfaced once more, overlapping with the small and cute Qinglin before him. Protect, junior sister. I think I understand you a bit now. ... The Tager Desert was always fraught with danger. Xiao Fan even managed to run right into a rare sandstorm. Unlucky, so unlucky. As the wild sand raged, Xiao Fan seemed somewhat powerless amidst the storm. After dodging around several times, Xiao Fan, carrying Yan on his back, finally found a cave where they could shelter from the storm. Didn't expect it to just be a kid, a sinister voice echoed out. Clearly, Xiao Fan wasn't the only one seeking shelter in the cave. Looking at their clothing, Xiao Fan muttered, a mercenary group. Captain, this kid actually knows a thing or two. A burst of laughter erupted around them. Clearly, none of these mercenary group members took Xiao Fan and Yan seriously. Xiao Fan found a slightly secluded spot, sat down, and quietly waited for the storm to pass. The mercenary group had a large number of people, at least dozens. Through Xiao Fan's perception, their leader had at least the strength of a great Dough master. Behind the mercenary group stood huge carriages covered in black cloth. Xiao Fan didn't even need soul perception to know what was inside. Just as Xiao Fan was observing, the man from earlier suddenly barked hostilely. Kid, our sand mercenary group is asking you a question. ... Chapter 55, Mo Ba Si. Xiao Fan, should we step in and teach them a lesson? Yan asked Xiao Fan in a low voice. No need, new guests are coming, and they're old acquaintances. Right after Xiao Fan finished speaking, a ray of green doji shot toward the cave. The mercenary who had previously provoked Xiao Fan was pierced by that doji. Without even time to react, he collapsed straight to the ground. Yet Xiao Fan noticed something strange. Despite his subordinate dying so inexplicably, the guy previously called the commander didn't show a hint of emotion. In fact, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yaner, things might not be so simple next. Xiao Fan pulled Yan to hide inside a recessed crevice in the cliff wall, having a hunch that something major was about to happen. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Yan was confused as she was pulled along to hide. Before long, a fierce female voice echoed, you mercenary groups certainly have nerve, daring to come into my territory to capture people. Commander Luo, what should we do? The other members of the mercenary group were clearly panicked. They knew very well that the leaders of each territory in the Snake People tribe were at least at the Douwang level. Don't worry, she won't dare harm us. Go drag the cargo out of the cages. Several men immediately understood their commander's intent and instantly picked out a few female snake people from the cages, pressing knives against their necks. Lady Yume, save us. Seeing their territory's lord, several snake people immediately began crying for help. So it's leader Yume. Your reputation precedes you, Commander Luo said with a treacherous smile. He didn't seem particularly surprised at being discovered, and he wasn't even afraid when facing a Douwang. Yume swayed her sexy pink snake tail and giggled behind her hand. Yet beneath her smiling brows lay a trace of frigid killing intent. Release them, and I may spare your lives. Ha ha ha, Leader Yume sure likes to joke. If I let them go, would you really let me go, Leader Yume? You humans truly are despicable and filthy. Yume pulled back her smile, her eyes filled with rage. Hee, Leader Yume, have you ever wondered why we were able to silently take the snake people from your territory? Yume furrowed her brows deeply. Although my territory's strength isn't top tier, there's no way a mere great Dough master like the man before me could silently kidnap snake people. There's a traitor. Yume quickly reached her conclusion. Commander Luo praised her once more, as expected of Leader Yume, but unfortunately, it's already too late. Snake Spirit Wind Piercer. A wind-attributed Dough technique suddenly sounded from behind Yume. No matter how fast her reaction was or that she shielded herself with Doji in time, the Wind Piercer still penetrated her abdomen. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, and the intense pain forced her to use her Doji to forcibly suppress it. Seeing the newcomer, Yume questioned loudly, Mo Ba Si. Are you going to become a traitor to the Snake People tribe? Yume couldn't believe that the one who ambushed and betrayed her was Mo Ba Si, who was also one of the 8 great leaders. Traitor, humph, I think you, Yume, are the real traitor to the Snake People tribe. Confronted by Yume's accusations, Mo Ba Si didn't feel he was in the wrong at all. Instead, he questioned her back, the Snake People tribe has only one Queen Medusa. Has Leader Yume forgotten even that? So your target is Medusa? So what if it is? I reckon she should be on her way by now. Mo Ba Si spoke of his goal without any hesitation. My lord, Luo Bu came to Mo Ba Si's side. You did well, Mo Ba Si uttered in an extremely cold voice. The next moment, his palm pierced Luo Bu's heart. Filthy human. Commander. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenary group members panicked instantly and attempted to flee the cave. But to Mo Ba Si, a bunch of Dough practitioners and Dough masters were nothing more than toys. A few snake people thought they were saved and crawled to Mo Ba Si's side to thank him, completely unaware that Mo Ba Si had no intention of sparing anyone today. Like slaughtering chickens, Yume could only watch her fellow clan members die one by one at Mo Ba Si's hands. Mo Ba Si, consumed by rage, Yume instantly appeared behind Mo Ba Si, attempting to deal him a fatal blow. However, Mo Ba Si was equally on guard against Yume. Furthermore, having taken a full Dough technique hit from Mo Ba Si, her strength was already greatly diminished. Yume, surrender now and I can spare your life. Bah, Yume spat fiercely at Mo Ba Si. My loyalty will always be to Queen Medusa, not to a specific person. Hiding off to the side, Xiao Fan was shocked. This Mo Ba Si is so daring as to target Medusa. No, Mo Ba Si alone couldn't possibly defeat Medusa, who was already a Dough Huang. Xiao Fan quickly realized something was off. He has accomplices. Aren't you afraid of Queen Medusa punishing you for doing this? The Snake People tribe doesn't need 2 Medusas. Mo Ba Si retorted loudly. Unreasonable. 2 Medusas, what does that mean? Xiao Fan was thoroughly confused, only now realizing the core of their argument. Before long, outside the cave, a fiery red figure rushed in at high speed. Seeing the heavily wounded Yume, she ignored Mo Ba Si in front of her and immediately went to Yume's side to ask, Yume, how are you? Her Majesty the Queen, run quickly, Yume shouted anxiously to Medusa. Run. Medusa clearly hadn't realized the severity of the situation, nor had she even realized that Mobasi was opposing her. In her innocence, she was still guarding against whether any strong human experts were nearby. Mobasi, he wants to. Before Yume could finish speaking, an attack even more fierce than before struck out. In her desperation, Yume mobilized all her dochi and used all her strength to push Medusa away. The attack grazed past their figures and blasted a deep crater where Yume had been standing. The sandstorm grew stronger and stronger, making it impossible for them to leave the cave. That attack just now was definitely not caused by Mobasi. Fear filled Yume's eyes. Failed to eliminate them. It seems this old man really hasn't taken action in too long. A snake person figure emerged from the darkness. Yume stared at the newcomer, having no idea who this snake person was. Grand Elder, Medusa, however, recognized him. One of the 4 elders of the snake people tribe. Yume couldn't believe that an elder was backing Mobasi. No, perhaps it wasn't Mobasi's idea, but the elder who wants to kill Medusa. All 4 elders of the snake people tribe were peak Dohuangs. Now that Yume was injured, even if Medusa was also a Dohuang, it was impossible for her to face a siege from the Grand Elder and Mobasi alone. Medusa, you should understand your destiny. The snake people tribe does not need 2 Medusas. Chapter 56, A Favor. Sister said that you snake people tribe elders are the dross of the snake people tribe, and you are the ones who should be discarded. Humph, this old man has contributed to the snake people tribe all my life, and the rules of the snake people tribe are the criteria for my actions. The Grand Elder passionately spoke of his lifelong achievements. It was almost impossible for Medusa to escape from his hands, so he didn't mind taking the opportunity to explain his philosophy. It is precisely because of the leadership of people like you that the snake people tribe has suffered constant encroachment by surrounding countries for so many years. Through continuous concessions and compromises, we were ultimately forced to retreat into the desert. This is your achievement. Medusa was foolish, but that didn't mean she knew nothing. Every day, Sister was seeking a new way out for the snake people tribe and looking for a new place to live, yet the higher-ups of the snake people tribe were actually fighting among themselves. It was simply laughable. Nonsense. Seemingly stimulated by Medusa's words, the Grand Elder's dochi transformed into sharp claws, slashing toward Medusa to kill her. Old thing, are you triggered already? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Medusa had already seen through the true faces of these stubborn old men, and a Dohuang's aura likewise erupted from her. Splitting Sky Snake Spirit Dance. Medusa mobilized the energy between heaven and earth, and a spiritual snake appeared beside her, launching a torrential storm of attacks toward the approaching Grand Elder, while fireballs continuously smashed toward the ground. The Grand Elder, who had previously been confident and assured, suddenly changed his expression the next moment. The monstrous fireballs grew larger and larger in the Grand Elder's eyes, and the intangible pressure was something even a peak Dohuang powerhouse like him dared not take head-on. Snake Spirit Protection. The Grand Elder used a Do technique to protect his body, barely blocking Medusa's attack. For a time, the battlefield was actually controlled by Medusa. Under Medusa's Do technique, which could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, the Grand Elder was actually suppressed to the point of being unable to counterattack. Old thing, sister is right. Sooner or later, one day I'm going to kill all you undying old fellows. Mobasi, what are you standing there like a fool for? The Grand Elder roared angrily. The Grand Elder couldn't help but marvel at Medusa's strength. Merely at the 7-star Dohuang level, she was actually able to contend with him, a peak Dohuang powerhouse, forcing him to call upon Mobasi to deal with Medusa together. The battle situation reversed once again. With Mobasi attracting Medusa's attention, the Grand Elder was able to execute an even higher tier Do technique. Medusa's originally charming and alluring delicate body was now injured. Seeing that he couldn't take down Medusa after a long time, and fearing that the battle here would attract the attention of the one in the palace, the Grand Elder looked at Yume, who was unable to fight nearby, and smiled sinisterly at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly burst forth, charging straight toward Medusa. But just as Medusa set up a defensive posture, she didn't expect the Grand Elder's figure to turn sharply downward, charging straight at Yume, who was still healing her injuries. Yume. Medusa panicked instantly, no longer caring about defense, and rushed straight toward Yume. Bang. Boulders splashed in the cave. At the critical moment, Medusa used her physical body to stubbornly block this blow for Yume, but the powerful impact still sent the two flying backward, crashing straight into the cliff wall. Yume's condition took a sharp turn for the worse, and she directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yume, take this well. Medusa stuffed a scroll into Yume's hands. The moment she saw the scroll, Yume immediately pushed it back. Queen Medusa, this is a teleportation scroll, you need it more than I do. As the name implies, a teleportation scroll allows a person to achieve teleportation in a short time, but it will cause unpredictable consequences for the transporter, resulting in injuries at best, or the loss of cultivation at worst. But in the face of such a critical situation right now, the negative effects could no longer be cared about. Medusa had already made up her mind, stuffed the scroll into Yume's hands, and activated it. If you escape, be sure to go to the Snake People Tribe Palace to find sister. Not good, it's a teleportation scroll. The Grand Elder didn't understand why a teleportation scroll would appear in Medusa's hands, but it was obviously too late to stop it. Queen Medusa, Yume's figure disappeared into the cave. I really didn't expect you, Medusa, to actually let Yume escape. Humph, right now there are sandstorms outside, and the distance of the teleportation scroll is only within a few thousand miles. Even if she escaped, nobody will be able to come save you for a while. Seeing that Medusa actually chose to stay, the Grand Elder smiled dismissively. Mobasi also closely followed behind the Grand Elder. Although on the surface Medusa was already exhausted, the Grand Elder did not relax, constantly guarding against Medusa's actions. Forcibly mobilizing a secret technique to help Yume escape made Medusa's already injured body even worse, but those beautiful eyes were still fixed tightly on the Grand Elder. Old thing, even if I die, I'm going to strip a layer of skin off you. Xiao Fan, should we help Medusa? Yan asked, inquiring about Xiao Fan's thoughts. Help, but now is not the opportunity yet. Give me the jade token Elder Su gave you earlier. Xiao Fan had obviously figured out that the Medusa before him was not the Queen Medusa he knew in his past life. Although her appearance looked no different from Queen Medusa's face in his past life, her personality was vastly different. But that temperament of striving for the tribe and never yielding was exactly the same. Even though Xiao Fan in his past life was often tormented and threatened by Queen Medusa, the relationship between the two was more like a transaction. Xiao Fan helped Medusa find a new tribal land, and Medusa accompanied Xiao Fan through one life and death crisis after another. The occurrence of an accident gradually changed the flavor of the relationship between the two, and their daily bickering became more like flirting, until Queen Medusa's unannounced departure. Towards this Medusa who always wanted to ride on his head, Xiao Fan had both hatred and fear, as well as love and care. Queen Medusa, this time you owe me a favor. ... For the Snake People tribe, please die, Medusa. The Grand Elder no longer hesitated, cooperating with Mobasi to launch a killing strike toward Medusa. The Snake People tribe only needs one Queen Medusa. Medusa likewise would not sit and wait for death. She exhausted all her strength to mobilize her doji, making no defense at all. Even if she died, she would make this old fellow have a hard time. Right now. Xiao Fan poured his doji into the jade token. The attack left behind by Su Qian possessing the strength of a dozong suddenly erupted. A massive pillar of energy carrying a destructive aura enveloped the Grand Elder and Mobasi in just a brief moment. The two of them, without any defense, were directly obliterated by this energy attack from Xiao Fan. Su Qian, who was still working in Jiangnan Academy, suddenly stood up. The jade token has been triggered. Ziyan won't be in trouble, will she? Ziyan could be considered half a daughter to him, so Su Qian's mind was somewhat chaotic at this moment. However, Jiangnan Academy hadn't been very peaceful lately either. The conflict between the Black Corner region and Jiangnan Academy was becoming increasingly fierce, and he couldn't easily leave right now. I hope that girl Ziyan doesn't act recklessly. Quote. Chapter 57, The Deal. It's you. Medusa recognized the newcomer. It was the little rascal who had peeked at her taking a bath back then. Medusa could never have imagined that she would actually be saved by the brat before her. Furthermore, from the energy shockwave just now, Medusa could sense that it was an attack belonging to another level, a realm her elder sister had always been pursuing, Dozong. Xiao Fan, I only found one storage ring. Ziyan had gone to look for their storage rings back when the energy destroyed the two, but in the end, she only found a single storage ring. Having one is better than none. When we get back, we'll give this storage ring to Qinglin. Xiao Fan took the storage ring Ziyan handed over. Medusa, do you need me to help heal your injuries? Medusa's doji was currently exhausted, and her body was covered in wounds. If left unattended, her fate would be uncertain. Medusa pursed her red lips tightly. Her elder sister had always told her not to interact with humans or men, saying men were always heartless scoundrels and good-for-nothing pigs. But after reading so many storybooks and novels herself, she had become a bit more curious about human emotions. Looking at Xiao Fan's handsome face, she didn't know what this feeling was, just like when she had been peeked at by the little pervert before her, it wasn't anger but embarrassment. However, her remaining rationality told her that the brat before her would definitely not help for free. What are your conditions? Her enchantingly seductive words entered Xiao Fan's ears, sending a shiver through his body. It seems Medusa isn't stupid either. I want the heavenly flame. Medusa was inwardly startled, but her expression remained unchanged as she asked back, what heavenly flame? As expected, although you two sisters have different personalities, your subconscious movements when lying are identical. Looking at Medusa, whose snake tail tip was slightly curled upward, Xiao Fan continued. I won't take it for free. I can help your sister increase her chances of using the heavenly flame to break through to Dozong. What? How do you know about this? The fact that her elder sister wanted to use the heavenly flame to break through to Dozong was known by basically no one except herself and a few elders of the Snake People tribe. Medusa became flustered. If the other empires found out about this, they would never allow the Snake People tribe to produce a Dozong, and the Snake People tribe would become a target for everyone. Medusa, didn't you just say you didn't know about the heavenly flame? HS. Cunning human. After hesitating a few times, Medusa finally made up her mind and said, unless you promise me that you won't harm my sister and won't be an enemy of the Snake People tribe, I'll agree to your terms. Deal. Xiao Fan stepped forward directly and scooped Medusa up in a princess carry. Medusa's large snake tail unconsciously wrapped around Xiao Fan's waist. Hey. Medusa didn't expect Xiao Fan to agree so quickly, much less that this brat would dare to be so bold. One must know that every generation's Medusa possessed an innate charming physique. Ordinary men would become entranced with just a single glance, let alone direct physical contact like Xiao Fan was making. But looking at Xiao Fan's calm, unruffled expression, a trace of unwillingness rose in Medusa's heart. Although she wasn't as competitive as her sister, this was still the first time she had been carried by a man like this. Her smooth, warm snake tail unconsciously tightened around Xiao Fan's waist. Lighter. Only after snapping back to her senses did Medusa realize that she had used too much force, squeezing Xiao Fan's waist so hard that his face was almost turning purple. Xiao Fan slapped Medusa's plump, shapely rear, but immediately regretted it after doing so. They say you can't touch a tiger's rear. Now that I've slapped Medusa's rear, I'm afraid my life is in danger. Medusa widened her beautiful eyes even more, looking at Xiao Fan with undisguised anger in her eyes. Even my sister has never hit me. How dare you hit me there? Medusa was no longer docile in his arms. Even though her entire body throbbed with pain, at this moment she threw an absolute fit in Xiao Fan's embrace. The snake people's naturally smooth and delicate skin made it impossible for Xiao Fan to hold onto this unruly little snake. With a stumble, both Xiao Fan and Medusa fell to the ground. Her ink-black long hair spilled down, a faint flush resting on her exquisite face. Medusa's long eyelashes fluttered, her mud and fat jade-like skin pressed tightly against Xiao Fan. Her seemingly calm face was betrayed by her naughty snake tail. The snake tail covered in smooth, colorful scales moved continuously upward along Xiao Fan's waist, gradually coiling tighter and tighter around him. Medusa also realized the impropriety between them and subconsciously wanted to get up and retreat, but a certain purple-haired little dragon girl picked this exact moment to cause trouble. Xiao Fan. What are you two doing? An angry Xian wanted to pull Medusa up, but Xian clearly hadn't expected Medusa's body to be so slippery from sweat and blood. Losing her grip, Medusa's red lips unexpectedly landed directly on Xiao Fan's lips. The light kiss was accompanied by a slight sting of pain from her body, causing Medusa to emit an involuntary soft groan. But the contact broke as soon as it happened. Medusa wanted to push Xiao Fan away, but her entire body was limp without a bit of strength. She could only glare fiercely at the brat who had taken her first kiss. The unaccustomed sensation made her part her lips slightly, panting heavily. Tiny beads of sweat quietly gathered by her lips, sliding down her captivatingly beautiful face and dripping onto Xiao Fan's equally stunned face. You stinky. Before Medusa could finish cursing, she finally slipped into unconsciousness due to her severe injuries. Her long hair scattered freely over Xiao Fan. This Medusa, who had looked fierce and menacing just moments ago, now bore a touch of delicate soft grace. Her entire being appeared ethereal and pitifully charming, the only flaw being that her dense, smooth snake tail still refused to loosen its grip. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The sensation of being bound around his waist didn't disappear with Medusa's fainting, instead, it coiled even tighter. Xiao Yaner, help me out and give a push. I won't. Xian pouted petulantly, standing with her arms crossed, looking with displeasure at Medusa lying on Xiao Fan. Xiao Yaner tilde. No. I'll make you sugar pills. No. Xiao Fan realized that Xian was truly angry this time. Is it because of Medusa just now? No, Xian replied huffily. Black lines appeared on Xiao Fan's forehead. He couldn't be blamed for this either, couldn't she see Medusa had bound him so tightly that he couldn't even move? Snake people were naturally master entanglers, so faced with this situation, Xiao Fan could only resign himself to his fate. Xian also knew deep down that Xiao Fan hadn't done it on purpose, but watching her treasure being monopolized right in front of her made her feel terrible. If it were Sister Medusa, that'd be one thing. Seeing Xiao Fan's pitiful look, Xian ultimately softened her heart and untangled the restriction for Xiao Fan. Chapter 58, Queen Medusa. Xiao Fan lifted Medusa in his arms. Although the snake tail was still wrapped around Xiao Fan's waist, simple movements were still not a problem. Xiao Yaner, thank you. 10 bottles of sugar pill. No, 20 bottles. Xian directly turned her head away from Xiao Fan. Fine, isn't it just 20 bottles of sugar pill? Knowing that Xian's chi had not dissipated yet, Xiao Fan pointed at his back and said, Xiao Yaner, get on. Although Xian was unhappy, she still obediently crawled onto Xiao Fan's back. Looking at Medusa held in Xiao Fan's arms, Xian spoke, Xiao Fan, you are not allowed to carry anyone else on your back in the future. Xiao Fan's back could only be her, Xian's, territory, a place that had already been pickled and flavored by Xian. Xiao Fan failed to understand what Xian was thinking again, so he could only chime in, I will only carry Xiao Yaner, no one else. Taking advantage of the end of the sandstorm, Xiao Fan held Medusa and carried Xian on his back as he left the cave. The top priority was still to send Medusa to the Snake People Palace first. Ever since he learned about those unreasonable rules of the Snake People tribe, Xiao Fan had somewhat lost trust in the other territories of the Snake People tribe. Just after Xiao Fan and Xian left, in the previous cave, countless amounts of energy began to gather, and a figure slowly condensed within it, panting heavily. What was that attack just now? The Grand Elder felt a lingering fear whenever he thought of that attack which had nearly obliterated his physical body in an instant. Fortunately, he had utilized a secret technique of the Snake People tribe, which allowed him to preserve his life. However, the price of this almost resurrection-like secret technique was likewise not low. The current Grand Elder could be described as having his oil exhausted and lamp dried, with less than a month of lifespan remaining. Human. The Grand Elder noticed the footprints on the ground that had not existed earlier, as well as the lingering scent in the air. The Grand Elder quickly deduced that a human had rescued Medusa. Damn it, the Grand Elder had not expected that his plan would actually be ruined by a human, yet that energy shockwave from moments ago made the Grand Elder somewhat unsure. Dozong. No, if it were a Dozong, there would be no need to hide. It seems it should be a fellow with a background. The Grand Elder quickly deduced Xiao Fan's true strength, but what the Grand Elder could not figure out was why a human would want to save Medusa. Moreover, Medusa had obviously left for a long time. Even if he wanted to track her down, he probably wouldn't be able to. This operation not only exposed them but also lost a Dowong, making the Grand Elder's situation even more precarious. The Grand Elder knew without thinking that if he went back, he would definitely face the punishment of Her Majesty the Queen. The Grand Elder immediately made up his mind. He only had a month left anyway. If he gambled a bit, the possibility of becoming a Dozong might allow him to drag out his ignoble existence for a little while longer. But just as the Grand Elder turned around, it caused him to see an unbelievable scene. A beautifully sudden appearance of a woman, her exquisite face covered by a thin purple veil, wearing a graceful purple brocade robe. Beneath the brocade robe, her plump and delicate body, resembling a ripe peach, exuded a faint charm. 3,000 strands of black hair cascaded casually down her fragrant shoulders, falling vertically between her slender willow-like waist. Beneath that brocade robe, a section of a purple snake tail was exposed, swaying slightly. A wild, enchanting temptation, even just a glance inexplicably made one's entire body feel burning hot. Queen Medusa. The Grand Elder's posture unnaturally hunched over, and the words in his mouth stammered. The formless pressure caused this Grand Elder, who was also a peak Do Huang, to be unable to even straighten his back. The Grand Elder truly has good schemes, but today is also the last time I will call you Grand Elder. Medusa's tone beneath the veil was completely devoid of ripples, yet that intent to kill was already undisguised. No, you cannot touch this old man. This old man has made so many contributions to the Snake People tribe, even if you are Her Majesty the Queen, you cannot touch me. Faced with life and death, this Grand Elder no longer had any dignity whatsoever, and even his speech appeared so pale and weak. For the Snake People tribe. Do you really think this king has a great need for the existence of you elders? If it weren't for the fact that your peak Dohuang strengths can guard a territory, based solely on your daring to disobey this king's orders, it would be enough to execute you 10 million times over. Queen Medusa looked disdainfully at the Grand Elder. Crimson Dochi condensed in Queen Medusa's hands, devouring spirit snake flame. An incomparably gorgeous and gigantic crimson snake spirit rushed straight toward the Grand Elder, obviously without holding back anything at all. Queen Medusa, you will regret this, the Grand Elder roared unwillingly. This king is Queen Medusa, this king is the leader of the snake people tribe. A bunch of old fellows actually dare to order this king. The snake spirit pierced straight through the Grand Elder's body, swallowing even his soul along with it. Bang, the Grand Elder's body collapsed straight to the ground, and the Crimson Dochi was still burning the Grand Elder's fragmented physique. Washier. Her Majesty the Queen, a snake person draped in black gauze came before Medusa. Go, send this old fellow's head to the other 3 elders. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. Washier held an incomparable adoration for Queen Medusa, reaching even the level of obsession. As Medusa's most loyal guard, she did not ponder right and wrong, only understanding that doing things for Her Majesty the Queen was her honor. Queen Medusa looked at the traces of the fight inside the cave, as well as the aperture of the cave that had already been pierced through. Queen Medusa quickly analyzed the situation at that time. HMPH, heartless scoundrel, this time I actually owe you a favor. I really look forward to whether the current you can still ride on top of me. Beneath that enchanting allure, Queen Medusa held a trace of empress-like nobility and grace, a strange smile hanging at the corners of her mouth. The scorching heat of the desert made Xiao Fan, who was holding Medusa and carrying Yan on his back while traveling through it, covered in sweat. Xiao Fan had already gotten used to this feeling of being fully loaded on his body. To say the least, this method really had a great effect on suppressing and refining Dochi, it's just that. Little brat, let me go. Unable to win against Medusa, Xiao Fan had no choice but to quickly let go of my tail. Are you being reasonable at all? It's clearly wrapped around my body, alright. Facing Medusa's coercion, Xiao Fan didn't feel any pressure at all. The Medusa before him still differed far too much from the Queen Medusa he knew. Medusa's pretty face turned red, and a blush also stained her snow-white neck. Her gaze even evasively responded, you clearly seduced my tail. Quote. A giant question mark rose in Xiao Fan's heart. Could this be considered a woman's unreasonableness? Could it be that I can still control your tail? That's right, otherwise, why wouldn't my tail listen to my commands? Medusa was so angry her face became burning hot, and she didn't know whether it was truly because of her body heating up. Meanwhile, the snake tail seemed to also understand its master's thoughts, its slippery tip of the tail teasing back and forth at Xiao Fan's waist. Ha ha ha, Medusa, because his sensitive area was touched, Xiao Fan involuntarily let out a laugh. It really wasn't me, the tail did it. Chapter 59, Tail. Medusa, make your tail stop right now. The tail around his waist showed no intention of restraining itself at all. Instead, it grew increasingly bold, as if it was about to burrow into Xiao Fan's. Not there, you can't. Xiao Fan grabbed the mischievous little tail, which thrashed back and forth in his hand in dissatisfaction. Medusa had no idea why her tail was out of control. Even though she couldn't control it, the tail was, after all, part of her body. Medusa could still feel the sensation of being grabbed by Xiao Fan. Suppressing the shame and anger in her heart, Medusa snatched her tail back from Xiao Fan's hand. But just as Medusa hadn't taken 2 steps, her body staggered, and she tumbled into the sandy ground. The tail, it really won't listen to me. Medusa looked at the purple snake tail behind her with a deep sense of helplessness. Medusa looked pitifully at Xiao Fan, who was snickering on the side. What are you looking at? It's nothing, I just think it's funny that the dignified Medusa could actually have such a humiliating side. You, stinky brat. Medusa clenched her fists tightly, but alas, her tail was completely out of control. Xiao Fan also had some clues by now. He reached out and touched Medusa's smooth snake tail once more, channeling his soul power into Medusa's body to begin probing. Medusa was clearly shocked by Xiao Fan's powerful soul power. After a short while, Xiao Fan came to a conclusion. Medusa, does every member of your snake people tribe have an accompanying demonic beast soul born with them? You even know this. Medusa always felt that the brat in front of her knew far too much about their snake people tribe, especially when this brat bandaged her wounds. His skillful demeanor was simply as if he was thoroughly familiar with her body. What's so special about that? I know a lot more than you do. How is that possible? Medusa instinctively refuted Xiao Fan's words. This should be because another soul inside your body has awakened, but its soul power is too weak, which is why your tail is out of control. When it came to the soul, this Medusa was visibly stunned, not quite understanding Xiao Fan's meaning. To put it simply, your tail has a mind of its own. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, that snake tail naturally wrapped around Xiao Fan, clearly showing extreme closeness to him. Every spot where Xiao Fan was wrapped by the snake tail could be clearly sensed by Medusa, which made her lower her head involuntarily, her earlobes tinged with a blush. Then, what should we do? Although there are 2 souls, in fact, as your companion soul, your souls are already one. You can try to communicate with it. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Medusa calmed her heart and tried to communicate with the other soul inside her body. But after sensing for a long time, Medusa still couldn't perceive the other soul inside her body, and could only look at Xiao Fan helplessly. Xiao Fan clearly hadn't expected that the soul actually wasn't willing to communicate with Medusa. With no other choice, Medusa had no choice but to extend her arms and look at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan didn't understand Medusa's meaning. A flash of shyness crossed Medusa's face. I cannot walk alone. Holding such a magnificent stunner also made Xiao Fan's mind wander a bit, and he felt a bit too embarrassed to look down at Medusa. After all, that dazzling patch of snow white was simply too much to let anyone stay calm. Yan, seeing this scene, kept tugging at Xiao Fan's hair. Ouch ouch ouch, Xiao Yaner, gentle, be gentle. Xiao Fan had already discovered that Yan had recently become increasingly disobedient. Could it be that she has reached her rebellious phase? PFF. Medusa covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She hadn't expected Xiao Fan to actually have such a side to him. Xiao Fan in her eyes became even more mysterious, which also gave rise to a strange feeling in Medusa's heart. ... Brat, why do you need a heavenly flame? Asked Medusa in his arms. I am an alchemist, I cannot resist the temptation of a heavenly flame. This answer was very easy for people to believe, after all, everyone knew the attraction a heavenly flame held for an alchemist. Medusa shook her head and said, I really envy you humans for having alchemists, unlike us demonic beasts who cannot become alchemists. Xiao Fan replied indifferently, actually, becoming an alchemist isn't anything special. On the Fighting Chi continent, what's truly important is the bloodline. Only the bloodline is a truly enviable existence that one cannot simply obtain. Bloodline. Xiao Fan explained, just like how you, as Medusa of the Snake People tribe, actually contain a trace of the ancient heavenly serpent's bloodline within your bloodline. If you can stimulate it, casually breaking through to tier 7 or tier 8 would be a breeze. Ancient heavenly serpent. The more Medusa listened, the more confused she became. After all, unlike her elder sister, aside from the time spent to cultivate, she was completely unwilling to learn a bit more knowledge, and spent most of her time reading human picture books that interested her and enjoying life. What Xiao Fan told her had already completely exceeded the scope of Medusa's cognition, actually making this Medusa, who had always lived within the Snake People tribe, even more curious about what the outside world was like. The Fighting Chi continent is very vast, with countless unknown secrets. Perhaps you don't even know that your Snake People tribe actually migrated from the Central Plains. How do you know this? Medusa couldn't believe what Xiao Fan said. From the beginning of her memories, the Snake People tribe had always lived in the Tager Desert, and she had never heard anything about migrating from the Central Plains. Caught off guard by Medusa's sudden question, Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned, realizing that he seemed to have spoken too much. Even Xian sensed that something was amiss and was tilting her head as she looked at Xiao Fan. Of course my bloodline's legacy told me. Bloodline. Perhaps my ancestors once produced a Dodi, and every breakthrough would cause my mind to gain more memories and insights than others. Seeing how seriously Xiao Fan said it, Xian no longer doubted him. However, this matter still planted a seed in Xian's heart, because in her past life, she had never heard of Xiao Fan having any sort of bloodline. No wonder sister is so obsessed with breaking through to Dozong, even deciding to use such a dangerous method as a heavenly flame. Brat, can you really make sister successfully advance? Regarding this matter, Xiao Fan wasn't entirely certain either, leaving aside the fact that the current Queen Medusa hadn't spent many years accumulating at the peak Dohuang like in his past life, plus he hadn't even met the current Queen Medusa yet, it was hard to say whether she could be as resolute as in his past life. You must know that body tempering with a heavenly flame was not something an ordinary person could endure. For Queen Medusa of the past life to successfully evolve into the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, besides her strength reaching a bottleneck, it was largely due to Medusa's resolute heart. The heavenly flame not only burned Medusa's physical body, but also burned Medusa's soul along with it. That sensation of directly burning the soul was no less relaxing than being captured and interrogated by the Hall of Souls for 10 or 20 years. I can only guarantee that Queen Medusa's chance of evolution will increase, but I cannot guarantee that Queen Medusa will definitely succeed. Then sister, Medusa said with worry. However, I have a way to ensure Queen Medusa's soul does not disperse. As long as we find a suitable body, there is still a chance to resurrect her. Logically speaking, if such an absurd statement came out of the mouth of a great Dough master, Medusa would never believe it no matter what. Yet deep in her heart, a voice was always hinting to her to listen to what Xiao Fan said. Chapter 60, Die. That ahead should be the palace of your Snake People tribe, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to just go in like this? Medusa reminded him. If Xian and Xiao Fan walked into the territory of the Snake People tribe just like that, they would probably be captured by the Snake People in a matter of minutes. Rest assured, we've been prepared for this. Xiao Fan took out 2 medicinal pills, handed one to Xian, and said, this is the snake transformation pill, which can make a person grow a snake tail just like the Snake People in a short period of time. You humans actually researched this kind of medicinal pill? Medusa looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously, a trace of disgust, half detachment, 70% curiosity, and a hint of an emotion that Medusa had been unable to put into words over the past few days, both faint and intense, appeared in her eyes. Facing that skeptical gaze, Xiao Fan subconsciously explained, I don't have that kind of hobby. Little ghost, I haven't even said anything yet, have I? Medusa smiled charmingly, revealing a triumphant, mischievous smile. Xiao Fan was speechless. However, little ghost, don't think I can't feel it just because you secretly touched my tail. At this moment, Medusa completely lacked her aloofness that kept people at a distance. She looked more like a sweet and lovely young girl with her hands draped around Xiao Fan's neck. However, these words scared Xiao Fan so much that his hands holding Medusa involuntarily trembled, and a silly smile hung on his face that seemed to say, I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's action made Xian flush with anxiety. Xian let out an, ow woo, and bit down on Xiao Fan's shoulder. The little fellow didn't know her own strength when biting, and her teeth were as sharp as if they had been polished. Ow ow ow, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Xiao Yaner. The pain caused Xiao Fan to immediately shout and howl, attracting the attention of quite a few guards outside the Snake People Palace. Fortunately, Xiao Fan promptly brought the 2 of them to hide in a nearby bush. Xiao Fan did not yet know that Her Majesty the Queen had already purged everyone related to the Grand Elder. At this moment, Xiao Fan was still worried that people with ill intentions would make a move against Medusa, believing that her safety could only be guaranteed once Medusa was safely delivered into the palace. When the guards left, Xiao Fan looked helplessly at Xian, who was still biting down stubbornly and refused to let go, thinking inwardly, that tail clearly seduced me, how can you say I touched it? After the 3 of them made simple disguises, Xiao Fan picked up Medusa and walked toward the Imperial City, except that their postures looked somewhat bizarre. Halt, which tribe do you belong to? The guards stopped the group, looking at the 3 of them with strange gazes. After all, their postures looked extremely unseemly, as both Xian and Medusa had wrapped their snake tails around Xiao Fan's body. Medusa's face flushed slightly, and she took out a token. It was precisely the token of the Yu Mei tribe. The guard looked at the token, returned it to the three of them, and urged, ahead is the imperial city of the Snake People tribe, so I must ask the three of you not to act like this. The guard's implication was self-evident, which made Medusa's cheeks even rosier, and even her snow-white neck similarly blushed with ripple-like flush. After letting the three pass through, the guard sighed with emotion. Young people nowadays are truly getting bolder and bolder. After walking for a long time, Xiao Fan finally couldn't help complaining. Medusa is one thing, but Xiao Yaner, why are you wrapping yourself around my body? Xiao Fan, hurry up and touch my tail. I won't touch it. ... His mouth was stubborn, but his hands were honest. One has to say that the person who developed the snake transformation pill was truly a talent. Compared to Medusa, who was hard to hold back, Xiao Fan was able to grab Ziyan's small tail with one hand. It was small and quite cute, which made Xiao Fan stroke it back and forth unable to put it down. Ziyan was very smug, tilting her head and looking down condescendingly at Medusa, who was being held by Xiao Fan. Her upturned lips seemed to be saying, look, Xiao Fanzi likes my kind. How could Medusa tolerate Ziyan's provocation? Even though she was not as competitive and aggressive as her sister, Medusa still pressed her entire delicate body against Xiao Fan. This was tough on Xiao Fan. The battle between the two women clearly affected him, and the impact was not light. He gave each of them a flick on the forehead. Xiao Yaner is one thing, but you, Medusa, are even bickering with a little fellow. Little ghost, how dare you hit me? Medusa glared at Xiao Fan with eyes that looked as if they could kill. Seeing that she wasn't the only one getting hit, Ziyan felt much more at ease. Getting hit alone would make one feel aggrieved, getting hit as a pair meant secretly rejoicing, and three people. Xiao Fan, can your body take it? Ziyan suddenly asked. Xiao Fan turned his head to look at Ziyan, whose eyes revealed purity and blankness, and thought, I feel like this little dragon girl is saying something incredible. But upon second thought, this fellow is still just a little dragon girl, I must be overthinking things. If you two keep making a fuss like this, I'm quitting. Xiao Fan threatened. Among them, Medusa resisted the most fiercely. Her innate rebellious streak and personality of refusing to be below others made her blurt out a retort. However, a surge of subjection rising from the depths of her heart made her dazed. What is wrong with me? Her beautiful eyes began to size up Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, having changed into a snake tail, gave Medusa an even more special feeling. His tall and upright posture, along with those deep yet starlight brilliant eyes, made Medusa even more trance-like for a moment. Medusa's sudden docility finally saved Xiao Fan from having his head ache with two huge problems. In his heart, he even began to ponder, in the future, I can't let Xiao Yaner and Medusa stay together, otherwise sooner or later these two will end up clawing at each other. Xiao Fan, Medusa suddenly called out Xiao Fan's name. Xiao Fan looked strangely at Medusa's slightly hesitant eyes. Xiao Fan, you humans all have your own names, but both my sister and I can only be respectfully addressed as Medusa. Medusa unexpectedly appeared somewhat desolate. This immediately reminded Xiao Fan that he had also given a name to Her Majesty the Queen, starting from Her Majesty the Queen at the very beginning, to Kai Lin and then to Kara when he couldn't help himself. Her Majesty the Queen also went from stubbornly refusing to admit it at first, to default, and finally loosening her lips, beginning to respond to Xiao Fan. Yet in this lifetime, he was actually going to give a name to Her Majesty the Queen's younger sister first, which caught Xiao Fan somewhat off guard for a moment. What should I do if sisters turn against each other and become enemies? Yet Xiao Fan still spoke up, then how about I give you a name? Really? Xiao Fan began to ponder what kind of name to give Medusa. Yearning for freedom. Kind, innocent, yearning for freedom, why not call you Dai? Dai. Hey. ... Dai looked at the number of guards in the city and inevitably frowned. The number of guards in the city today is not quite normal. While avoiding the guards, the three of them walked toward the palace, completely unaware that they were fighting wits and courage with thin air. I know a secret passage that leads directly to my sister's room. When saying this, Dai looked quite smug. Is that so? Of course, I often rely on this passage to go to my sister's room. But Xiao Fan and Ziyan were both stunned, because those words just now clearly were not spoken by them. Sister. ... Chapter 61, Point Blank Ultimate. A graceful colorful snake tail swayed slowly across the carpet. The person before them possessed even more of a queen's grace and luxury than Dai. When the face beneath the veil saw Dai being held by Xiao Fan, her eyes became even colder. My good younger sister, are they the ones who saved you? Killing intent, who is it directed at? Xiao Fan sensed a thick wave of killing intent. An invisible sense of oppression lingered in Xiao Fan's heart. Before he even saw the newcomer, Xiao Fan's footsteps naturally took a few steps back. How could Queen Medusa's aura be this terrifying? Xiao Fan finally seemed to understand why Hai Bodong could be so terrified of Queen Medusa. Dai wanted to acknowledge her sister, but her tail became even more disobedient at this moment, tightly wrapping around Xiao Fan's body and refusing to let go. Helpless, Dai could only answer tremblingly, older sister. Yes, they are, Yu Mei's clansmen, they saved me. Dai didn't know if the serpent transformation pill prepared by Xiao Fan would be seen through by her older sister. This was her first time lying to her sister. Yu Mei's clansmen, Queen Medusa raised her voice, making Dai even more tense. She seemed to feel that her older sister had some life chi. Why yes. Good younger sister, Yu Mei happens to be recovering in the palace. Why don't we go take a look together? It's over. If Yu Mei sees this, she will definitely expose us on the spot. What should I do? Dai's mind was in chaos. Every time she faced her older sister's aggressive aura, she was always unable to cope. The atmosphere turned subtle. My good younger sister, you are Medusa of the Snake People tribe. Hugging and cuddling like this is no good. Queen Medusa was practically about to chase Dai off of Xiao Fan directly. Older sister, my tail won't listen to my commands. By this time, Queen Medusa had also walked up to Xiao Fan. Her beautiful eyes met Xiao Fan's similarly terrified eyes, and then fell upon Ziyan behind him, who was still chugging away at a sugar pill without a shred of crisis awareness. Why do you not kneel when seeing this king? Queen Medusa forcefully whipped her tail against Xiao Fan's body, causing Xiao Fan to involuntarily take a few steps back, while Dai in his arms was smoothly taken over by Queen Medusa. Xiao Fan forcefully held back the urge to scream out. He could tell that Queen Medusa must have recognized his disguised identity, yet she had no intention of exposing him. Is it because I saved her younger sister? And that hit was really painful. Who on earth specifically hits the lower back? Xiao Fan originally wanted to exchange a few words with Ziyan, but he never expected that this little dragon girl would switch sides so early, currently clinging to Queen Medusa and demanding high-grade medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yaner. Xiao Fan was deathly afraid that Ziyan's actions would cause Queen Medusa to flare up in anger, but when he watched Queen Medusa hand several high-grade medicinal ingredients to Ziyan, he was completely dumbfounded. Only then did the little fellow run to Xiao Fan's side, handing over the medicinal ingredients she had just begged for. Xiao Fan, quick, quick, quick. Medusa older sister gave me so many medicinal ingredients. Medusa, older sister. Xiao Fan was puzzled. Why was it that, despite it also being their first time meeting, Ziyan was able to get along so well with Queen Medusa? Since you are distinguished guests of the Snake People tribe, the two of you should rest for a while first. This king still has things to do. At Queen Medusa's call, Washier subsequently appeared. Take the two of them to rest for a moment. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen, Washier complied. Although Washier didn't understand why Queen Medusa had such life chi just a moment ago, she was now telling her to properly entertain the two snake people before them. However, when Washier's gaze shifted toward Xiao Fan, her eyes lit up. What a remarkably handsome snake person. The males of the snake people tribe generally grew to be hideously ugly. Male snake people who look as uniquely attractive as Xiao Fan were quite a rare sight. Washier subconsciously stuck out her tongue, her pupils turning into vertical slits, wearing an expression of extreme interest toward Xiao Fan. As for Queen Medusa, she dragged her younger sister away. Older sister, listen to me. Didn't you like entering my room? Let's go, into my room so I can properly understand this dear younger sister of mine. Queen Medusa didn't give Dai any chance to talk back. Little brat, wait for me to come find you. Dai shouted loudly toward Xiao Fan before leaving. However, this action clearly stimulated Queen Medusa. My good younger sister, it seems you've harvested quite a lot from going out. Of course, older sister, I even have a human name now. Queen Medusa stopped her twisting snake tail, her whole body trembling slightly, and her tone was no longer gentle. A name. It sounds so nice. It's called Dai, a butterfly yearning for freedom. Mentioning her new name, Dai was clearly very excited, chattering endlessly as she explained it to her older sister. Dai, the name that Guy gave you actually sounds quite nice. Older sister, what did you just say? Queen Medusa's voice was very soft, and Dai hadn't heard clearly what her older sister had just said. Queen Medusa admitted that her heart was in disorder, and she had started to feel jealous of her younger sister. HMPH, just because this king's scales are colorful, she gave me the name Kai Lin, yet she gave my younger sister such a poetic name. Older sister, lighter. Queen Medusa hadn't noticed that her hand strength had increased, causing Dai to involuntarily cry out. After all, her injuries had not fully healed yet. Dai suddenly remembered something. Older sister, that little brat seems to be the person you've been looking for. Even if Dai were foolish, seeing her older sister's increasingly hard to suppress emotions, she also understood something. Oh no, I didn't snatch my older sister's man, did I? Quote. My name is Washier. Which tribe are you two from? Washier looked at Xiao Fan and asked. As Her Majesty the Queen's personal guard, this was something she needed to understand. At least, that was what Washier believed. Yumei tribe. Yumei's tribe, what's it called? Is this your younger sister? Washier pursued the questioning. Xiao Fan, she is my child bride. Ziyan snatched the topic away. Hearing this answer, Washier actually didn't show much surprise. Instead, she appeared even more excited. After all, demonic beasts were different from humans. Among demonic beasts, the strong often possessed more partners, which meant that Xiao Fan must be very outstanding. Xiao, this surname doesn't seem to be heard much within the snake people tribe. Washier had clearly already forgotten her original intention. Seeing that Washier not only didn't back down in the face of difficulties, but instead drew even closer to Xiao Fan, Ziyan became puffed up with anger. Her purple twin ponytails bounced continuously, whipping back and forth against Xiao Fan, who still hadn't realized the problem. As for Xiao Fan, he figured that since he had already been seen through by Queen Medusa, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. If anything happened, Ziyan and Dai would back him up. Washier was extremely enthusiastic, and by now she was almost pressing right up against Xiao Fan. The purple snake tail behind her was constantly probing Xiao Fan's attitude. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't refuse, Washier became even more convinced in her heart that Xiao Fan had feelings for her. But how could Xiao Fan know about these little tricks of the snake people tribe? In his heart, he was still wondering if all snake people tails were like this, liking to wrap around other people. Demonic beasts didn't express their thoughts sluggishly like humans. Washier immediately said to Xiao Fan, I want you. Quote. Chapter 62 Heartless Man. Lord Washier, I wonder what that means. Be my partner, and this big sister can wait for you to grow up. Washier said bluntly to Xiao Fan. The teeth-gnashing version of Ziyan appeared once again, hiss. Washier showed no sign of fearing Ziyan, and instead said to her, Big sister, you can be the big one in the future, and I'll be the small one. I can take Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, big sister you can. Doing it together is fine too. The more Washier spoke, the more excited she became, and the further she strayed from her duties as a guard. Ziyan, who was being called big sister for the first time, evidently lost her previous aura. Burying her head deep beside Xiao Fan's ear, she muttered in a low voice, it seems, it's not entirely out of the question either. If it's together. If one could see Ziyan's expression, they would find that the little dragon girl's cheeks had already turned as red as a ripe apple, her earlobes dyed in a blush, and her little, palm-sized snake tail was excitedly patting Xiao Fan continuously. Even Xiao Fan, who was being pressed against by Ziyan, could feel her body temperature rising higher and higher. The little one was completely dazed. In Ziyan's eyes, Xiao Fan was becoming more and more fragrant, and she grew increasingly impatient for the day Xiao Fan matured. Xiao Fanzi, I don't mind. Hey, did either of you two ask for my thoughts? Xiao Yan can let it slide, but Washi this is our very first time meeting. Xiao Fan, is this sentence? Ziyan felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey deep in her heart. The little snake tail manifested behind her swung high up and swayed back and forth, while her little head kept rubbing against Xiao Fan's cheek. So what if it's our first time meeting? We demonic beasts don't need so many twists and turns. It's enough that I, Washi am interested in you. While speaking, Xiao Fan was led by Washi to a certain part of the palace, and Xiao Fan hurriedly brought Ziyan into a room. Lord Washi I still have matters to attend to, let's chat next time. Closing the door, locking the door, done in one go. Washi clearly didn't expect Xiao Fan to reject her. After all, her looks were evident for all to see within the snake people tribe, but she believed that sooner or later she would win Xiao Fan over. Then Xiao Fan, rest well. Sorry to trouble you, Lord Washi Quote. Meanwhile, Dai, having left Xiao Fan, suddenly discovered that her tail seemed to have returned to normal. Right now, acting as if she had entered her own room, she wantonly rummaged through Medusa's room. Dai skillfully found a calligraphy and painting from a hidden layer, and said proudly to her elder sister, Big sister, why do you have a portrait of that brat? Dai carefully compared the differences between the person in the portrait and Xiao Fan. They really look identical, except the one in the portrait seems a bit more mature than that brat. No, it should be a bit more handsome. The Xiao Fan in the portrait actually mesmerized Dai. This brat certainly grew up looking like a menace. My good little sister, being so proficient at handling your big sister's things must have happened more than once, right? Perhaps her elder sister usually looked so cold and detached, but Dai knew that behind closed doors, her elder sister wasn't actually all that aloof, and Dai also clearly knew her sister's weaknesses. Big sister Tilda. Dai looked at her elder sister with a hint of charm and coquettishness. The effect was surprisingly good indeed. Medusa withdrew her previous cold and aloof expression. HMPH, do you know that this time you sneaked out privately, you almost lost your little life? Medusa was clearly used to Dai playing dumb, and reprimanded her unceremoniously. Aren't I fine, big sister? Dai tried to quibble. Starting today, you are only allowed to move around within the palace. If you dare to go out again, see if I dare to deal with you. Oh, Dai responded dejectedly. Speaking of the Grand Elder. That old fogey, I have personally sent him off. It should have been done long ago. That old bastard has targeted Big Sister everywhere for so many years, yet hypocritically claimed it was for the Snake People tribe. Look at how much the Snake People tribe has been nibbled away by other empires under his leadership. Dai also harbored extreme hatred for the Grand Elder, dying just like that was letting that old bastard off too easy. Let's not talk about that old fogey. Tell Big Sister about you and Xiao Fan. Clearly it was their first meeting, but her elder sister was acting unusual everywhere. Big sister, you seem a little strange. The closer someone was, the more they could sense anomalies in those around them, especially since Dai and Medusa were twins, sharing an even more subtle connection between them. Dai, who was usually foolish, had her brain spinning faster than anyone right now. Is it because of that brat? And Big sister, how do you know his name? Why does Big sister have a portrait of the brat? Big sister. I think you're just asking for a thrashing. Medusa employed the punishment method the Snake People tribe was most adept at, using her own snake tail to tightly bind Dai completely. The unique wrapping method quickly restrained Dai. Big sister. Before Dai could react, she had already been tied to the bed, and her hands were firmly controlled by Medusa. I think I've indulged you for too long, to the point that you've even forgotten you were the Medusa of the Snake People tribe. Gone was the antiquated rule that there could only be one Medusa in the Snake People tribe. Naturally, Medusa did not end up watching her own younger sister die right before her eyes like in her past life. At this moment, the relationship between Dai and Medusa could be described as inseparable. What's more, under Medusa's indulgence for so many years, this younger sister of hers had committed one big and small offense after another. Now, she had even set her sights on her own man. A simple confinement was probably far from enough. These are 3 low-tier Do techniques. Only when you finish cultivating them will you be able to leave the palace. No way, big sister. Cultivating was what Dai hated the most. Otherwise, her elder sister wouldn't have reached peak Do Huang early on while she was still only a 7-star Do Huang. And that was even the result of Medusa giving her a low-tier high-grade cultivation technique to cultivate. No discussion. You can't even beat an old fogey, and you still want to go out. Knowing she was in the wrong, Dai had no choice but to take the 3 Do techniques, but she didn't rush to cultivate. Her doubts had yet to be answered. Big sister, do you know the brat? You want to know that badly? Medusa glanced at her gossipy younger sister. Of course. I told you to read fewer human picture books, but you insisted on reading them. Big sister. What? You seem to be evading my question. Quote. After a long silence, Medusa finally raised those phoenix eyes of hers. A hint of tenderness and charm unexpectedly added to her beautiful eyes, but the words she spoke remained as icy as ever. He is a heartless man. Chapter 63, Walking Right into the Trap. Nearly a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, aside from Washi acting on the orders of Her Majesty the Queen to deliver numerous high-tier medicinal herbs to Xiao Fan, no one else had approached. Leaving aside that little dragon girl, who lacked any sense of crisis whatsoever, Xiao Fan had practically not rested at all throughout this week. Besides the sugar pill promised to Xiao Yan, Xiao Fan also needed to refine quite a few high-tier medicinal herbs and medicinal pills. One must know that the higher the tier of the medicinal herb, the greater the difficulty of extracting it. However, if he left the herbs in his hands unrefined, Xiao Fan would feel a stifling ache in his heart. With such day and night extraction, Xiao Fan's eyes were rimmed with a layer of dark circles. It feels like I've returned to the time of being treated as a slave, a free laborer by Her Majesty the Queen. However, the medicinal herbs given by Her Majesty the Queen are simply too luxurious. Among them, even the lowest were tier 4 medicinal herbs, and there were even 3 tier 6 monster cores, which looked quite fresh. Just like usual, Washier arrived outside Xiao Fan's room and called out. Xiao Fan, Her Majesty the Queen summons the two of you. Washier did not understand why Xiao Fan remained completely indifferent even though she had been so proactive these past few days. She had also slowly observed Xiao Fan. Aside from refining some bizarre things, he would tease Ziyan, who was lying on his body. It seemed that these two matters occupied a large portion of Xiao Fan's heart, yet she, Washier, had no way to insert herself. We're finally going to meet. If this drags on a bit longer, he'll think Her Majesty the Queen has forgotten all about him. Today, the Snake People Palace was extremely lively, with not only the leaders of the 7 great tribes gathered, but also all 3 Snake People tribe elders present. Everyone was clear on the reason why Mobasi and the Grand Elder were absent, and their evaluations varied. Compared to the silence of the Elder Council, the leaders of the 7 great tribes were filled with righteous indignation towards the 2 traitors. They were all loyal supporters of Her Majesty the Queen, rather than subordinates belonging to any particular elder. Hey, that idiot Mobasi actually dared to slaughter his own kind and assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. In my opinion, Mobasi's tribe no longer has any need to exist. As for Mobasi's tribe, the culprits, they had only sent a Doling ranked snake person, which was already the strongest person remaining in Mobasi's tribe. At this moment, he obviously had not expected that his own leader would actually dare to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen. Where did he get the courage? This snake person's heart was incomparably bitter, and his brain raced as he wondered how on earth he should plead guilty to Her Majesty the Queen in a moment. Washier led Xiao Fan and Ziyan into the Snake People Palace together. The youthful and unfamiliar faces of the two naturally attracted the attention of the remaining leaders and elders. They did not know Xiao Fan, but they knew that Washier was the personal guard of Her Majesty the Queen. Yu Mei's reaction was the most intense of all. It's you all. Xiao Fan cast his gaze over and revealed what he thought was a friendly smile. Tribe leader Yu Mei, long time no see. Yu Mei instinctively moved to strike, but seeing the utter lack of fear in Xiao Fan's eyes, she became dazed. Furthermore, the snake tails behind Xiao Fan and Ziyan made Yu Mei feel somewhat strange. Not long after Xiao Fan and Ziyan entered, all the snake people suddenly turned solemn in unison and bowed their heads toward the direction of the entrance. Aside from the elders, only Xiao Fan and Ziyan looked toward the entrance with curious expressions. A colorful dress outlined a soul-stirringly breathtaking curve, extremely enchanting. Her phoenix eyes rippled with light, overflowing with allure. Beneath the colorful dress, her unhurriedly and slowly swaying snake tail drove her impossible to ignore slender willow waist as she gracefully approached. Beneath her veil, her peerless beauty was clearly concealed, yet the added haziness caused a hint of possessiveness and burning passion to rise deep within people's hearts. His throat was as dry as if it had been burned by fire, and Xiao Fan swallowed hard. Gulp. Xiao Fan had to admit that no matter how many times it was, facing Her Majesty the Queen's impeccable visage, he always had some trouble keeping his composure. Dai didn't come. Xiao Fan noticed that Dai was not following behind Her Majesty the Queen, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. If Dai were here, Xiao Fan might still be able to play the emotional card. But if Dai was not here, what he had to face was obviously the 3 elders and the 7 tribe leaders. Could this be considered walking right into a trap? A powerful aura swept out from Her Majesty the Queen's body. Even with Xiao Fan's firm state of mind, a trace of submission actually arose within him. Murderous intent flashed in Medusa's eyes, but it was not directed at Xiao Fan. Instead, it was aimed at the 3 elders. How dare the 3 elders stare directly at this king? Her Majesty the Queen's aura was aggressive. To Xiao Fan, who was familiar with Medusa's personality from his past life, he knew that blood was likely to be shed today. Medusa, even if you are the queen of the Snake People tribe, you cannot interfere with the Elder Council. Under Her Majesty the Queen's coercion, one of the elders couldn't help but speak up. Their Elder Council had assisted Medusa through the generations and had always been beings on equal footing with Medusa. Why should they worship Medusa like others did? There had never been such a precedent. This king will not say it a second time. This king is leaving you the very last shred of decency, otherwise the Grand Elder will be your consequence. Her Majesty the Queen's tone was unquestionable. One of the female Snake People elders took the lead in hunching her waist, expressing her loyal worship toward Her Majesty the Queen. Elder Hua, the remaining 2 elders obviously hadn't expected defection to happen so quickly. They were both at the peak Dohuang cultivation realm just like Her Majesty the Queen, and even in a head-on collision they wouldn't necessarily lose, yielding. The 2 elders seemed to have an opinion about this king. Medusa, your actions are somewhat. Thud, both of them were simultaneously crushed into the ground. The event happened so fast that besides Xiao Fan, who had witnessed the whole process, probably no one else present had reacted in time. When the dust and smoke dispersed, a sword condensed from Do Chi was suspended above the heads of each of the 2 elders. As long as the 2 elders moved even slightly, the swords would pierce straight into their brains. That elder earlier known as Elder Hua immediately half-bowed her body. Her Majesty the Queen, the 2 elders had no intention of offending, and we hope Her Majesty the Queen will spare the 2 elders. Hey, old fogies, if you still cannot see the situation clearly, this king doesn't mind letting you reunite with the previous Grand Elder. Her Majesty the Queen retracted her aura once more and sat upon the throne forged from gemstones, looking down condescendingly at everyone, except that her gaze lingered on Xiao Fan for a moment longer. This king has decided to use the heavenly flame to break through to Dozong. During this period, I hope no one will ever cause events like the previous one to happen again. No. Medusa, you are being reckless. The success rate of that secret technique is not even 1 in 1,000. Judging from the records, aside from the Medusa who created the secret technique completing it, there has never been another successful case. The second elder immediately spoke up in refutation. When it truly concerned Medusa's life or death, everyone's heart leapt into their throats. Judging from the strength Her Majesty the Queen had just displayed, no one would want Her Majesty the Queen to suffer any mishaps. This king is not asking for your opinions, but notifying you. Understood. Chapter 64, Determination. Are you all unaware of the situation facing the Snake People tribe? The surrounding empires are invading the Snake People tribe with increasing frequency. If we continue to blindly guard the Tiger Desert like this, we will ultimately end up like the sand in the desert, completely buried. What the Snake People tribe needs is a new dwelling place. Xiao Fan looked at Queen Medusa, who had spent her entire life seeking a way out for the Snake People tribe, and could not help but feel a tinge of emotion. Such boldness and determination, I really couldn't have imagined that Queen Medusa had already made up her mind at this time. Hadn't other Medusas ever considered leaving the Tiger Desert? Surely some had, but that forever insurmountable barrier restricted the footsteps of every Queen Medusa moving forward. Dozong, clearly just a step away, yet it restricts the lives of countless people. Looking at Queen Medusa, who still chose to evolve using the heavenly flame, a hint of worry arose deep within Xiao Fan's heart. Evolving with the aid of a heavenly flame always coexisted with risks and opportunities. Helping Queen Medusa achieve a breakthrough to Dozong probably had many methods for Xiao Fan. A tier 6 medicinal pill like the Break-Sec pill, or comprehending the spatial law, could both shatter that barrier between Dohuang and Dozong. However, the upper limit of breaking through to Dozong in that manner would forever remain merely Dozong. Beyond that, there were still Dozun, Dosheng, and even Dodi. Why was Queen Medusa so persistent in breaking through with a heavenly flame? Naturally, it was for that bloodline evolution with a success rate of less than 1 in 10,000, the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Xiao Fan began to ponder the preparations Queen Medusa needed during her breakthrough. Evolution would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. Only by enduring the heavenly tribulation's impact that struck directly at the soul would Queen Medusa possibly achieve a true breakthrough. Seeing Xiao Fan fall into deep thought, Queen Medusa took the initiative to ask, I wonder if this human alchemist has anything to say. Humans. Washier felt her heart suddenly tighten, and she constantly muttered to herself, how could this be, how could this be? The remaining snake people revealed fierce glares in their eyes. Unlike Dai, these snake people did not hold a shred of goodwill toward humans, instead, there was much more disgust and hostility. Now that they knew Xiao Fan was a human, a few of them already intended to make a move. He is this king's guest. Her Majesty the Queen, humans are all treacherous, cunning, and backstabbing scoundrels. Asking a human for help is undoubtedly seeking. Queen Medusa did not refute these words, silently acquiescing as well. Xiao Fan felt the various gazes around him as if he were being roasted over a fire, and only then did he speak. Queen Medusa, per our previous request, I can help you increase the probability of your breakthrough, but the heavenly flame. This king agrees. Agreed, Xiao Fan hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. This king's words are final, but this king has one more condition. What condition? Xiao Fan was terribly afraid that Queen Medusa truly intended to keep him here. You will know in a moment. Queen Medusa waved her hand and did not continue dwelling on this matter. The snake man from Mobos's clan territory suddenly spoke up. Her Majesty the Queen, our clan is willing to go and garrison the border of the Luo Yan Empire. We only hope Her Majesty the Queen will grant permission. This was probably their only chance to clear their names as a traitors clan, and it was also what they ought to do as traitors. The Snake People tribe's settlements bordered the Jiama Empire, Azumo Empire, Luo Yan Empire, and Mulan Empire. Among them, the Luo Yan Empire was the most powerful, possessing a Dozong holding down the fort. Queen Medusa tapped on her throne, appearing to be deep in thought. The snake man of Mobos's clan territory could only wait anxiously for Medusa's reply. Originally, after today, Mobos's clan territory should have been completely washed in blood. However, you don't seem as foolish as Mobosi. Queen Medusa's words undoubtedly granted the snake man's request, and inwardly he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He intended to seize this opportunity to prove himself well. Washier, pass down the order and have the Shadow Guard stop the bloodbath against Mobos's clan. Washier snapped out of her daze. At this moment, the gaze she directed toward Xiao Fan no longer held the previous infatuation. Gritting her teeth, she respectfully replied to Queen Medusa. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen. The snake man previously felt a jolt in his heart. If not for his timely words, after today, his head would probably have been separated from his body. After all matters were assigned, only 3 people remained in the palace, Xiao Fan, Ziyan, and Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa crooking her slender finger toward Xiao Fan, her tone carrying a hint of flirtatiousness, it seems you really like snake tails, don't you? If Her Majesty the Queen wishes to see a human form, that is also entirely possible. Xiao Fan swallowed a medicinal pill to dispel the snake-transforming pill, and upon recovering his 2-legged stance, Xiao Fan instantly felt much more comfortable. Xiao Fan, why won't you give me the antidote? Ziyan blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Fan. There is none left. Besides, the medicinal effect will wear off soon anyway. Xiao Fan spread his hands, acting as though he truly had no antidote left. Is that so? The corners of Ziyan's mouth curved up slightly as she pulled back the snake tail that Xiao Fan was pinching in his hand. Seeing that softness depart, Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with lingering reluctance. Hee, Xiao Fanzi, if you call me elder sister, I'll let you touch it. Hey, I wouldn't be that spineless. Elder sister Ziyan Tilda. The two of them flirted right under Queen Medusa's nose, not feeling the slightest bit improper about it. Ahem, Queen Medusa gave a light cough. Her current self held boundless tolerance towards Ziyan, even reaching the point of spoiling her. Xiao Fan snapped back to his senses, yet the actions of his hands still didn't stop. Speaking of which, why haven't I ever seen the little dragon tail of dragon form Xiao Yaner before? Xiao Fan grew increasingly impatient to see the dragon emperor that had charged into his heart at that very last moment in his memories. Xiao Yaner must also grow up quickly. Xiao Fan stroked Ziyan's head and whispered softly. I wonder what Her Majesty the Queen's condition is. Xiao Fan only then directed his gaze toward Queen Medusa sitting high upon the throne. Name this king. Name you. Xiao Fan was puzzled. Could it be that she was provoked by Dai? However, Xiao Fan hadn't seen Dai for a long time, nor was he clear on what had happened between Dai and Queen Medusa during this period. Could naming this king be that difficult for you? Queen Medusa frowned. Xiao Fan obviously had already thought of a name for Queen Medusa. However, the current situation was different from that of the easily manipulated seven-colored sky-swallowing python from his past life. If he were to casually come up with another name, he feared his little life would not be preserved. Yet Queen Medusa's name after all held incomparable significance to Xiao Fan, Kai. The moment the first character left his lips, Xiao Fan felt a wave of killing intent lock onto him. The character Lin, which had already reached his throat, was forcefully swallowed back down by Xiao Fan. Draped in colorful scales, blooming in magnificent splendor. The name Kai Lin is quite good. Biting the bullet, Xiao Fan improvised a line of verse for Queen Medusa. Only then did Queen Medusa's expression relax slightly, truly awful. 3 days from now, this king will have Washier summon you. Twisting her snake tail, Queen Medusa left the Snake People Palace. Yet right before she left, the corners of her mouth clearly curled up into a smile. The sharpest sword of the Snake People tribe also had a soft side. Chapter 65, The Escaping Dai. Big sis, the brat, Dai hurried over as soon as she saw Queen Medusa return and asked. Rest assured, since Big sis promised you I wouldn't harm him, I naturally won't go back on my word. Big sis, have you really decided to make use of the heavenly flame? What, even you don't believe I will succeed? No way, aren't I just worried about Big sis? Dai immediately retorted craftily. Big sis, look, my do technique training is pretty much done. How about? With your half-baked skills, how do you have the nerve to say your training is pretty much done? Medusa had already guessed what her younger sister was up to. Big sis, look, what is that? Medusa looked in the direction Dai was pointing. As expected, you're as foolish as ever, my silly sister. The moment Medusa turned her head, Dai had already run out of the room. Over the past few days, the room had been placed under a seal by Medusa, leaving her with no chance to run out even if she wanted to. Relying on her identical appearance to Medusa, Dai easily found Xiao Fan's residence. Brat. Xiao Fan opened the door in response. Medusa, no, right, it's Dai. Both their voices and appearances were practically carved from the same mold, the differences could only be told through the variations in their actions. Ah. Dai never expected that her tail, upon seeing Xiao Fan, would act as if it had discovered a rare, priceless treasure and immediately coiled around him. At the same time, she stumbled and fell right onto Xiao Fan. The ears of a certain deeply sleeping little dragon girl merely twitched before she resumed snoring. Looking closely at Dai's peerlessly gorgeous face, Xiao Fan recalled the time when he had similarly been pinned beneath Medusa. Dai's face was already completely crimson, her beautiful eyes constantly dodging Xiao Fan's gaze. Bridge, brat, get up quickly. Little did she know, Xiao Fan used his hand to tuck a slightly messy lock of hair from before Dai's forehead behind her ear, making an even bolder move. Brat, don't, I've already recovered my strength. The strange sensation in her body made Dai couldn't help but let out a soft reproach. That extremely pure expression suddenly carrying a hint of desire struck straight at Xiao Fan's heart. Her Majesty the Queen, pardon my offense. Their red lips were about to touch, yet Dai had no intention of pushing Xiao Fan away. You always take advantage of me, and you still call her Her Majesty the Queen, it's really so shameful. Xiao Fan, you can't. The sudden shout brought Xiao Fan back to his senses. Looking at Dai, who had her eyes closed with her slender eyelashes trembling slightly as she awaited his further actions, he finally remembered that the person before him was clearly not Medusa, but Dai. Yan seemed to be having a nightmare, wildly grabbing at the air while her small head constantly burrowed into the quilt over her body. Woo-woo, gentle, Xiao Fan. It was unknown what the little fellow had dreamt of, as tears actually flowed out. What Xiao Fan hated to see the most was Yan crying. Dai, I'm sorry. Xiao Fan picked up the still bemused Dai, came to the little fellow's side, and gently patted the back of this yet-to-grow-up little dragon girl. The familiar aura quickly smoothed out Yan's knitted brows. Clearly still asleep, her little nose seemed to have a consciousness of its own, continuously searching for the aura on Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan, it smells nice, but it's a pity his heart is fickle. Thinking that Yan was keeping his green lotus heart in mind, Xiao Fan gently leaned close to Yan's ear and whispered, in this lifetime, my heart belongs to you. Yan giggled happily as if she had eaten a delicious sugar pill, unaware of what kind of sweet dream she was having. Brat, I can't tell that you care quite a bit about her. The blush on Dai's face had yet to fade. Her, I want to accompany her for a lifetime. Xiao Fan looked unusually heavily at the silly little fellow. All the pampering and tenderness of this lifetime had been given to this little fellow without reservation. Xiao Fan could not describe what he felt inside, he only felt that whatever debt he owed was far from enough for him to repay. Xiao Fan also knew that without sufficient strength, he might not even be able to protect Yan. Rather than entangling himself in the hatred of his past life, it was better to give the love of this lifetime to the person who loved him. A child bride. Then I'll wait for you to grow up. Only by looking at the deeply sleeping Yan could the guilt and self-blame deep within Xiao Fan's heart improve slightly. Brat, you and Big Sis really are alike. Me, Xiao Fan was puzzled. Big Sis is also always deep in thought like this. I know Big Sis carries a lot on her shoulders. Don't blame Big Sis for being fierce. Actually, just like me, she's all bark and no bite, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Xiao Fan could understand Dai's words. Behind Medusa stood the entire Snake People tribe. Born a queen, she could only bury all her emotions deep within her heart. Wanting to break into this queen's heart was not easy, but once one broke into Medusa's heart, I'm afraid running away wouldn't be so easy anymore. Yet in his past life, Medusa had actually chosen to leave without a word, and this parting turned out to be a permanent farewell. Xiao Fan did not know how Medusa of his past life would react upon learning of his death. Perhaps she wouldn't even know. After all, Xiao Fan didn't know where Medusa had ultimately gone. The only time was when she sent Washier to request an 8th grade pill. Naturally, Xiao Fan did not treat Medusa poorly, handing that 8th grade pill along with 2 9th grade pills over to Washier. So, brat, you must help Big Sis succeed in her evolution, even if. Dai pressed her lips together and continued after a long moment, as long as Big Sis successfully evolves, I can allow you to finish what you just did. Xiao Fan instinctively confirmed what Dai had just said. Could it be that before conquering Medusa, the younger sister is first? Xiao Fan felt that he might not be able to handle it. A single Medusa could drain him dry, and with one more, he feared he would collapse halfway before even becoming an emperor. Dai, even without you saying it, I will actually help Medusa evolve with all my might. Dai's tail behind her unconsciously tightened around Xiao Fan. Brat, you're clearly of the human race, why help me? Even if he came for the heavenly flame, Xiao Fan's attitude towards the snake people tribe and Medusa was obviously overly good. Even she fell into Xiao Fan's gentleness, her snake tail wrapping tighter and tighter around Xiao Fan. Dai had not yet realized that her tail had long since returned to normal along with the recovery of her injuries. Ever since entering the door, Dai thought it was her tail being out of control, but in reality that was the true thought deep within her heart. When a snake discovers its prey, it will always coil around it, slowly savoring the delicious food. Looking at those familiar vertical pupils, Xiao Fan shuddered all over and instinctively touched his lower back. Let's just consider it compensation for being the first woman in this life whose body you stripped bare with your eyes. You. Having the incident at the oasis where Xiao Fan stripped her bare with his gaze brought up again, Dai distinctly grew ashamed and angry. As if it wasn't my first time too. That's not right, you say it like you're the one who got the short end of the stick, you stinky brat. Big Sis Medusa, why are you here? Xian rubbed her sleep-blurred eyes, evidently awakened by the two people's bickering. That's not Big Sis Medusa, I am your Dai, Big Sis. Chapter 66 Soul Casting Spiritual Pill. Xiao Fan had already instructed Washier to prepare the medicinal materials he needed for refining the medicinal pill as soon as they arrived at the Snake People Tribe Palace. Xiao Fan, this is the first time I have seen you make such a big fuss for alchemy. Xian sat obediently beside Xiao Fan, with Dai also by her side, and Xiao Fan's front was filled with numerous medicinal materials stored in jade bottles. Dai's tail slowly arched up behind Xiao Fan, providing him with a makeshift sofa backrest. This is my first time seeing a human race do alchemy. Dai was very interested in everything Xiao Fan had prepared. Before doing alchemy, Xiao Fan still needed to make one more preparation, and he took out a small bottle of colorless yet thick liquid from his storage ring. Xiao Fan, what is this? Xian looked at Xiao Fan strangely. Ahem. Xiao Fan naturally would not say that this was Xian's dragon saliva that he had secretly collected. After all, he intended to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill this time, the soul casting spiritual pill, which was a tier 6 medicinal pill created by Xiao Fan himself. After ingestion, it had the effect of nourishing and protecting the soul. However, its true function did not lie there. Most importantly, the soul casting spiritual pill was very special. If the soul suffered fatal damage, it could completely stimulate the medicinal properties of the pill. Not only would the soul remain undamaged, but it might even go a step further, absorbing the lingering spirituality wandering between heaven and earth to forge a spirit realm soul. It was a pity that the success rate was too low, otherwise it would not just be a tier 6 medicinal pill. However, even if it failed to evolve, the soul casting spiritual pill was still enough to protect Medusa Queen's soul. But for Xiao Fan, who was only a great dough master, refining a tier 6 medicinal pill, even though he was once an alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill, was undoubtedly impossible to succeed. At this moment, Xian's dragon saliva could play a crucial role. I just don't know how this fellow's saliva could have such an effect. Xiao Fan guessed that it couldn't be that after Xian ate so many heaven and earth treasures, the energy she couldn't absorb turned into saliva, making it convenient to repeatedly. No, if I keep thinking like this, I feel like I won't be able to face Xiao Yaner. Xiao Fan stopped his wild imagination. Clearly, he had said he would never ingest Xian's dragon saliva again, but at critical moments, this thing could really play a huge role. Energy recovery pill. In front of Xian's dragon saliva, that thing was nothing. How could that thing compare to dragon saliva in terms of nourishment? Xiao Fan swallowed the dragon saliva in one gulp, keeping a small portion in his mouth for phased use. Swallowing too much at once, his own refining speed wouldn't be able to keep up. He smacked his lips, reminiscing about the taste just now. It's sweet. The spirit-devouring art within his body cheered instantly upon sensing Xian's dragon saliva, bringing Xiao Fan along to become excited as well. Dragon saliva has this function too. Xiao Fan clearly did not expect that besides providing dou qi, it would actually make a person excited. However, Xiao Fan still managed to suppress that thought with his willpower. Flipping his palm, a flame intertwined with cyan and gold surged out, shrouding the entire room in a scorching aura. Heavenly flame. Dai frowned slightly. Dai could tell that the flame before her was a heavenly flame, but she couldn't find the corresponding name of the heavenly flame in her mind. After thinking about it, she still felt it should be some kind of special flame. After all, everyone on the mainland knew that a person could only refine one heavenly flame. In Dai's view, Xiao Fan wouldn't be a fool not to know this. With dragon saliva held in his mouth, Xiao Fan could not respond to Dai's question. Instead, Xian became fidgety. Just as Xiao Fan opened the bottle cap, she had already smelled the contents inside. You're tricking me again. Her two crystal-clear little feet rubbed back and forth on the cold floor. Next time, how about? Xian felt that Xiao Fan must like it very much, otherwise he wouldn't have kept it from her and collected it secretly. Right, I can't let Xiao Fan be so tired, I want to myself. Sure enough, with the help of Xian's dragon saliva, not only was the temperature of the flame enhanced, but the recovery of his own dou qi could also keep up with the consumption. Washier only collected one portion of the medicinal materials for the soul-casting spiritual pill, and that was barely gathered after rummaging through the Snake People tribe's treasury. After all, soul-type medicinal materials required for the soul-casting spiritual pill were not common. One medicinal material after another was continuously refined. The entire process went without any problems under Xiao Fan's cautious operation. I'm afraid no one on the mainland would expect someone to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill so quickly, completing the extraction of all medicinal materials in just one day. Seeing that the extraction of the medicinal materials was completed, Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he only needed to condense the pill to finish. Yan wiped the sweat seeping from Xiao Fan's forehead. Even with the green lotus heart and dragon saliva, Xiao Fan inevitably felt exhausted. If I had the strength of a Douling, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Xiao Fan, do you still need my help? Yan approached Xiao Fan's ear somewhat embarrassedly and said in a childish, tender voice, her small hand gently pressing against her mouth. Although Xiao Fan suffered a severe loss of Doqi, it wasn't to the point of needing Yan's help. Go aside, you are not allowed to bring this up. Woo-woo, Xiao Fan, you are bullying me. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Yan pouted her small mouth in dissatisfaction. Clearly, he lied and tricked her first, both in her past life and right now. She, Yan, was very clever. The more Xiao Fan forbade it, the more guilty his conscience was. She better not let her, Yan, catch an opportunity, otherwise she would definitely take fierce revenge. Yan stepped on her exquisite jade feet and ran to the side, waiting for the opportunity when Xiao Fan showed a flaw. Condensing the pill sounded very easy, as if it was just neutralizing the refined medicinal materials together, but there were many tricks to it. Not only did it require soul power to control the medicinal materials that could go berserk at any time, but it also required using the trace of wood attribute within the body to neutralize the imbalance between the medicinal materials. No matter which step went wrong, it would lead to failure in alchemy and all medicinal materials would be ruined in an instant. But no matter what, Xiao Fan was an alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill. As long as there were no accidents, basically refining it successfully on the first try was not a problem. You say an alchemist of the 9th grade golden pill would cause a cauldron explosion when refining a tier 2 medicinal pill. Is there such a thing? As the temperature continued to rise, the medicinal materials began to blend with each other, but unexpectedly, cracks also appeared on the medicine cauldron due to the scorching heat of the heavenly flame. Oh no, Xiao Fan was startled inwardly. But now was the critical moment of pill condensation, and Xiao Fan had no way to care whether the medicine cauldron would explode. The cracks grew larger and larger, accompanied by a sizzle of cracking sounds. Bang! The entire medicine cauldron burst open. Dai reacted first. From the very beginning, she had been keeping an eye on Xiao Fan's condition, of course, not secretly admiring the way Xiao Fan looked when he was focused. A barrier blocked all the medicine cauldron fragments flying toward Xiao Fan. Without the assistance of the medicine cauldron, the temperature of the flame suddenly dropped by a few fractions, and the consumption of Doqi obviously could not support high-temperature pill condensation. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Yan didn't hesitate to pounce into Xiao Fan's arms, giving Xiao Fan no time to react, and offered him her. How could Xiao Fan dwell on these things right now? He desperately extracted Yan's dragon saliva, and the spirit-devouring art boiled once again, as if Yan was Xiao Fan's best tonic. And Xiao Fan was likewise the best medicine in Yan's heart. Chapter 67, Pill Formation. Dai looked at this scene in disbelief. This. I originally thought sister was my greatest opponent, but I didn't expect this little girl to be. Dai regretted in her heart why she didn't have such an ability. No, I haven't tried it either, what if I do have it? Thinking of this, Dai's snow-white neck was dyed a blushing crimson, and the snake tail behind her wriggled back and forth. Under Yan's help, there were no surprises in the pill condensing process, with Xiao Fan using fire to refine the medicine cauldron, completing the soul-casting spiritual pill was only a matter of time. Xiao Yaner, close your eyes first. Xiao Fan transmitted his voice to Yan, who still wore an expression of enjoyment. Yan obediently closed her eyes, and Xiao Fan gently picked her up. Now that it had reached the final critical moment, a huge replenishment of Doqi was no longer needed. Xiao Fan did not want Yan to worry about him anymore. Sometimes sudden rashness might really frighten the little dragon girl by his side. Yan had said one thing right, and that was that Xiao Fan right now was indeed a rare and precious medicinal material. PFF. Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Unlike ordinary blood, even after this mouthful of fresh blood left Xiao Fan, it still appeared exceptionally vibrant. Heartblood, the final medicinal material, coupled with a trace of my soul origin, I suppose protecting Her Majesty the Queen should be foolproof. Xiao Fan's heartblood contained powerful vitality. If consumed, it could even reach the degree of bringing the dead back to life and regenerating bones. Naturally, it was extremely good as the final medicinal material for the soul-casting spiritual pill. As for the cutting of the soul origin, it was somewhat painful. That tearing sensation on the soul would bring immense pain to a person, resulting in mental splitting at best, or direct unconsciousness at worst. I didn't expect that sometimes the secret techniques of the Hun clan would be somewhat useful. Speaking of the soul, apart from alchemists in this world, I'm afraid no one else dared to mess with the soul with the Hun clan. Even alchemists had to retreat 3 steps upon seeing members of the Hun clan, fearing that one day their own souls would be refined into origins by others. Yan's dainty little nose evidently smelled the bloody scent in the air. When she opened her eyes, Xiao Fan had already cleaned up the sprayed blood, and Yan only saw a trace of blood hanging from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. Yan was silly, but not truly stupid. She knew that Xiao Fan must have done something again that would make her heart ache, but seeing that Xiao Fan truly remembered what she said at the bottom of the magma last time, she still felt a little secretly pleased. Yan had already started calculating, should I give Xiao Fanzi more nourishment in the future? Yan smacked her lips, her dainty tongue licking her somewhat moist lips. Dai had seen the entire process of Xiao Fan extracting his heartblood. She could not understand why Xiao Fan was so decisive, that was heartblood. Could it be because of me? Dai inevitably began to ponder. In her eyes, Xiao Fan was becoming more and more like the perfect prey in her heart. Her Majesty the Queen hadn't expected that the ideological education she had constantly given Dai these past few days not only had no effect whatsoever, but instead further intensified the relationship between the two. Pill, condense. After injecting the heart blood, the green medicinal pill was stained with a trace of bright red. Outside the palace, countless energies began to gather. Her Majesty the Queen had actually been watching outside the room all along, heaven and earth phenomenon. I really don't know if you truly didn't see it, or if you were pretending not to know. With someone as talented in alchemy as you actually couldn't tell that that medicinal pill was for nourishing a fetus. Her Majesty the Queen quietly left without anyone noticing. Only Xian's gaze paused at the door of the room for a moment. A medicinal pill capable of triggering a heaven and earth phenomenon was something that would only appear when reaching a tier 6 high tier or even peak medicinal pill. However, this clearly had not yet reached Xiao Fan's expectations. The soul origin separated earlier was injected into the already formed soul-casting spiritual pill. Xiao Fan wanted to add a trace of spirituality to this medicinal pill. Accompanied by the injection of the soul origin, this soul-casting spiritual pill abruptly launched rings of energy ripples toward the surroundings, violently surging in all directions with Xiao Fan as the center. Producing an explosive sound like a startled thunder, a pillar of energy light shot violently into the sky from within the medicine cauldron. The phenomenon in the Snake People tribe palace naturally caused quite a commotion. Washier had already brought countless guards rushing toward Xiao Fan's residence. Due to the addition of Xiao Fan's soul origin, the soul-casting spiritual pill unexpectedly gained considerable spiritual intelligence. The moment the pill was formed, it broke away from Xiao Fan's control. Its speed was so fast that Xiao Fan didn't even have time to apply a seal. Not good. Xiao Fan never expected that he had truly thrown away all of an alchemist's face in this lifetime. Cauldron explosions and fleeing medicinal pills had all been experienced by him through and through. Xian and Dai reacted swiftly, instantly shooting forth. However, although this medicinal pill was at the peak of tier 6, it was by no means inferior to ordinary tier 7 medicinal pills. Looking at the soul-casting spiritual pill fleeing in all directions, Xian and Dai were unable to control it for a moment. Fortunately, the soul-casting spiritual pill did not make a ruckus for long. After all, failing to reach tier 7, even if a peak tier 6 medicinal pill possessed spiritual intelligence, it was merely a fleeting moment. Dai took the lead in grabbing the soul-casting spiritual pill, using Dochi to seal its movements. Little brat, I didn't expect you to still be an alchemy great master. Xiao Fan was somewhat exhausted, a sense of weakness suddenly welling up in his heart. Before Dai could walk close, Xiao Fan only felt his eyes turn black as he fell backward. A gorgeous phantom was faster than both Xian and Dai present. It was none other than Her Majesty the Queen, clad in red robes and extremely enchanting. Her Majesty the Queen used her snake tail to support the falling Xiao Fan. 3 sleepless days and nights of refining medicinal pills, coupled with the damage to her soul and heart blood, finally swept over them all at once. Clutching Her Majesty the Queen's smooth and moist snake tail, Xiao Fan fell into a deep sleep. Sister. Dai was startled, evidently somewhat flustered by her sister's sudden appearance. Yet when she saw her sister's unknitted brows, Dai was stunned for a moment. Sister is smiling. Dai couldn't even remember how long it had been since she last saw her sister reveal a smile. Unlike her usual icy coldness, Her Majesty the Queen was now as gentle as water, her slender fingers tracing across the sleeping Xiao Fan's cheek. You're still so fond of putting up a front. Xian stealthily crept over to Her Majesty the Queen's side. Hee, Sister Medusa, is Xiao Fan all right? HMPH, what could happen to this heartless man? Her Majesty the Queen refused to relent with her words, but in reality, she had already given Xiao Fan a full body checkup just a moment ago. Sister Medusa, if Xiao Fan finds out, he will definitely. This queen does not need his pity. Her Majesty the Queen's expression changed, reverting once again to that aloof empress image. Among those present, perhaps only Dai, who was holding the medicinal pill, felt most out of place. Sister, what are you guys talking about? Her Majesty the Queen took the medicinal pill from Dai's hand and handed Xiao Fan over to Xian. I haven't settled the account with you for running out privately yet. Her Majesty the Queen grabbed her own younger sister by the arm. Sister. Sister, I was wrong. Under Her Majesty the Queen's enforcement, Dai was forcefully dragged away just like that. Her Majesty the Queen. Washier had been respectfully waiting outside for a long time, and was slightly startled to see both queens emerge from Xiao Fan's room at the same time. Disperse everyone. Washier waved her hand, and watching the departing Her Majesty the Queen, Washier muttered strangely, Her Majesty the Queen seems to be in a good mood. Chapter 68 Departure. In a daze, Xiao Fan dreamed once again of the day Queen Medusa left back then. After a satisfying battle, Queen Medusa tightly wrapped herself around Xiao Fan. That night, Queen Medusa exerted extra force, seemingly with a mentality of revenge. Queen Medusa, who hadn't bared her fangs in a long time, asked Xiao Fan grimly. Xiao Fan, do you love me? Queen Medusa had not yet realized that only when she was relaxed or getting along with someone close would she not refer to herself as this king. Xiao Fan fell into a brief silence. The relationship between the two of them was full of drama, considered affection growing over time. Xiao Fan could not recognize his inner heart. He was obsessed with an impossible notion. He only knew how to love, not how to be loved. And love was always a responsibility rather than a promise. Right now, he couldn't give Queen Medusa a promise. For a moment, he couldn't give his own answer either. But it was precisely because of this brief silence that Xiao Fan could see the light in Queen Medusa's eyes dim slightly. Carer, I'm sorry. Xiao Fan wanted to reach out to comfort the injured Queen Medusa, but was slapped away by a palm from Queen Medusa. This king has never needed anyone's pity. Don't you think this king takes a fancy to you? With that, Queen Medusa fiercely bit down on Xiao Fan's shoulder, and along with it, the snake curse seal on Xiao Fan's body was triggered. Xiao Fan could feel Queen Medusa's body trembling. Yet Xiao Fan couldn't feel a trace of anger. All there was a queen's unwillingness to resign herself to fate. Carer. Xiao Fan wanted to say something, but Queen Medusa obviously didn't give Xiao Fan this chance. Her body was controlled by Queen Medusa, completely not giving Xiao Fan any time to rest. The room was pitch black, except for the moonlight emitting a faint silver-white glow, with not a shred of brightness in the entire room. The intertwined flickering candle lamps, the utterly messy tabletop. The intertwined and scattered breathing sounds, the two people each harboring their own thoughts. That cold and gorgeous pretty face, like a snow lotus, had long since uncontrollably flushed with two intense blushes, as brilliant as the midday sunlight spilling over an iceberg. A night of wind and rain, flowers falling upon the bed curtains. When Xiao Fan woke up again, the pain on his body told him that everything that happened last night was not an illusion, but Queen Medusa had unsurprisingly chosen to leave. The snake curse seal was removed by Queen Medusa. This queen seemed to truly want to erase the traces she had left on Xiao Fan's body. But Queen Medusa obviously didn't expect that Xiao Fan had long since left indelible traces on her body. Queen Medusa lowered her head with a gaze carrying a bit of desolation, touched her lower abdomen again, and still resolutely chose to leave. Quote. These shoes are really ugly. This king hates this name. Do you think this king cares whether you live or die? Xiao Fan, this king hates you. Xiao Fan was startled awake, his back already soaked in cold sweat. Meeting Ziyan's pure and flawless eyes, somehow a sense of reassurance arose in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Fan's head was resting on the little fellow's legs. There was no slender and plump touch, but the slightly chubby and fleshy calves, paired with fair and translucent short socks, carried a hint of temptation amidst their innocence. Xiao Fan, you're awake. Xiao Fan reluctantly moved away from this fragrant peerless delicacy. Xiao Yaner, how long have I slept? Xiao Fan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, wondering why he didn't remember having the habit of drooling. A day and a night. Ziyan actually didn't know how much time had passed, except that the sugar pill had been eaten up, so a day should have passed. So long, Xiao Fan had thought he only needed to rest for a few hours, never expecting that a day and a night had actually passed. What about Queen Medusa? Sister Medusa said to start once you wake up. Ziyan didn't seem surprised that Xiao Fan would ask this question. Wait for me, Xiao Fan didn't understand. Queen Medusa should have already obtained the soul-casting spiritual pill he refined, so why did she still need to wait for him to wake up? Sister Medusa also said you'd better take a bath before going. A bath. The more Xiao Fan listened, the more wrong it felt. Xiao Fan had the feeling of being sold out by someone, yet still helping others count the money. And taking this bath to offer to Queen Medusa, wasn't that outright acting as a sacrificial offering? Xiao Yaner, did you take advantage of me being unconscious again? No, I definitely didn't secretly feed Xiao Fan my saliva. Ziyan hurriedly covered her mouth, but the words had already slipped out. Then, Xiao Yaner, Xiao Fan was stunned, getting up to chase, but unexpectedly Ziyan scampered away in a flash, causing Xiao Fan to lunge and grab empty air. Xiao Fan, please be sure to help Her Majesty the Queen succeed in her evolution. Ever since Washier learned that Xiao Fan was a human, that tiny trace of emotion deep in her heart had been very well hidden by her, but when facing Xiao Fan, she would still blush from time to time. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Xiao Fan was also not certain, and could only pin his hopes on the soul-casting spiritual pill being able to successfully help Medusa. Led by Washier, Xiao Fan was brought to a heavily guarded palace. Stepping through the doors, one could only see a lake, as well as a small island in the center of the lake. Xiao Fan followed the rising stone pillars to walk onto the small island in the center of the lake. Water mist curled around, and through the mist, Xiao Fan could see Queen Medusa with her graceful posture on the island, adding a few more parts of alluring enchantment amidst the haziness. Every time I come here, I still can't help but sigh, Queen Medusa is truly magnanimous. Which alchemist would not be tempted seeing this lake of ice spirit cold spring, let alone that many high-tier herbs were planted here. Yet Xiao Fan knew these herbs would soon be destroyed because of the heavenly tribulation, and rather than letting them be destroyed, it would be better to let him take them back for Xiao Yaner. Having thought this far, Xiao Fan didn't dawdle and immediately swept all the surrounding medicinal materials into his storage ring in one go. Did you ask this king? You're just taking this king's things like this. It was still as cold, noble, and unapproachable as before. Although her tone carried anger, she didn't make a move to stop him. Isn't it because I'm afraid that once Her Majesty the Queen leaves, this medicine garden will have no one to tend to it? Even when facing the majesty of Queen Medusa, Xiao Fan still didn't flinch. This time he wanted to stand firm, always being pinned under Queen Medusa made him lose a lot of face as a man. Queen Medusa suddenly appeared behind Xiao Fan, her fair arms easily resting upon Xiao Fan's shoulders. Not knowing if it was an illusion, Xiao Fan felt as though Queen Medusa had left something on his shoulder. Giving it a second thought, how is that possible? I am a 9th grade golden pill alchemist, a former half-emperor powerhouse, would I not be able to sense a mere lingering mark? Her Majesty the Queen, this is inappropriate. Xiao Fan turned around and dodged Queen Medusa's further movements. Today, Queen Medusa was not wearing a mask. That peerless countenance capable of easily intoxicating countless men was thus displayed right before Xiao Fan's eyes. Today, you are only allowed to address this king by name. Name, Xiao Fan was puzzled. Does this king need to say it a second time? Xiao Fan shivered, and only then spoke up, Kai Lin. Names had a special meaning to Queen Medusa, whether in her past life or her present life. How she longed to hear Xiao Fan call out her name once more with that expression of utter despair. Did Queen Medusa truly have nothing to fear? Was she truly as resolute as she appeared on the surface? Perhaps the answer in her past life was no, but people always change. When she finally made up her mind and happily took her twin daughters to find Xiao Fan, she looked forward to the happy smile on Xiao Fan's face when he saw his daughters. At that time, the answer to the question Queen Medusa asked Xiao Fan was no longer important, what mattered was whether Xiao Fan was by her side. But when she returned to the Central Plains, tragic news arrived, and only then did she learn that Xiao Fan had already died. By then, she regretted why she had not stayed by Xiao Fan's side. If she had not left, Xiao Fan definitely would not have driven her away, that was her confidence as a queen. Yet when she did not even get to see Xiao Fan one last time, she began to feel afraid. This notoriously fearsome Queen Medusa felt fear and terror for the first time, it was the terror of facing death. After the great battle, Queen Medusa took her 2 daughters and left this heartbreaking place. Aside from Xiao Yan, who could occasionally come to find Queen Medusa basically did not communicate with anyone. Queen Medusa grew to fear death, fear parting without a word, and fear regrets. You heartless man, to actually abandon our mother and daughter without even saying goodbye. Queen Medusa would always pace back and forth in the empty house wearing those high heels that she clearly hated. The crisp sounds could bring her a lot of peace. Back when Xiao Fan was still around, she would even wear them to mock a certain woman who also liked Xiao Fan. Although it was a bit of a malicious quirk, she just loved watching the other person's expression of envy and jealousy. Yet she never expected that the woman she had mocked and flaunted against for a lifetime would actually choose death. She had unexpectedly begun to feel envious that the other woman could calmly face death and pursue Xiao Fan through endless reincarnation. But Queen Medusa discovered that she lacked the courage to face death. Looking at the 3 mischievous little fellows outside the house, Queen Medusa could not bring herself to die alone no matter what. She had attachments, she could not let go. Of her 2 daughters, the younger sister loved making trouble, while the older sister always wore an expression of disgust toward everything. They look so much like you, Xiao Fan. Queen Medusa gently picked up the 2 playing little fellows, affectionately rubbing against their cheeks. Big sister Medusa. You are crying again. How could that be? How could I possibly cry? I could not care less about that heartless man. Instead, it is you, the dignified dragon emperor, running over to my place all day long. Have you finished handling all the matters on the continent? Xian fell silent. How was she not also escaping? Big sister Medusa, do you believe in rebirth and reincarnation? Quote. Xiao Fan, who was used to calling Queen Medusa Her Majesty the Queen or Carer, found it somewhat unaccustomed at this moment. As the name Kai Lin chosen a bit too casually, Xiao Fan muttered inwardly. TCH, completely devoid of emotion. Queen Medusa's aura shifted slightly. This king is going to begin. Next, I will let you take advantage, you bastard. Queen Medusa turned around and took off her embroidered garments, revealing her inviolable, perfect delicate body stark naked before Xiao Fan's eyes. Xiao Fan understood that Queen Medusa had already made up her mind. Gazing at Medusa's back, Xiao Fan ultimately could not help speaking up. Carer, you will definitely succeed. Xiao Fan had already closed his eyes, waiting for Queen Medusa's critical strike. Addressing Queen Medusa so boldly as Carer, flying into a rage and severely injuring him would probably be a minor matter. I am Queen Medusa, after all. Queen Medusa only felt that the giant boulder pressing on her heart had finally been lifted. Swallowing the soul-casting spiritual pill refined by Xiao Fan, her entire person soared into the sky, turning into an incarnation of a giant snake covered from head to toe in purple scales. The seal around the green lotus core flame was shattered, and a scorching aura instantly rushed over his face. Just by getting close, Xiao Fan could feel as though he was about to be roasted. Queen Medusa swallowed the green lotus core flame in one gulp, and a massive roar soared into the sky, sounding like pain, like struggle, and like gaining new life. Big sister Dai, Big sister Medusa will not be hurt, right? Xian asked Dai anxiously by her side. HMPH, Big sister is the strongest Queen Medusa in history. Although Dai trusted her sister, her hands had long broken out in cold sweat. Cyan light constantly manifested on Queen Medusa's massive snake body, and faint cracks appeared on her originally smooth skin. Xiao Fan broke out in a cold sweat for Medusa. He desperately wanted to do something more for Queen Medusa, but he had already exhausted all his strength. Everything now depended on whether Queen Medusa could survive this move. The entire snake people tribe was on strict standby, and every single snake person was praying in their heart for the success of Her Majesty the Queen. Some snake people devoutly knelt on the ground, while others put down everything in their hands and stood quietly in front of the palace. Even though the streets were already packed to the point of impenetrability, even the sound of a needle dropping to the ground could be clearly heard. What a truly crazy woman. Xiao Fan looked at that figure in the sky with a complex expression. In an instant, Xiao Fan discovered that Queen Medusa's aura was constantly decaying, and even her soul was becoming ethereal and illusory. At that moment, the barrier between Xiao Fan's mortal realm perfection and spirit realm soul collapsed with a boom, and Xiao Fan leapt into the spirit realm soul. A soul that had stepped into the spirit realm could leave the body for a period of time. Xiao Fan did not care whether the heavenly flame would destroy his soul along with it, and charged straight into that heavenly flame. With the help of his soul origin within the soul-casting spiritual pill, Xiao Fan quickly found Medusa's soul, which was on the verge of dissipating. Carer, Carer. Xiao Fan anxiously called out to Medusa, who was about to give up. Carer, do you not want to know the answer to the question? Regardless of whether it was Medusa from her past life or Medusa from this lifetime, Xiao Fan wanted to sincerely and earnestly tell Medusa the answer he failed to speak out loud that day. I love you, Carer. Love was truly heavy. Xiao Fan felt as though his soul trembled heavily. Perhaps Queen Medusa truly felt Xiao Fan's sincere, beating heart. Queen Medusa, who had been on her last breath, radiated vitality once more, and her body, which had been burned to ashes and charcoal, began to condense anew. A new life was about to start turning once again. Heaven and earth changed color, and the pitch-black thunderclouds let out a muffled hum. Just staying below made one feel a sense of oppression. Rumble. A lightning tribulation as thick as an arm struck Queen Medusa's newly condensed body with lightning speed. Chapter 70, Hissing. The thunder rumbled, persisting for a long time. But it also signaled Queen Medusa's rebirth. Her originally massive serpentine body instantly turned to ash under the lightning tribulation. The small island was also completely destroyed under this lightning tribulation. Even though he wasn't at the center of the lightning tribulation, Xiao Fan could still feel the destructive power it contained. But even so, Xiao Fan still felt Queen Medusa's increasingly powerful soul, and he understood immediately. It's a success. Xiao Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the green lotus core flame still emitting a thick aura in the air, even after drawing such a massive lightning tribulation, the heavenly flame remained unchanged. The first heavenly flame of my past life. I didn't expect so many things to happen because of it. The charred black and gray body crashed down, and the world returned to normal. A seven-colored figure instantly shot out from the burnt remains toward Xiao Fan. Bang! Xiao Fan fell heavily to the ground, his body even sinking a few inches into the earth. He could feel a strong sense of vengeance in this strike. The small seven-colored snake flicked its cute tongue. Its tiny body lay on Xiao Fan's chest, looking down at him. Hiss, hiss. Are you hungry? Xiao Fan was surprised to find that he could already understand the language of serpentine demonic beasts. Xiao Fan stroked the small head of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python, but he didn't notice the snake's eyes flicker. He took out a green lotus seed from his robes. Upon seeing the lotus seed rich in fire attribute energy, the seven-colored sky-swallowing python's mouth began to water. Its little tail kept rubbing against Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan chuckled and coaxed it. Hee, if you follow me from now on, I'll give it to you. Xiao Fan knew that at this moment, Queen Medusa's soul was definitely being dominated by the companion soul. As long as he gained this little fellow's favor, wouldn't Queen Medusa be at his mercy? Even though the seven-colored sky-swallowing python had just been born, its intelligence was clearly not low. It nodded repeatedly upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. Then I'll call you Xiao Kai from now on. Xiao Kai affectionately rubbed against Xiao Fan's outstretched hand. The name wasn't important, the green lotus seed in Xiao Fan's hand was. Alright, Xiao Fan withdrew his hand, which was tickled by Xiao Kai's rubbing. This is a green lotus seed that even Xiao Yan hasn't eaten yet. You're getting a real bargain, you little rascal. The seven-colored sky-swallowing python didn't care about any of that. It snatched the green lotus seed from Xiao Fan's hand and swallowed it. The fire energy contained within the 1,000-year-old green lotus was so immense that Xiao Kai let out a burp, coiled around Xiao Fan's arm, and fell fast asleep. What a truly cute little fellow. Xiao Fan stroked the sleeping seven-colored sky-swallowing python on his arm. You're cute when you're small, but you'll be quite fierce when you grow up. Hearing this, Xiao Kai clearly coiled around Xiao Fan even tighter. Xiao Fan left the island in the middle of the lake with Xiao Kai. Looking at the now barren island, he sighed with regret. I should have been a bit more greedy just now and taken the ice spirit cold spring. Wait, wouldn't that count as Queen Medusa's bathwater? At this thought, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, I missed out even more. Brat, my sister. Xiao Fan shook his head. Dai shook her head in disbelief, her beautiful eyes instantly welling up with tears. Sister, how could she? Dai, why are you crying? Xiao Fan couldn't understand why Dai was crying again. Didn't you say sister? Dai still couldn't believe something had happened to her sister. Ouch. Dai clutched her head. You brat, you actually dared to jump up and knock me on the head. Dai looked up and saw the section of Xiao Fan's arm. What a beautiful little snake. Could it be? So, is your Do Huang strength fake? Didn't you think to sense it first? With the strength of a Do Huang, it should have been easy to sense the little fellow who had entered maturity. That's wonderful. In her joy, Dai pulled Xiao Fan into an embrace. Without any hesitation, she completed that unfinished kiss right in front of her sister. It hurts. Dai was clearly very inexperienced at kissing, she actually bit Xiao Fan's lip. After all, her knowledge was limited to written descriptions. Books said kissing should be passionate and deep. Xiao Fan pushed Dai away and looked at the numerous bite marks on his hand left by Xiao Kai. Blood flowed from the wounds. Xiao Kai was looking at Xiao Fan with a provocative and angry gaze. That familiar look made Xiao Fan subconsciously call out, Care. The response Xiao Fan got was an even deeper set of tooth marks. Hiss, I forgot that Queen Medusa isn't completely without consciousness. Xiao Fan felt quite aggrieved. It was clearly your sister who made the first move. I was forced. These two sisters, neither of them is easy to deal with. Dai lowered her head and covered her face, afraid to look up. She was scared Xiao Fan would see her face, which was already flushed with shame. The brats, blood. Dai subconsciously licked her lips, savoring the taste from just now. Ziyan didn't arrive that quickly. Seeing the injured Xiao Fan, she immediately came closer with concern. Xiao Fan, how did you get hurt? You're even bleeding. Xiao Fanzi, let me treat you. Ziyan excitedly stuck out her tender pink tongue, and one could even see the glistening threads of saliva it carried. Without hesitation, Ziyan leaned in and licked the bleeding wound, showing a look of enjoyment. Xiao Fanzi, you're really smelling better and better. Xiao Fan was only lost in this indescribable sensation for a moment before he immediately pulled his hand back. Xiao Yaner, there's no need. A small injury like this will recover in a while. Also, you're not allowed to do this to anyone else in the future. I'll only do it with Xiao Fanzi from now on. Don't call me Xiao Fanzi. Xiao Fan was still annoyed by that nickname. Xiao Fan could understand Ziyan's behavior. After all, many demonic beasts lick their wounds when injured, which can provide protection and prevent infection. But he really couldn't understand Dai's behavior. Ever since he had a clear self-awareness, he found that Dai's actions were completely those of a young girl in the first throes of love. But he didn't feel like he had provoked Dai at all. At most, he had secretly touched the scales on her buttocks while holding her. It was indeed as Xiao Fan thought. The scales there were finer and smoother, providing a better feel. Cough. But that was at most a moment of being unable to help himself, definitely not provocation, at least, that's what Xiao Fan believed. Brat, my sister. Dai tried to call out to her sister, but unexpectedly, Xiao Kai only glanced at her before looking away. The evolution was successful, but her soul should have fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Fan explained. Is it the companion soul? Dai quickly figured out what Xiao Fan meant. After all, like her, Queen Medusa had a companion soul of a serpentine demonic beast within her. Yes, it's not hard to recover, we just need the help of a tier 6 medicinal pill, the Rongling pill, and she can be restored. Another tier 6 medicinal pill. Dai was a bit distressed. Over the past few days, since taking over her sister's duties, she had discovered that the tier 6 medicinal pill Xiao Fan refined that day had cost their snake people tribe's treasury at least a tenth of its wealth. Yes, the medicinal ingredients are not easy to find. On the continent, as long as a medicinal pill is related to the soul, the ingredients are generally harder to find. Chapter 71 Snake Curse Seal. However, you don't need to worry too much. Such a situation is simply because Her Majesty the Queen's soul is too weak. Over time, the two souls will naturally merge into one. After all, having accompanied each other for so many years, the two have long been indistinguishable from each other. Dai let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as there is enough time, my elder sister will still be able to recover. By then, the Snake People tribe will definitely give birth to an even more powerful Medusa. But Dai was in a dilemma, because her elder sister actually clung tightly to Xiao Fan, refusing to leave with her no matter what. Elder sister, I am Dai, your younger sister. Dai tried to awaken her elder sister's memories. Not knowing what kind of stimulation Xiao Kai had received, upon hearing Dai's name, she actually bared those two sharp poisonous fangs. Hiss hiss. Elder sister, are you scolding me? This was the first time Dai had been scolded by her elder sister, and she was scolded quite harshly. Clearly, the two souls were originally one, so why did she seem to harbor such hostility towards her? Ahem, perhaps this little fellow is a bit vigilant. Right now, she should be equivalent to a newly born child. Xiao Fan held back a smile in his heart. He hadn't expected Xiao Kai's temper to be so fiery, and her scolding was indeed quite foul. After trying for a long time, Dai finally gave up and looked at Xiao Fan with a helpless expression. Little ghost, I leave elder sister to you. Rest assured, she won't go hungry. Raising 1 is raising 2 is also raising 3. Xiao Fan noticed something was wrong and actually started calculating. Xiao Yaner, an average of 3 bottles of sugar pills a day, half a small bottle of accompanying purple crystal source. Xiao Kai, 1 green lotus seed every 7 days, and her demands will become higher and higher as her realm recovers. Qing Lin, 3 meals a day. The key wasn't the quantity, but the people. Seen this way, Qing Lin was really easy to raise. It seems I really can't afford to raise them anymore. Xiao Fan discovered that all his worldly possessions combined might be completely consumed by the 3 little fellows in a month or so. What should he do then? Feed myself to the tigers. As soon as this thought appeared, Xiao Fan was startled in his heart. Remembering the way Ziyan drooled every time she leaned in close to sniff him, Xiao Fan shuddered all over. No, I must hurry up and make money. What Xiao Fan thought of was not abandoning them, but how to support the 3 little fellows, whose appetites were larger than the last. Xiao Fan began to miss Sister Yafei. After all, the feeling of being kept by a wealthy woman was still better. Although Medusa was also very wealthy, the Snake People tribe was located in the Tager Desert, and its resources were inherently limited. It would probably be extremely difficult to get the Snake People tribe to pull out any more heaven and earth treasures. Coupled with the fact that Ziyan's palate was becoming more and more picky, she already looked down upon those ordinary medicinal herbs. To put it bluntly, it was still spoiled by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan patted his head and said aggressively to Ziyan, Xiao Yaner, you are forbidden from eating sugar pills for a day as punishment. Ziyan stared with round eyes, not knowing what she had done wrong to suddenly be punished by Xiao Fan. Ever since they learned that Her Majesty the Queen had successfully evolved, the entire Snake People tribe had been cheering. That meant they might no longer have to live humbly in the Tager Desert, and it meant the Snake People tribe could also possess a territory suitable for survival. At the same time, Dai also announced that Medusa would enter seclusion for a period of time to consolidate her realm. In response, all the Snake People tribe were looking forward to Medusa coming out of seclusion. Over the past few days, Xiao Fan had been staying within the Snake People tribe palace. Xiao Fan had returned to the days of having his schedule turned upside down, being urged by people every day to refine pills. After all, the 2 little fellows would reach out for food whenever they wanted, and as soon as they finished eating, they would sleep, as if they were competing to see who would advance in realm first. No matter how poor the Snake People tribe was, it was impossible to make their queen suffer. All kinds of high-tier medicinal herbs were delivered to Xiao Fan's hands as if they cost nothing. Although this feeling was great, every time he refined pills, there was always a faint, lingering pain in his shoulders. This made Xiao Fan suspect for a time whether he had gotten used to being abused in the past, and now he was actually experiencing the same feeling as when he possessed the snake curse seal in his previous life. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was also making preparations needed for refining the heavenly flame, such as the ice spirit cold spring, blood lotus pill. Little ghost, why do you think elder sister is always fierce to me? Dai only dared to sit at a distance neither too far nor too close to Xiao Fan each time. Only in this way would Xiao Kai on Xiao Fan's arm not suddenly turn hostile towards Dai. Xiao Fan lowered his head to look at Dai's chest. Can she not be fierce to you when you dress like this? Ever since Dai took the initiative to kiss Xiao Fan last time, her actions had become increasingly bold during this period, and her attire had become more and more revealing. She even secretly got close to Xiao Fan while her elder sister was asleep. But every time she got close, she would be perceived by Xiao Kai. However, the one Xiao Kai hid wasn't Dai, but rather Xiao Fan. Clearly she is such a small thing, how can her tail whip hurt so much? Xiao Fan complained. Xiao Fan was left with scars of all sizes on his body, and every time this happened, there was also a little dragon girl watching the excitement without finding it a big enough deal who would join in. He really wanted to say that he, Xiao Fan, truly did not have masochistic tendencies. Truly did not. Little ghost, why don't you stay in the Snake People tribe? Xiao Kai's previously squinted eyes suddenly moved, and her little tail even curled up. Dai suddenly froze. It's over, why did I say what was in my heart? Even if the little ghost is really handsome, really charming, and really fits my tastes. Xiao Fan raised his head to look at Dai, whose eyes were dodging and who was extremely flustered. Dai, I'm afraid I can't do that. The silence lasted for a long time before Dai smiled and said, HMPH, if you don't want to stay then don't stay. This king, I wouldn't try to make you stay anyway. Dai's smile was very forced. Kailin's soul fusion required time, and by now Dai had already taken on the heavy responsibility of Her Majesty the Queen, speaking to Xiao Fan while imitating her elder sister's tone. These familiar words made Xiao Fan think of Medusa. Seemingly to hide her sense of loss, Dai put on that silly look again and said with a smile, I found a secret technique in elder sister's room these past few days. Why don't you be my test subject, little ghost? It wouldn't be some dangerous secret technique, right? Knowing that Dai was changing the subject, Xiao Fan played along and answered. How could that be? Stop dawdling. Dai used her snake tail to coil around Xiao Fan and pull him to her side. Her palms kept turning, and a mark extremely familiar to Xiao Fan subsequently appeared. Before Xiao Fan could react, that mark sank straight into his body. Snake curse seal. He, Xiao Fan, guarded against everything, but never expected that he would actually get hit just like this. Quickly, little ghost, let me see the effect. Dai roughly tore open Xiao Fan's clothes. Sure enough, a snake mark similar to the one on Hai Bodong appeared on Xiao Fan's shoulder, yet it was somewhat different. Dai, do you know what this is? Isn't it? Before Dai finished speaking, she was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Kai's sudden violent outburst. Hey, what are you doing again, Xiao Kai? You eat my things, live in my place, and still throw a tantrum at me. Xiao Fan had clearly resigned himself to his fate. Anyway, he couldn't escape this snake curse seal, so he would just cover himself up tightly, nobody would see it anyway. What Xiao Fan didn't hear was the second half of Dai's sentence, a mark given to the person chosen for life. Chapter 72, Devouring the Heavenly Flame. Xiao Fan, are you sure about this? Ziyan reached out with her small hand to hold Xiao Fan's, her expression somewhat worried. At this moment, Xiao Fan had already made up his mind to absorb the green lotus core flame. Xiao Fan scoffed inwardly, why would I be afraid of a mere green lotus core flame that I've already subdued once? Xiao Fan stroked Ziyan's little head. Who are you looking down on? Can a mere heavenly flame really stump me? ... Xiao Fan, are you alright? I'm doing great. Xiao Fan clenched his teeth. Yet, even having experienced the pain of subduing heavenly flames many times, the agony of absorbing one once again was still as unforgettable as ever. After all, the first time was very unforgettable. Xiao Fan, are you really not just putting up a stubborn front? Ziyan looked with concern at Xiao Fan, whose entire body was covered in scabs of blood. The high temperature had almost melted everything around Xiao Fan into nothingness. Xiao Fan used Naling to carve out a space within his body, while constantly guiding the green lotus core flame toward the space he had created in his dantian. However, the green lotus core flame would not obediently surrender. It rampaged wildly within Xiao Fan's body, wantonly destroying his meridians. Damn it. Xiao Fan could feel every organ in his body protesting, reaching the critical point of destruction. If not for the super speed healing brought by the green lotus heart, Xiao Fan would likely have been burned to charcoal by now. I thought that as a great Dough master, it would be much easier for me. Xiao Fan had still underestimated the might of the heavenly flame, and at the same time overestimated his own strength. If he could not suppress the green lotus core flame in time, I'm afraid it wouldn't be Xiao Fan refining the heavenly flame, but the heavenly flame refining him. Xiao Kai quietly crawled onto Xiao Fan's bare body, flicking her snake tongue as she watched the painfully grimacing Xiao Fan with great interest. Xiao Fan naturally noticed Xiao Kai's arrival. You're actually watching me make a fool of yourself. Hiss. What, you've already eaten 2 of my green lotus seeds, alright. Hiss, Xiao Kai turned her head away with an arrogant huff. Fine. I beg Lord Xiao Kai to help out. Xiao Fan never expected that he would actually be robbed by a snake. Hiss. Not knowing if it was Xiao Fan's illusion, he saw Xiao Kai reveal a cunning smile. After Xiao Kai's arrival, the originally overflowing heavenly flame energy actually fled as if it had encountered its natural predator. Xiao Kai did not let go of any overflowing heavenly flame energy on Xiao Fan's body, her small snake body moving across him like lightning. Hiss, Xiao Kai let out a burp, then lazily sprawled across Xiao Fan's body and fell fast asleep. Meanwhile, having lost a massive amount of heavenly flame energy, the green lotus core flame had already grown weak. Xiao Fan immediately seized this opportunity, using the power of his soul to extract the origin of the green lotus core flame, while his spirit realm soul instantly wiped away the green lotus core flame's intelligence. Seizing it in one clutch, he refined it instantly. A heavenly flame with only its origin left obviously couldn't stir up much trouble, and could only obediently be subdued by Xiao Fan. Furthermore, Xiao Fan would not waste the fire attribute energy condensed over 1,000 years. The spirit-devouring art within his body had been waiting for a long time, feeling energy that was purer and denser than before. The spirit-devouring art accepted all comers and absorbed it completely. Not a single drop was left. Xiao Fan's strength also soared rapidly, and his realm broke through one after another continuously. 4-star Great Dough Master. 5-star. 6-star. 9-star Great Dough Master. Until the peak of the 9-star Great Dough Master, that energy impact gradually subsided. The spirit-devouring art was just this overbearing and unreasonable. As long as there was a continuous intake of energy, elevating his realm was as simple as drinking water. Yet as his strength grew, the spirit-devouring art would become increasingly picky about the source of energy, and would even refuse to refine ordinary heaven and earth treasures. That situation was as if it were saying, "You want me to refine something even dogs won't eat?" Usually at times like this, Xiao Fan had no choice but to refine them into sugar pills to feed to Ziyan. Only Ziyan accepted all comers. As long as it was given to her by Xiao Fan, she would take it all. The blood scabs condensed on Xiao Fan's body due to swallowing the blood lotus pill began to peel off piece by piece, revealing skin even more tender than a baby's. Not only was it another advancement in the spirit-devouring art and his strength, but the successful refinement of the green lotus core flame also used the heavenly flame body tempering to forge an even stronger physique, at least ensuring that the current Ziyan couldn't punch Xiao Fan until he bled. Xiao Fanzi, you succeeded. Ziyan leapt into Xiao Fan's arms, her small hands groping back and forth across Xiao Fan's body. I succeeded. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan, stopping her mischievous little hands. It's time to go. Qing Lin should have been waiting for quite a while too. Xiao Fan learned from Ziyan that this absorption of the heavenly flame had actually taken close to a week. Xiao Fan had already harvested a full load from this trip to the Tager Desert, but he did not become arrogant because of it. He still needed to become stronger to protect everything he currently possessed. Fortunately, there were no mistakes in this heavenly flame fusion. Xiao Fan summoned the green lotus core flame, and the spirit-devouring art automatically merged it into one with the golden emperor sky-burning flame previously intercepted from Jiyu Zuner. Although the color of the heavenly flame was still a mix of cyan and gold, one could clearly sense that this cluster of heavenly flame was much stronger than before. Originally, the fusion of heavenly flames always brought all kinds of trouble. For instance, heavenly flames would always repel and conflict with each other, which was also why if a person absorbed and refined two heavenly flames, it would lead to them exploding and dying. However, the golden emperor sky-burning flame within Xiao Fan's body was different. Its generation came from Jiyu Zuner's overflowing energy, being a heavenly flame extracted through the spirit-devouring art rather than an origin. It was more like directly improving the purity of the fire attribute inside Xiao Fan's body, causing the fire attribute energy within him to reach a level comparable to a heavenly flame. Therefore, the fusion of the two was more like the green lotus core flame adding further radiance to Xiao Fan's own fire attribute. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the fusion of the two. After all, heavenly flame fusion would also cause the body to become unusually excited, involuntarily wanting to. Xiao Fan definitely didn't want to experience the torture of an aphrodisiac powder ever again. That mountain-like collision was still vivid in his mind to this day. Far away in the Snake People Tribe Palace reviewing files, Dai, upon sensing the aura from Xiao Fan's side, flashed away in an instant, leaving Hua Xier behind to stare blankly at the mess on the desk. Ever since Hua Xier became Dai's personal guard, her daily task was either helping to review files or monitoring Xiao Fan's every move. Even under Dai's demand, she had to record Xiao Fan's daily routine down to every single minute and second of what he was doing. Files big and small were basically all reviewed by Hua Xier, while Dai was responsible for signing and stamping to express affirmation. Woo-woo, Her Majesty the Queen, please come back quickly. This generation of the Queen is too hard to manage. ... Brat. Dai, I was just about to go find you. Xiao Fan curiously sized up the panting Dai in front of him. Aren't you at the Douluo realm? How are you still panting like this? I didn't expect you to actually succeed. I thought you had been burned into charcoal. Dai actually ran over to check on Xiao Fan's condition every single day. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand to gesture. Just a little bit more, and you really wouldn't have been able to see me anymore. Hey, even if you died, it's none of my business. Quote. Chapter 73 Scheming. Dai, I have to leave. What, do you expect this queen to beg you to stay? Dai crossed her arms, her tone icy and dissatisfied. In just the few days you've stayed here, you've almost exhausted the Snake People Tribe's foundation accumulated over the past few years. Hurry up and leave, this queen. Xiao Fan looked at the endlessly chattering and complaining Dai, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Dai abruptly quieted down for a moment, flustered as she tried to push Xiao Fan away. A flush instantly spread across her face, tiny beads of sweat seemingly oozing from the tip of her nose out of nervousness, and her lips parted slightly from holding her breath for too long. She watched helplessly as Xiao Fan gently plucked, stroked, and teased, touching her snake tail first and then her waist. Dai's gaze went from shock to anger, and then slowly to intoxication. No way, big sister is still. Right now, Medusa was soundly asleep due to absorbing quite a bit of heavenly flame energy, completely unaware of the affectionate gazes passing between the two. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan aimed for those alluring lips, lowering his head to meet them and completely capturing those two crystal-clear petals. Touching them and immediately pulling away, Xiao Fan turned on his heels and ran. This was Xiao Fan's retaliation for the last time Dai bit his lip without his consent. Her Majesty the Queen, don't be so stubborn next time we meet. Xiao Fan grabbed Ziyan and bolted toward the door, leaving only a stunned Dai behind. Dai touched her moistened lips, and after a long while, she looked in the direction where Xiao Fan had left and said, Brat, it won't be this easy to run away next time we meet. With her Dohuang strength, it would be a breeze for Dai to drag Xiao Fan back and dote on him properly. Looking at the now empty room, Dai felt as if she had forgotten something. Big sister. Dai suddenly remembered that her big sister seemed to have also left together with Xiao Fan just now, making her so angry that the snake tail behind her slammed fiercely against the ground. She wasn't worried about her big sister's safety, instead, she was annoyed that her big sister could leave the Snake People Tribe together with Xiao Fan. Big sister shouldn't beat me to it. Don't tell me when I come back next time, I'm going to be an ant. The more Dai thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She had already figured out what her big sister was secretly thinking. No way. I'm going too. Dai formed battle chi wings, intent on catching up to Xiao Fan, but she was blocked by the hurriedly arriving Hua Xier. Her Majesty the Queen, you cannot leave the Snake People Tribe. Her Majesty the Queen, Hua Xier tightly hugged Dai's serpentine waist, refusing to let go no matter what. If this queen doesn't catch up now, Xiao Fan is going to become big sisters. Dai dragged Hua Xier along as she flew for miles, never expecting that Xiao Fan had erased his tracks along the way to prevent Dai from chasing him. Until she completely lost track of Xiao Fan, Dai returned to the Snake People Tribe dejectedly. Gritting her teeth, Dai stood fiercely inside Medusa's room. Big sister, what a brilliant scheme. Even all the previous events were imagined by Dai in her mind as her big sister's handiwork. First, the Grand Elder pursued and hunted them down, drawing in Xiao Fan while keeping Dai herself behind in the Snake People Tribe. Then, evolving through the heavenly flame allowed her to stay by Xiao Fan's side, while she, Dai, naturally became the Medusa of the Snake People Tribe, forced to stay behind in the Snake People Tribe. In the end, Dai could only watch as her big sister returned holding the crystallization of love between her and Xiao Fan. No wonder I felt at the time that the seven-colored sky-swallowing python's gaze was exactly the same as my big sister's, something was fishy. It was clearly all plotted out. To vent the dissatisfaction in her heart, Dai readily authoritatively kneaded and squeezed everything in her big sister's room. Clang. A secret room was accidentally opened by Dai. How come I never noticed this secret room before? The secret room seemed to use a high-tier seal technique, so even a Douluo like Dai couldn't perceive a secret room right under her nose. Curiosity drove Dai to investigate further. Hiss hiss. No way, Xiao Kai, you've really squeezed me dry to the last drop. Xiao Fan spread his empty hands, looking with an innocent expression at Xiao Kai, who was demanding food. Hiss. Unflustered, Xiao Kai coiled around Xiao Fan's hand, her tiny head pointing at a storage ring on Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan drew a sharp breath. He had purposely concealed the aura of the green lotus seed emanating from the storage ring, yet he hadn't expected Xiao Kai to discover it anyway. Xiao Kai, look, there aren't many green lotus seeds either. How about I change things up for you? Xiao Fan was truly getting a headache. Green lotus seeds were already scarce, and Xiao Kai could eat even more than Xiao Yaner. By now, she had already consumed 2 green lotus seeds of his. You must know that if these 2 green lotus seeds were absorbed by Xiao Fan, he might just break through to Douling. Hiss, hiss. PFF'd, Yan on his back was the first one who couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiao Kai, did that woman teach you this? Xiao Fan noticed something was wrong. How could Xiao Kai possibly know so many scolding words? Xiao Kai's pupils shifted, and then she bit down on Xiao Fan's hand, wantonly absorbing Xiao Fan's blood. Xiao Fan felt a headache coming on. Clearly, Xiao Kai in his past life was so easy to raise, but in this life, he hadn't found a bodyguard, he had found a little ancestor. Little brother Xiao. Old Hai. Seeing Xiao Fan return, Hai Bodong was as enthusiastic as ever. However, as he drew closer to Xiao Fan, a chill welled up inside him, and his body instinctively stepped back several paces. A spear made of ice materialized in his hand, and a vigilant look appeared on his aged face as he stared straight at Xiao Fan. To be precise, it was the 7-colored little snake on Xiao Fan's hand. Intuition told him that this little trinket was extremely dangerous. Little brother Xiao, what's that on your hand? Old Hai, it's a pet I raised called Xiao Kai, Xiao Fan explained. Hearing this, Hai Bodong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xiao Fan could always bring back weird things. He put away the long spear in his hand, but he couldn't understand why he felt fear, a fear resembling the one he felt when facing Medusa. Big brother. Hearing the voice, Qinglin excitedly ran out from the antique shop. Xiao Fan clapped his hands and called out to Qinglin, over here. Hearing the voice, Qinglin stepped forward on her fair and tender little feet, the bells on her ankles making a crisp, pleasant ringing sound as the little fellow ran over. She stood happily before Xiao Fan and said, Big brother, you're back. Nothing beats returning home and hearing the sound of a cute little fellow welcoming you back. Xiao Fan affectionately patted Qinglin's head, though Xiaoling on Qinglin's wrist appeared somewhat unnatural. The pressure Xiao Kai brought it was simply too great. A suppressive force between demonic beasts made Xiaoling tremble all over, yet it didn't dare anger the Xiao Kai before it, so it could only do its utmost to disguise itself as an ordinary bracelet. Of course Xiao Fan wouldn't just give a simple head pat. Just a moment ago, Xiao Fan had once again used his soul power to investigate Qinglin's body. Her body has improved quite a bit, and the disordered meridians have been repaired. But what troubled Xiao Fan was, not only is there no sign of recovery for her soul, but it has actually grown even weaker. As expected, after reaching the spirit realm soul, the abnormality within Qinglin's body has become even more pronounced. Chapter 74 Breaking the Seal. Even though his soul realm had reached the spirit realm, Xiao Fan still could not cross that restriction in Qinglin's eyes. This won't do. If this continues, even though Qinglin possesses the triple jade green snake flower pupils and a stronger soul than ordinary people, she will sooner or later die from a missing soul. Medicinal herbs that repaired the soul were not easy to find. After much thought, Xiao Fan finally remembered that the imperial capital seemed to have a medicinal herb that repaired the soul, the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. I wonder if that Elder Nolan has found it by this time. Xiao Fan could not remember when Elder Nolan obtained the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, but no matter what, he would make a trip to the imperial capital. It was not only for the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, but also to fulfill a promise to someone. Xiao Fan did not want Qinglin to worry. Being just a little one now, she did not need to know so much. Even without the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva, Xiao Fan would think of other methods to treat Qinglin. Has Qinglin been listening well to old Hai? Old Grandpa Hai is so good to Qinglin. Hearing this, Xiao Fan looked at Hai Bodong. He originally thought Hai Bodong would at most occasionally take care of Qinglin, but now it seemed that Hai Bodong was exceptionally attentive to Qinglin. What kind of look is that? Whatever this old man promises, this old man will definitely accomplish it perfectly. Hai Bodong retorted back with dissatisfaction, it's just that Qinglin's condition. Hai Bodong naturally saw Qinglin's unusual nature, but he was interrupted by Xiao Fan. Old Hai, thank you for taking care of our Qinglin. Hai Bodong could tell that Xiao Fan did not want to discuss Qinglin's condition in front of her. Little Qinglin was still immersed in the joy of her older brother's return. Old Hai, look what this is. Xiao Fan summoned the green lotus core flame, which made Hai Bodong's eyes light up. Little brother Xiao, I knew you could succeed. This old man could tell at a glance that little brother Xiao is extraordinary. Stop, old Hai, how about I lift the snake curse seal for you right now? Xiao Fan could not stand Hai Bodong's flattering appearance. A trace of undisguised smile appeared on Hai Bodong's solemn and aged face. Indeed. Little brother Xiao, I have a secret chamber right here for you to use. Xiao Fan woke the sleeping Yan on his back. Xiao Yaner, go keep Qinglin company for a while. No, Xiao Fan, I want to cuddle with you Tilda. Yan seemed not fully awake yet, lying limply on Xiao Fan's body like a dead fish. Be good Tilda. For some reason, Xiao Fan also learned to speak in Yan's tone. After a good while, Yan swayed down from Xiao Fan's body, holding Qinglin's hand as they wandered around everywhere. Sister Xian, it looks like there's a wall ahead. Bang. Xian just smashed straight through the wall, bringing Qinglin along as she continued walking. Hai Bodong originally wanted to put his arm around Xiao Fan's shoulders, but seeing Xiao Kai, he hesitated again and said, "Little brother Xiao. Why don't you put this little fellow away first? I always feel a sense of psychological discomfort whenever I see it." Xiao Fan thought to himself, your feeling is naturally correct. This is Medusa, after all. Xiao Kai on her arm raised her head, her snake tongue probing out once more. It was clearly a simple action, yet it scared Hai Bodong quite a bit. He hurriedly changed his words, keep it, what little brother Xiao raises is truly extraordinary. Xiao Fan felt that Hai Bodong's words had a hidden meaning, secretly taking a jab at him. Hai Bodong brought Xiao Fan underground to a chilly secret chamber, which should be the place Hai Bodong usually used to cultivate. However, judging by the degree of dust accumulation, it was clearly a long time since anyone had been here. Presumably, he had been busy lifting Medusa's snake curse seal, and thus neglected his cultivation. After all, nobody wanted to have the feeling of their life being manipulated by others. Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a snake curse seal on his body as well. But it was imprinted by dye, so there shouldn't be any problem. Old Hai, it might be a bit painful next, bear with it. Xiao Fan kindly reminded him. Rest assured, what big winds and waves has this old man not seen? Could this mere pain possibly scare this old man? In that case, I'll begin. Xiao Fan summoned the green lotus core flame. The snake curse seal was actually a kind of seal technique. By utilizing two different extreme yang objects to simultaneously counter-impact the seal from the inside and outside, it could scatter the snake curse seal. Ow. Old Hai, don't move around randomly, you're missing the mark. Little brother Xiao, I can't take it anymore. Old Hai, hold on for a bit longer. Quote. Inside the secret chamber, miserable screams rose one after another. With a loud rumble, the aura within Hai Bodong's body soared step by step, clearly breaking free from the shackles of the snake curse seal. Yet Hai Bodong still collapsed onto the ground with a dejected expression. The snake curse seal had indeed faded away, but such pain caused Hai Bodong to remember it for a lifetime. That kind of pain that slowly roasted the body and struck straight at the soul was something Hai Bodong never wanted to experience a second time. Old Hai, why did you have to be stubborn with your words? Xiao Fan teased. You never told this old man that this heavenly flame impact was so painful. Hai Bodong's excitement over lifting the snake curse seal was completely washed away by the pain. Little brother Xiao, according to our agreement, this old man will act as your protector for 3 years. The stone hanging in Hai Bodong's heart finally dropped. For him, who was already a Douluo, acting as Xiao Fan's protector for 3 years was naturally a matter of a snap of the fingers. Alright, Old Hai, going to the imperial capital this time really requires your help, Old Hai. Xiao Fan did not decline. With Old Hai's protection, he could be even safer. After all, the current continent was only calm on the surface. The Han clan had already begun hunting alchemists, secretly persuading various factions to surrender in an attempt to control them. Although Xiao Fan was just an orphan adopted by the Xiao family, the surname Xiao was very sensitive to the Han clan. The Han clan would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let a single one slip away. The imperial capital likewise had the Han clan's informants. I wonder if Yunshan, the former sect master of the Cloud Mist sect, has been infiltrated by the Han clan by this time. A protector with at least Dozong's strength was still very difficult for Xiao Fan to deal with. However, with Hai Bodong blocking in front of him now, as long as he kept a low profile, he shouldn't be detected by that Han clan protector. Rest assured, little brother Xiao. Aside from those 2 old fellows in the Cloud Mist sect and the imperial family, this old man still has the confidence to protect your safety in the imperial capital. Years of mercenary intuition told Hai Bodong that Xiao Fan was definitely facing an even more severe crisis, and perhaps even a fellow whose strength far surpassed his own. Otherwise, how could a junior who could safely retreat unscathed from the Snake People tribe be in such a hurry? Xiao Fan nodded, also understanding that Hai Bodong was referring to Yunshan and Jia Xingtian, 2 old fellows who had been at Peak Douluo for many years. Aside from fulfilling the alchemist convention agreed upon with Blackrock City, this trip to the imperial capital was also to treat Qinglin's soul injury. Xiao Fan actually always had a doubt in his heart. He was clearly able to call out the other party's name the very first time he saw Qinglin, but whenever he recalled his past with Qinglin, he would always encounter invisible obstacles. It seems that aside from her name, I can't remember anything else. Qinglin seemed very important in Xiao Fan's heart. Yet his mind was completely empty. Without any impression whatsoever. Chapter 75, Memory. After reaching the spirit realm soul, Xiao Fan discovered numerous suspicious details. The memories related to Qinglin in his mind seemed to be locked up, and besides her name and appearance, he had almost no impression left. Although his memories were blurry, bodily memory was not something that could be easily forgotten. The heartfelt closeness and heartache Xiao Fan felt were never fake. This was a feeling he had the very first time he saw Qinglin. As time passed, Xiao Fan could feel that something in his mind was being stripped away and slowly dissipating. This made Xiao Fan even more eager to cure Qinglin. Perhaps when the triple jade green snake flower pupils regain their brilliance, I will be able to understand Qinglin more. As Xiao Fan and Hai Bodong just stepped out of the secret room, they saw Qinglin holding onto Xian tightly with her small hands. Sister Xian, that cannot be eaten. My storage ring. Hai Bodong took a step forward in a flash, barely avoiding his collection of treasures accumulated over the years falling victim. In order to prevent his storage ring from being destroyed by the heavenly flame during his treatment process, Hai Bodong had hidden the storage ring away. But how could such a small trick escape Xian's treasure-seeking talent? Xian, having failed to snatch the storage ring, was clearly unhappy, rolling around on the ground like a rascal puppy. Wu, Xiao Fan, you haven't refined sugar pills for me in a long time. Xiao Fan casually tossed a jade bottle into the air. Xian's eyes instantly lit up, her forelimbs exerting force simultaneously as she bit down on the jade bottle tossed out by Xiao Fan in one gulp. The corners of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched. She is becoming more and more like a treasure-seeking hound. Old Hai, I still want to ask you for a favor. Little brother Xiao, just speak. Help me wipe out the Mo family. The Mo family? The Mo family of Yan City? Hai Bodong asked Xiao Fan uncertainly. As an extra reward for Old Hai for this matter, 1 Wangji pill. What, Wangji pill? Hai Bodong exclaimed in shock. The Wangji pill was one of the medicinal pills that could allow a Do Huang expert to rapidly boost their realm, and one could only consume 2 in a lifetime. This old man is starting to wonder how the Mo family provoked little brother Xiao to make you pay such a heavy price. Hai Bodong did not doubt whether Xiao Fan could refine a Wangji pill. Instead, he became interested in the grudge between the Mo family and Xiao Fan. Old Hai, I won't hide it from you either. The Mo family wants to target Qinglin. How dare they? Through these few days of getting along, Old Hai had already developed a different kind of desire to protect Qinglin. He had never married in his life, let alone had any offspring, and had long treated Qinglin like his own biological daughter over the past few days. Hearing that someone was targeting Qinglin, veins popped out on his forehead. Qinglin is very special, possessing a pair of unique eyes. You mean they want to target Qinglin's eyes? Hai Bodong didn't quite understand. After all, he was well aware of Qinglin's eyes. Not only were they dim and lightless, but they were also incurable. The number 1 strange pupils under heaven, the triple jade green snake flower pupils. Seeing that Hai Bodong cared so much about Qinglin, Xiao Fan explained Qinglin's situation to him. Hai Bodong pushed the glasses he was wearing. Little brother Xiao, you always manage to give me quite a few frights. Since that's the case, we'll meet again in the imperial capital. Hai Bodong did not like dragging his feet when doing things. After coming out of the secret room and bidding farewell to Qinglin and Xiao Fan, he directly left using battle chi wings. When it came to slaughtering a family, Hai Bodong wouldn't bear any burden. When he was young, he had even massacred a city and had never been afraid of anyone coming to find trouble. Even if the Mo family had the Cloud Mist sect behind them, Hai Bodong wouldn't fear them. Old Grandpa Hai, goodbye. Qinglin obediently waved goodbye to Hai Bodong. Until Hai Bodong left, Qinglin finally had some time alone with Xiao Fan. Anxious Qinglin rubbed her small hands, not knowing what to say. Qinglin, you must be brave. Little Qinglin constantly encouraged herself in her heart, because she knew that her brother wanted to see a braver version of herself. Xiao Fan took the lead to ask Qinglin, have you started to cultivate recently? Hearing this, the little fellow immediately lowered her head and softly replied, sorry, big brother, I shouldn't have been disobedient. Qinglin feared Xiao Fan's reprimand, and even more so feared that Xiao Fan would abandon her. Even after following Xiao Fan for such a long time, she still hadn't been able to improve her inferiority and introversion. Qinglin, I am not reprimanding you, it's just that you are still in the stage of physical development, and you cannot push yourself so hard for the sake of cultivating. Xiao Fan could easily sense that Qinglin had already reached stage 1 of Doji Qi. You must know that Qinglin was still young now, and even her triple jade green snake flower pupils had not yet been activated, but this was enough to show that Qinglin's talent was quite good. However, a body suffering from long-term malnutrition would ultimately implicate Qinglin. If she continued to cultivate like this, Qinglin's upper limit would be lowered, which would be a loss that outweighed the gain. Big brother. Qinglin, these few days we are going to the imperial capital. Big brother will prepare some medicinal baths for you. With the assistance of the medicinal baths, your cultivation will not harm your foundation. This time, Xiao Fan did not plan to stop Qinglin's cultivation. Everyone had a purpose for cultivating, and there were many reasons to become stronger. Only with a goal could cultivation proceed step by step. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Qinglin finally raised her head and threw herself into Xiao Fan's embrace. Thank you, big brother. We are family, you are not allowed to say thank you. Xiao Fan took 1 person, 1 dragon, and 1 snake and boarded a flying demonic beast to head toward the imperial capital. This time, Xiao Fan was wearing the robe of a tier 4 alchemist. With strength, he no longer needed to continue hiding and covering up. Even as just a great Do master, it was currently not a problem for him to spar with a Do Wang using simple methods. Besides, this time's destination was the imperial capital, and Xiao Fan needed to build momentum. Only in this way could he attract the attention of quite a few people. A capable alchemist, even without going out, would have people continuously sending medicinal herbs to Xiao Fan for free, just to establish a connection with the alchemist, even if it was just a favor. The imperial capital was a place full of crises and hidden dragons crouching tigers, but it was also a place containing opportunities everywhere. As long as his identity as an alchemist was used reasonably, breaking through the barrier of a doling within a short period of time would not be a problem. Moreover, backed by the alchemist guild and the middle family, as long as those few old fellows didn't make a move, his safety was still very well guaranteed. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan had a few more expectations for the imperial capital. Big brother, Qinglin is a bit sleepy. Qinglin did not possess mental energy as powerful as Xiao Fan's. Being a little fellow, she still needed sufficient sleep every day. Qinglin very much wanted to stay with Xiao Fan longer, but before long, her eyelids began to fight up and down. Shortly after, leaning halfway against Xiao Fan, she fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Fan was still refining the required medicinal pills for the 2 clamoring fellows, so he had no choice but to instruct Yan, Xiao Yaner, you take Qinglin to rest for a while. But snores also came from behind his back. Who would have thought that Yan had also fallen asleep leaning against Xiao Fan? This won't do. Xiao Fan secretly complained in his heart. Helpless, he had to stop the flame in his hand, holding one in each hand as he walked toward the bed. The 2 little fellows slept very peacefully. Yan hugged Qinglin like an elder sister, except that heaven-shaking snoring made Qinglin frown in her sleep. Daring to treat this king as a pet, your guts aren't small, are they? Chapter 76, Gamma Emperor City. Xiao Fan shuddered all over, turned his head back with a panicked expression, and saw that at some unknown time, Her Majesty the Queen had crossed her slender, supple long legs, propped her chin, and was looking at Xiao Fan with a playful expression. Medusa, who had gained a new lease on life, had skin that became increasingly translucent like white jade without the slightest blemish. Her bright red, gorgeous robe further accentuated the noble status of her majesty. With her red lips slightly parted and carrying a hint of sensual allure, her once icy demeanor had completely vanished, replaced instead by an even more intellectual and sexy vibe. Xiao Fan's expression was somewhat dazed, as if Her Majesty the Queen was no longer the aloof queen from just moments before, but rather seemed more like a virtuous wife whom one would meet upon returning home after a hard day's work outside. Xiao Fan subconsciously licked his somewhat dry lips and replied as calmly as possible, Her Majesty the Queen. Call me by my name. Startled by the reprimand from Her Majesty the Queen, Xiao Fan instantly snapped back to reality, yet remained puzzled. Why does Medusa in this lifetime seem to like the name Kailin so much? Kailin. Hearing Xiao Fan call her name, Medusa finally restrained her previous fierce appearance. What, isn't it you who brought this king out? Could it be that you want to shirk responsibility? How is that possible? Xiao Fan muttered inwardly, clearly it was you who insisted on following me, how did it become me bringing you out? Medusa stood up and walked to Xiao Fan's side with her slender long legs. Xiao Fan instinctively took a few steps back, but Her Majesty the Queen actually tucked in the quilt for the two sleeping little ones. Although her face was still cold, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Fan felt a trace of tenderness and gentleness, something Xiao Fan had never experienced from Medusa before. Kailin, you seem to really like the little ones. Xiao Fan couldn't help asking. Xiao Fan recalled that when Medusa first met Yan, she seemed to have infinite tolerance towards her, an emotion that obviously could not possibly belong to the notoriously fierce Medusa. Medusa did not answer, but gave Xiao Fan a reproachful look and said, this king hopes to see the wrongling pill next time, otherwise this king wouldn't mind killing you. As soon as those words fell, Xiao Kai stuck out her tongue playfully and groped around on Xiao Fan's body, obviously indicating she was hungry. With a heartache, Xiao Fan took out a green lotus seed and earnestly said to Xiao Kai, in the future, don't let that woman come out casually. This green lotus seed will be given to you. Hearing this, Xiao Kai nodded repeatedly and swallowed the green lotus seed in one gulp, though whether she really listened or not, Xiao Fan was not clear. Looking at Xiao Kai, who had coiled back into a small ball, Xiao Fan said with a strange expression. Every time she says she wants to kill me, what a strange woman. In his past life, Medusa also always kept saying she wanted to kill Xiao Fan on her lips, but in the end. Xiao Fan thought about it, in the end, it seemed like I was the one begging for mercy. Ceasing his thoughts, Xiao Fan rubbed his aching waist and began refining medicinal pills anew. Ellipsis. Gama Emperor City, the imperial capital of the Jama Empire. Its prosperity was clearly beyond comparison with Wudin City. People came and went in a constant stream, including merchants, mercenaries, and alchemists surrounded by crowds of people. Ever since dismounting the flying demonic beast, Qinglin's small hand had been tightly grasping Xiao Fan's hand. Obviously, facing so many people, Qinglin felt afraid, and was even more afraid that her identity as a half-snake people hybrid would be discovered. After all, nobody would like a freak, except for older brother and big sister Yan. Qinglin, don't be afraid. Xiao Fan changed into the robes of a Tier 4 alchemist, an action that was quickly noticed by the people around him. Is that a Tier 4 alchemist? Someone in the crowd asked. Such a young Tier 4 alchemist, could it be fake? Someone raised doubts. But it was quickly refuted by someone, who would dare fake the identity of an alchemist. The guild would have already made a move first. Then that really is a Tier 4 alchemist great master. Many people who saw Xiao Fan wore smiles and respectfully cleared a path for him. As for the two little ones by his side, they naturally enjoyed the convenience brought by Xiao Fan's identity. Even if someone noticed something amiss with Qinglin, no one would dare say anything. The retaliation from an alchemist was not something to be trifled with. At the same time, intelligence regarding Xiao Fan was quickly discovered by spies from various families, who successfully hurried back to report to their respective families. Xiao Fan did not rush to head to the middle family. Instead, he brought Qinglin and Yan to stroll around the bustling markets of Gama Emperor City. Yan was very puzzled by Xiao Fan's actions. Xiao Fan, the food here isn't even a thousandth as delicious as the sugar pills you make. Why did you bring me here? Xiao Fan smiled and patted Yan's little head. Xiao Yaner, don't be in such a hurry to grow up. Growing up isn't necessarily a good thing. Hearing these words, Yan thought for a moment, unusually refrained from refuting, and said in a soft voice, when I grow up, Xiao Fan won't want me anymore. Xiao Yaner, what did you say? Nothing. Yan took the candied hawthorn stick handed to her by Xiao Fan. It was also sweet, although it still couldn't compare to the meticulously paired flavors crafted by Xiao Fan, it wasn't bad either. Although little Qinglin could not see, with Xiao Fan's explanations along the way, the world seemed to become concrete in Qinglin's eyes. Is this the world in older brother's eyes? Qinglin could not see the world, but the world filtered through another pair of eyes, acting like a paintbrush to paint a scroll in her heart. The three of them chatted and laughed. Such leisurely times were rare, and Xiao Fan also wanted to leave behind joyful memories for the two little ones. When Yan grew up, the mess of the Void Ancient Dragon would still need Yan to deal with it, and Qinglin might also grow to a certain extent in the future. By that time, the troubles called growth would follow closely behind. Ellipsis. I wonder if I might disturb you, alchemist great master. Hearing the voice, Xiao Fan turned his head back to look, and saw that the newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous aristocratic attire with rose-red short hair. Seeing that rose-red hair, Xiao Fan always felt a sense of familiarity. Although quite a few people had come up earlier trying to strike up a friendly relationship, they had all been rejected one by Xiao Fan. After all, he just wanted to take the two little ones to have a good time and experience the prosperity of Gama Emperor City, but seeing this somewhat familiar-looking man still made Xiao Fan halt his steps. Something the matter? Xiao Fan inquired. Seeing that there was hope, the man immediately cupped his fists respectfully and said, My lord, I am Nalan Su, the clan chief of the Nalan family. I would like to invite you, my lord, to my estate for a chat. Hearing the Nalan family, Xiao Fan could finally remember the person before him, Nalan Su, the father of Nalan Yanran. And Nalan Yanran was precisely Xiao Yan's fiancé. Nalan Yanran at this moment was probably still just a little one. Although Nalan Su's words were very brief, Xiao Fan still deduced that there must be some change or trouble within the Nalan family. Being able to make a clan chief personally go out to invite someone showed that the matter was not simple. Furthermore, if they only needed to find an alchemist, Nalan Su wouldn't need to personally step forward. A Do Wang's strength was not considered strong in the Jia Ma Empire, but neither was it weak. Wanting to find a tier 4 alchemist or even a tier 5 alchemist to help was an extremely easy task. Presumably, Nalan Su's true goal was not himself, but rather the alchemy great master that might exist behind him. After all, Xiao Fan's appearance and age were sufficient for this Nalan Su to deduce that his background was not simple. But obviously Nalan Su was overthinking it. Chapter 77, Meeting Yafei again. Xiao Fan currently did not have any plans to head to the Nalan family, so he decisively refused. That won't be necessary. If the Nalan family has any matters, why doesn't Patriarch Nalan speak straight out? This, Nalan Su found it somewhat hard to articulate, not knowing how to broach the subject. Xiao Fan certainly wouldn't care about that much. Since Patriarch Nalan has nothing, then I'll take my leave first. Sure enough, hearing that Xiao Fan was about to leave, this Nalan family head was evidently growing anxious. Lord, the Nalan family indeed has an important matter to discuss, but it is of great consequence, and this place. Xiao Fan heard the anxiety in the other's tone, and a matter that could make Nalan Su so anxious must surely be related to Nalan Jia. He immediately spoke, since it is like this, how about I personally visit in a day? It was impossible for Xiao Fan to immediately follow them to the Nalan family. Nalan Su hesitated for a moment, then still nodded in agreement, respectfully handing Xiao Fan a token. The Nalan family respectfully awaits the arrival of my lord. Although Xiao Fan looked somewhat arrogant, in Nalan Su's view, this clearly showed that the other party had nothing to fear. The Nalan family was one of the 3 major families in the imperial capital after all, and the former family head Nalan Jia was even the Lionheart Marshal of the Jia Ma Empire, as well as a Do Wang expert. Being able to face Nalan Su so calmly, the force behind the other party must not be simple either. He immediately instructed his subordinates, pass down the order, no one is allowed to offend this alchemist lord. Nalan Su rushing over in such a hurry was indeed related to Nalan Jia. A few months ago, Nalan Jia of the Nalan family heard that there was a treasure at the border between the Azumo Empire and the Jia Ma Empire, and he had taken a batch of family guards to head there. Yet, months had passed, and not even a single message had been sent back, which made Nalan Su extremely anxious. If other families in the imperial capital found out, I'm afraid the Nalan family would end up with the same consequence as the Xiao family. This was also the reason why Nalan Su did not dare to ask other families in the imperial capital for help. Until Xiao Fan, an unknown person who possessed the level of a tier 4 alchemist, appeared, Nalan Su rushed over without stopping after learning the news. He wanted to get acquainted with Xiao Fan to ask for the other party's help, or to be precise, the person behind the scenes capable of nurturing such a young tier 4 alchemist. Please enter, Lord, I will immediately have someone go call Elder Yafei. Who would have thought, Yafei really is an elder? Xiao Fan could not help sighing with emotion, bringing Ziyan and Qinglin along as they waited for Yafei's arrival. Hearing the servant's report, a graceful figure also rushed over without stopping, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly upon seeing Xiao Fan sitting lazily. Guess who I am? Xiao Fan felt a pair of cold yet silk soft hands cover his eyes. Xiao Fan immediately guessed who had come, Sister Yafei. Not bad, it seems my little brother hasn't forgotten an older sister like me. Yafei released her hands, smiling as she sized up the youth before her. A few months have passed, and you've gotten thinner. Yafei caring pulled Xiao Fan up to look him over from all directions. No way. Xiao Fan felt somewhat helpless. In the eyes of family members, not seeing each other for many days would always lead to subconscious concern. Sister Yafei, I didn't think you would really be an elder. HMPH, Yafei let out a coy snort, evidently somewhat life-chi, looking at Xiao Fan with dissatisfaction as she said, your sister might not be good at cultivate, but when it comes to managing the family, she is top-notch. Xiao Fan felt a bit awkward, and could only call Qinglin over to act as a shield. Sister Yafei, this is a younger sister I acknowledged, named Qinglin. Qinglin naturally heard the conversation between the two just now. From just the voice alone, little Qinglin knew that the older sister before her was a gentle person. Sweet and soft, she called out, sister. Yafei naturally noticed the black cloth over Qinglin's eyes, and her gaze inevitably turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded, and Yafei understood in her heart. Poor little sister, since you are Xiao Fan's younger sister, from now on you are also my younger sister. In the future, sister will protect you. Yafei squatted down, taking Qinglin's hand and continuously stroking it. And that small patch of snake scales on her arm was naturally discovered. Feeling the texture on her arm, Qinglin fearfully withdrew her little hand, stammering and not daring to continue making a sound. Xiao Fan diffused the situation for Qinglin. Sister Yafei, Qinglin's background is rather special. Yafei was very smart. In fact, even without Xiao Fan saying it out loud, Yafei could understand, and her heart felt a few fractions more of heartache for Qinglin. Yafei pinched Xiao Fan, reproaching, you little bastard, you don't even know how to take care of little sister Qinglin a bit more. Yafei stroked the little fellow's head and said, don't worry, sister won't mind the scales on your hands. Besides, they are very pretty. Really? Of course, just like how people love beauty, these shiny scales are very good looking. Xiao Fan nodded, highly agreeing with what Yafei said. Thank you, sister. Little Qinglin was obviously somewhat unaccustomed to Yafei's enthusiasm. Normally, she could only open her heart in front of Xiao Fan and Ziyan, but she could feel Yafei's care for her. Xiao Fan also knew Qinglin's temperament, and didn't let the little fellow continue staying, yet Qinglin still tightly grabbed onto Xiao Fan, unwilling to leave. Little brother is really quite fickle-hearted, Yafei teased. Sister, you can't wrong a good person. Whether I'm wronging you or not, little brother knows it in his heart. Yafei was extremely clear about it in her heart. Sister Yafei, I did come to the imperial capital according to our agreement. Did you really come to find sister, or do you have other matters to ask sister for help with? Yafei unmercifully pierced through Xiao Fan's intention. Xiao Fan felt aggrieved in his heart. It felt like all those little schemes in his heart had been seen right through by Yafei. Alright, sister won't tease you anymore. If you have any matters, just speak directly to sister. Xiao Fan really liked this kind of Yafei, blunt and without beating around the bush, just like true siblings. Of course, only limited to the present. It's just asking Sister Yafei to help investigate the Nolan family, and I also hope sister can publicize my identity as a Tier 4 alchemist. Tier 4, Yafei widened her pretty eyes. She clearly remembered that just a few months ago, Xiao Fan had only just first stepped onto the path of an alchemist. Actually not just that, refining Tier 5 or even Tier 6 is not impossible either, but as for the price. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands together, wearing a wretched, cheeky smile. Hee hee, you little bastard, coming to the imperial capital, you're trying to fleece people clean. However, an alchemist of such a young age is likely to attract quite a bit of trouble. We will publicize it under your identity as a Tier 4 alchemist, and for Tier 5 and Tier 6 medicinal pills, we can simply falsely claim they are from little brother's teacher. Sister Yafei still thinks things through thoroughly, Xiao Fan praised. Then shouldn't you give sister a little reward? It was clearly a joke, but who knew Xiao Fan would take it seriously? He walked up and gave Yafei an embrace of a long-awaited reunion. Yafei clearly did not expect Xiao Fan's unexpected move, but her heart was clearly touched. Yafei understood that once Xiao Fan left the imperial capital, she might not be able to see Xiao Fan for a long time. Yafei would not open her mouth to ask Xiao Fan to stay, she would only silently support Xiao Fan. Perhaps when Xiao Fan was tired, he would think of an older sister like her. Just let sister reminisce for a moment longer. Quote. Chapter 78 Nolan Yanran. As for the Nolan family, I do have some understanding. Yafei did not beat around the bush and continued to explain to Xiao Fan. A few months ago, Nolan Jia, the former head of the Nolan family, left the capital with a small group of people. However, after a long time, Nolan Jia has yet to return. I suppose something happened. Nolan Jia left. Was it for the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva? Xiao Fan guessed. After all, the only thing that could make a Do Wong feel tricky and worth visiting should be the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. It seems that this Nolan family is a place I must visit. Xiao Fan had also come for the 7-colored cyan spirit saliva. This was the key to whether Qing Lin's soul could be healed. Did little brother have some conflict with the Nolan family? Yafei asked with some worry. It's not really a big deal. Nolan Su of the Nolan family looked for my help today, so I suppose it should be related to Nolan Su as well. It seems Nolan Jia has really gotten into trouble, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a rush. Yafei also figured out the situation of the Nolan family. If this news were to spread to other families, it would probably stir up waves in the capital once again, and the Xiao family was a precedent. Right at this moment, a graceful figure rushed into the room where the two of them were. Sister Yafei Tilda, the voice was very sweet, carrying a young girl's tender lilt. Xiao Fan and Yafei turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a young girl dressed in a moon-white dress, her exquisite and petite body showing alluring curves. Hanging from her tender earlobes were green jade pendants that swayed slightly, emitting a crisp jade sound and revealing a touch of delicate nobility. Seeing the pink twin tails tied up by the newcomer, Xiao Fan quickly recognized the girl's identity. Nolan Yanran. The girl's footsteps paused as she looked strangely at the youth standing together with Yafei, her words carrying a hint of arrogance. You know me. Your master is acquainted with me. Xiao Fan blurted out, but he didn't expect the girl to look at him with even stranger eyes. Who are you? Master only took me as a disciple not long ago, it's impossible for anyone else to know about this. Today, Nolan Yanran had come specifically to share her good news with her good sister Yafei. Aside from her father, basically no one knew about her being taken as a disciple by Yun Yun, the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect. Xiao Fan was startled inwardly. Fortunately, Yun Yun had already taken her as a disciple at this moment, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to explain it. Ahem, your master and I have a good relationship. Then why have I never heard master mention you? Nolan Yanran was very smart and quickly caught onto the anomaly. That's because your relationship with your master hasn't reached that point yet. Is that so? Nolan Yanran was obviously still a bit suspicious. Yafei interrupted in time. Congratulations, little sister Yanran. With Nolan Yanran's sudden interruption, Yafei could no longer continue catching up with Xiao Fan. She could only give Xiao Fan an apologetic look and left with Nolan Yanran. The matter Xiao Fan entrusted to her was handled very quickly by Yafei. Almost overnight, the capital received information about Xiao Fan. In the Jama Royal Palace, an elderly man with white hair looked at the secret letter in his hand. Xiao Bufan, Tier 4 alchemist. To be a Tier 4 alchemist at such a young age. The old man was none other than Jia Xingtian, the protector of the Jama Empire, possessing the strength of Peak Do Huang. His deep eyes looked at this secret report as if he were pondering something, until a voice from behind interrupted him. Great-grandfather, Yao Yi is here. Jia Xingtian put down the secret report in his hand and handed it to the newcomer. Yao Yi, take a look at this secret report. Yao Yi took the report and inspected it, but the more she read, the more surprised she became. Great-grandfather, can there really be such a young Tier 4 alchemist? Jia Xingtian was non-committal. Yao Yi, you cannot just look at the surface. The secret agent still saw this person enter the ancestral grounds of the middle family. If he didn't have an extremely high status. Great-grandfather, do you mean to say that this alchemist belongs to the middle family? Yao Yi seemed to understand her great-grandfather's meaning. Yao Yi, if that were really the case, this secret report wouldn't have leaked out from the middle family. I suppose it must be that this alchemist has a transaction with the middle family. Yao Yi understands. Jia Xingtian couldn't help stroking his beard and sighed. Are Tier 5 and Tier 6 medicinal pills out of the question for him? Jia Xingtian took out another piece of information, which was about Xiao Fan from the Alchemist Guild. Elder Huo, the Jiamao Empire doesn't seem to have such a master alchemist. Great-grandfather, is it necessary for us to befriend this alchemist? Yao Yi asked. To publicize himself with such fanfare, he must have come to the Jiamao Empire for tempering, and it's even more likely for the upcoming alchemist convention. Furthermore, being so unconcerned and confident, the person behind him must not be simple either. Jia Xingtian did not answer Yao Yi's question. As the future queen of the Jiamao Empire, Yao Yi needed to have her own thoughts, which was also what Jia Xingtian expected. Jia Xingtian thought for a moment and then said to Yao Yi, hasn't Yue also started dabbling in alchemy these past few days? Let Yue go get to know this young alchemist. Until Yao Yi left, Jia Xingtian sighed and said, I don't know how much longer this old man can hold on. I hope this alchemist can refine that medicinal pill. Jia Xingtian knew within himself that there was no hope of breaking through to Dozong, which was why he put all his energy into cultivating the next generation. However, the nation-protecting divine beast was also injured, and urgently needed a tier 6 medicinal pill, the Hunyuan bone sculpting pill, to recover from its injuries. This also made the Jiama royal family precarious. Jia Xingtian was afraid that one day when he died, the Jiama royal family would completely degenerate into lambs waiting to be slaughtered by others. Such a young tier 4 alchemist. How about Xiao Fan, who was still fast asleep in the room hugging Qinglin, clearly didn't realize that someone had set their sights on him. Qinglin, who was accustomed to darkness, was sensitive everywhere, and Xiao Fan's embrace made Qinglin twist about involuntarily. Little Qinglin felt that her cheeks were burning hot, and the touch on her waist made it completely impossible for her to fall asleep. Woo, woo. As everyone knew, Xiao Fan was very restless when sleeping. Xiao Fan woke up very early. After all, for him right now, not sleeping didn't matter at all, given his mental energy. However, the room Yafei prepared smelled too sweet, as if Yafei had slept here before, making it very easy to immerse oneself in a tender trap. Why is Qinglin sleeping in again? Xiao Fan noticed that Qinglin was sometimes dozing off during the day, as if she hadn't rested well at night. Woo, young master, no. The corners of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched directly. No, I absolutely cannot let Xiao Yan take Qinglin anymore. Sleeping in and talking in her sleep, she picked up all of it. I absolutely cannot raise another gluttonous and lazy little dragon girl. Xiao Fan felt that it was very necessary for him to correct his educational methods. Who is gluttonous and lazy? Ziyan retorted with dissatisfaction. Early in the morning, her messy hair made Ziyan's life chi even more apparent. Xiao Fan had already told Yafei in advance that he would be heading to the Nolan family